device is like a magic hat that you can put anything into. From priceless art masterpieces to entire tanks. Isn't science fascinating? Soon, we will be able to produce them on an industrial scale using Professor Quesada's drawings. This ingenious device creates pocket dimensions based on my unique properties. Just imagine what opportunities it opens up. You can move any volume of payload anywhere and whenever you want. Isn't it wonderful?
What's up, tankers? Let's get our teeth into the best scouts and raiders on tracks, or wheels. That's right, light tanks. To get the most from these nippy little vehicles, you'll need to practice and to brush up on view range and concealment. Not long ago, we did some videos about those, so check them out if you need to. The links are in the description. Lights are often quick and tricky to spot, and they can have high-caliber howitzers or even autocannons. Low-tier lights don't have rolls, and calling them scouts would be a stretch. They're versatile, and their characteristics can vary a lot, and so can their armor. You can fight in them like a medium or sometimes even a heavy tank. From about Tier 5 or 6 upward, that's no longer the case. At that point, you start getting some real niche specialists. They're raiders and scouts that spot for teammates. Lights also gain a shared trait. They can move without it affecting their concealment. Whether standing or moving, you still won't get spotted before the same distance. This vehicle class only has 2 roles: tracked versatile light tanks and wheeled ones. First, let's deal with the Old Faithful, and then later we'll get to the wheeled lights and how they differ from their tracked classmates. Light tank gameplay depends less on the role and more on your own play style. Think of it in terms of passive and active. Passive players settle in and capitalize on their concealment. Active ones monopolize the map with their movement. Any light tank can play both ways. You can set yours for either passive, active, or somewhere in between. So how do you prepare a scout for battle? First, a lick of paint. Any camo on a vehicle's hull boosts its permanent concealment bonus, which is vital for a light tank. The more, the better. Train crew perks that improve view range and concealment. Keep your radio operator on your radar. They have a few good perks that are very handy for light tanks. More perks than slots, in fact, so choose wisely. As for consumables, food ones will pad you out in all the right areas: view range, concealment, and firepower. Equipment can improve your scouting ability, making you harder to spot or boost your firepower. Mix and match to suit your playstyle. A good scout will want coated optics and commander's vision system mounted. For passive spotting or for mid-tier lights, consider binocular telescope. If you want a ninja on tracks, then mount low-noise exhaust system. If you also want to focus on shooting, consider something like a rammer or stabilizer. Improved ventilation gives you a little all-round boost. In place of turbocharger, you can equip the mobility improvement system respectively to bolster your ride that bit more. Make sure you research field modifications to build up 2 loadouts for different maps. For example, the first would have coated optics, commander's vision system, and low-noise exhaust. And the second would have ventilation, stabilizer, and gun rammer. That way you'll feel right at home, whether you're playing on Prokhorovka or Himmelsdorf. Phew! We've finally set up our dream light tank and are eager to head into battle. But what should you do in battle? How can you contribute? First, look at how many other lights are in your team and where they're headed. Scouts should spread out across different positions and even flanks. In the first minutes of battle, do some initial spotting for your team. Your teammates will really appreciate knowing how many opponents are on whichever flank. To spot enemy vehicles, you need to quickly get to a place that lets you see their approach route. To do that, you need to know the maps and remember the routes tanks take. It's safest to spot from bushes, but I came, I saw, I fled tactics can work too. That way, you'll likely get spotted. Just the time to remember how to rally drive. Then you can find a bush and spot from there. It's safer. If necessary, move from bush to bush, approaching or fleeing if there's danger. A moving light tank's non-reducing concealment comes in really handy for those short bursts. When you approach bushes, don't forget the proximity spotting circle. If you want to scout, you need to know about this. So how do we know where's the best to spot from? Look at where your teams and the enemy's light tanks are located, and remember the positions. For example, on steps, it's usually best to take a central position. On Lakeville, you should be on the central line or near the town. On mines, the bushes, both on the hill and in the water, are best. On Prokhorovka, you want the line of bushes on the alley or the hill if your team has enough lights on the alley. On Outpost, head for the bushes in the middle of the lake. Those are just a few of the well-known bushes, but all these maps offer light tanks plenty of ways to play. Commit good positions to memory and get experimenting. Don't forget, a felled tree is as good as a bush. And you can fell them yourself with HE shells. Remember that the thorn in a light tank's side is another light tank. You can throw a spanner in the enemy's scouting works by spotting them and destroying them. And you can stop them doing the same to you. Remember where you've seen enemy light tanks and think about how to beat them. Pure scouting is only an option on open maps. In urban locations without bushes, you'll have to come to the aid of mediums, dodge the enemy, and cause damage. Lights with autoloaders or autocannons are great at this. You can't go wrong with big damage in a short time. Although lights are very vulnerable, they can trade hits too, but carefully and with immaculate timing. If you're hiding in the bushes spotting, think before letting that gun rip. Firing drops your concealment to scary lows. Make sure you have a strong exit strategy. As promised, let's end with wheeled lights and how they differ from versatile tracked ones. Vehicles in the EBR branch have a poor view range that stops them from scouting passively at a distance. But they do have good concealment, high speed, and wheels galore. Even if one or several of them are damaged, you'll still be able to get about. That's why wheeled lights are active Scout Supremos. They draw fire and dance under a storm of shells, lighting the enemy up in the process. At the higher tiers, wheeled lights have 2 movement modes, rapid with excellent top speed, and cruise. In cruise mode, the tank uses all its wheels to whirl like a dervish. These wheeled tanks pack penetrative HE shells that tear paper-thin enemies to shreds. Basically, wheeled tanks are very active, aggressive raiders. You'll need a very particular set of skills and practice to play in them, though. If you're less experienced, learn standard lights first. And that's it. Share this video with a friend who can't last a minute in battle. See you on the battlefield. Hello, tankers. Today, we'll talk about what vehicles are in the game, which are best for new players to research, and how to accelerate the process. All vehicles in the game are divided into 5 types: heavy tanks, medium tanks, light tanks, tank destroyers, and artillery. Heavy tanks hold the line and push through enemy defenses. Medium tanks are versatile fighters. Light tanks are quick and stealthy. They're the eyes and ears of the team. Artillery is a support type that fires at a curved trajectory. Tank destroyers either provide fire support from afar or in the thick of the action, depending on their role. Roles are a more precise division than types. It's like a wizard can throw fireballs, or be a healer, or a necromancer. 3 mages play completely different roles in battle. The same goes for vehicles. Sniper and assault tank destroyers are designed for completely different actions on the battlefield. Don't rush to the front line in a sniper TD, and don't stand behind everyone in an assault TD, even though the vehicle type is the same. We won't cover every role here since their names speak for themselves. Just know that tanks within one vehicle type can play differently. What exactly should you research? What types, roles, and branches suit newcomers best of all? Generally speaking, any. But it's probably best to choose breakthrough heavy tanks or assault heavy tanks as your first branch. They forgive your mistakes, and most importantly, help you to get to grips with the gameplay basics. Heavy tanks are the skeleton that the teams and the whole battle are built around. That doesn't mean other types and roles are worse. You can always start with medium tanks or tank destroyers, but it'll be easier to learn the ropes playing in the IS-4, IS-7, E100, or 60 TP. To purchase a tank, you need to research it using XP accumulated in the previous vehicle in the branch. Then purchase it for credits and recruit a crew if you need to. Don't recruit a new crew for each tank. It's usually...
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3 playoffs, sponsored by AMD. Together with Advanced Gaming. Moff, let's get straight in it. W versus Hit and Run.
Yeah, it's going to be that upper bracket final that we have been eagerly awaiting. And I'll tell you who else was waiting in the wings. That was Hit and Run. They've been watching, keeping an eagle eye on what happened yesterday and the events that unfolded. And they are going to be making sure they're prepared for this new challenge.
It is today, of course, an important day for your tokens as well. The very last day to collect those, and don't forget to spend those then as well in the in-game shop, where you could get a whole lot of goodies with that, whether it's a tank, styles, 3D styles, equipment, premium days, consumables, or personal reserves.
Yeah, it is the final day to collect those drops, so you might want to make sure that you get them because they really stack up towards the end of the season. We've also got some other special goodies here. I can see various different consumables, different tanks that you can get from the mystery drops potentially as well.
Yeah, we have those mystery drops for you today, the two of them there, one after 120 minutes, the second one after 240 minutes, and then of course the tokens in the beginning and the end as well to round it off. The bundles are still available until I think tomorrow morning, if I'm not mistaken. Not entirely sure about that, but I think so. Base, Advanced, Trio, which includes the camos from the first and second season, which also means you can upgrade your style if you were successful in the prediction game nonetheless. So that is still available for the prize pool as well, where 100% goes to the OLS prize pool, which is currently at 58,398. That's what the teams are going to be duking it out for.
Yeah, it is. And of course, always got to mention that slight redistribution of the prize pot. 5th place, they got that locked down, which was the team of Yogurt, who also secured their place into the next season of the OLS. Team at the top going to get 45% of that, which is a nice chunk of change.
It's a very nice chunk of change to have. Stacked has put themselves, to be honest, more in prime position to win this one. We'll get to see that later as well in a best of 11 between those two teams. It's going to be a long day for some of these players, but if they end up winning in Europe, they can extend their FPS with the AMD Ryzen 9800 X3D. That's for the winners of the OLS. More FPS, always better.
Indeed, it is always better. Fantastic for the players, especially Water Tanks being a more CPU-intensive game. But never mind that, we've got the schedule coming up for today. We're going to be starting off with the EU matches in the OLS. W versus Hit and Run in that upper bracket final. Hopefully that's going to be a banger. And, of course, Cashback, they got knocked down to that lower bracket yesterday, but they came back with a vengeance, just narrowly beating out Mafia. So they will be waiting to face the loser between W and Hit and Run.
Yeah, and then of course Burbology versus Stacked coming later. That's the NA Grand Finals, and then afterwards we'll have the Grand Final of the OLS. We are in this bracket for NA. We have one more match to go, Stacked versus Burbology, but let's be real, Moff. I think with the way the tournament has gone so far, Stacked is the favorites there.
Oh, undoubtedly. They should be the favorites based off of the previous results, but anything can and will happen. If it is a possibility. This is the EU bracket so far, and the story has been a very long one, filled with double tiebreakers. Long may that continue.
Many tiebreakers have been had, many more are possible. We could still have, so 2 best of 9s, 18 rounds, and then 11. We could still have 29 rounds, Moff.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to that.
40 rounds if we include NA.
Yeah, that's a lot of rounds of play for sure. A lot of things to be discussed. But this is the match that's immediately coming up right in front of us. It is W, the defending champions from Season 2 versus Hit and Runs, the 2-time champions of WCI.
Hit and Run have not won an OLS season yet. We've had 2 seasons. This is Season 3. They've won 2 WCIs in the meantime, though. But they would love to win one of these as well, just to complete it, you know. To get both of those within one season would be very nice. But W has done it before. They would like to do it again.
Yeah, and if they did, then it would be the first team to win back-to-back. Of course, we've only had 3 seasons, so there's not really a lot of time for teams to make the back-to-back happen. The only other team that has won was Cashback in Season 1 so far. Hit and Run, of course, like you mentioned, the success has not come in the OLS. They have fallen at the final hurdle. They've been very close on a number of occasions, though. But I think, personally, I think this is their best form, their best chance they've had yet.
They also won the regular season, which they weren't able to do before. Monster versus Got You Baby. Similar DPGs, slightly higher win ratio for Monster, of course. That comes down to his team just winning more in the regular season. The tanks played statistic really shining light upon how diverse the tanks we are seeing this season are, though.
Yeah, like you mentioned, win rate, it's kind of an irrelevant stat to bring up, especially for the poor player that is on a team that has a bad win rate, because it makes them look hopeless. But 62% of the community going with Hit and Run. That's not really too surprising. To be honest, I would have expected a bit more of a 50-50 split, especially after what we saw yesterday.
community still believing in hit and run nonetheless. The maps that is going to be played on, Sand River and Himmelsdorf being removed, gives us a Ghost Town as first one, a dynamic map where anything and everything can and will happen at some point. Pilsen then coming in next, which is the map where W must be very, very happy that they held on and got that cap steal as well, Mov.
Yeah, they were very cheeky. They snuck one under cashback, and that ultimately saved them in that matchup yesterday, because they would have been down, what would it have been, 4-0, and at that point, any sort of comeback would have been borderline impossible in that one. Just the clash of styles between these two teams is something we need to talk about, because W yesterday, the style that they're normally renowned for, with these highly unorthodox strategies which have very specific details in mind, it didn't work for them yesterday. And they started to win more games and rally back against cashback once they started playing more defaulty, more conventional lineups and just taking these heads-up brawls against their opponent. But what do we know about hit and run is that they love to take these fights. They absolutely love when you go for a heads-up brawl against them. So does W have the confidence and belief that they can take those heads-up fights, or are they going to revert back to the old style?
Predictions actually split directly in the middle. Key and Phil going for 5-3 and 5-4 respectively for hit and run, and then you and me going for 5-4 and 5-3, so exactly the same, but on the other end of the spectrum.
Definitely. I went for 5-4 just because I have to just predict opposite. I have to go full gamble to try and save some face in this one, and immediately it's coming back out again. It's the rat strat, the invisible arty play, put your opponent under siege, and they're going full commitment this time as well. Just like we saw in the early season, it's double EBR, double RHM, and triple Leo from W.
Hit and run and return IS4, double Miles, 277, double E50M, and an RHM. And you can see Nepal making it back in the lineup. It's interesting to throw him in now, after yesterday Drakefa was playing, in a very important match.
I think it also depends on the type of tank, because Nepal, remember, if you guys think back to Season 2, he was the main light tank player for LTP, so it makes sense that he would be swapped in for this particular game when they need all the light tank players that they have at their disposal. But the key player in this game is actually just going to be Ketsai, because he is the only light tank on the side of hit and run. It is vital that he stays alive and keeps his gun in the game.
Already an information tower being taken, though, will reveal everything, and a strike being taken on the east as well. Mentos and IOS have been spotted by the plane from Ketsai, so they know 3 light tanks, Moff.
They do, but how do hit and run react to this? Because they've had to come up against this kind of strategy on multiple occasions. Sometimes they've managed to pull it off, and sometimes they have looked humiliated. But will they know how they want to play against this time around? They've got one line control with a 277 and E50M. The other radar is now being taken by Klurf as well, so they're going to reconfirm hit and run's positions.
Well, the Fury gets spotted out. Piotr letting a shot go at Baby, doesn't connect, but they know that the 277 is there now. The radio tower has been used, all information revealed, and I mean, W is down, Moff. We haven't really mentioned it. Quite a lot of HP to start with.
Yeah, and that is a significant point, but I feel like, yeah, the success of the strategy in the past has kind of made us forget just how overwhelming the odds are, how much you have to claw back just to make this a winning strategy. And you can see, I think there's a big change up here in the way the hit and run are playing this game. They're very, very passive, but as I say, they're starting to push. Piotr is going in tandem with T-Sec and the IS-4.
Yeah, they're starting to roll in from all angles. Frugo and the Leopard 1 bailing out of that position now. A1 is being pressured by double E50M crossing over Panzer Fury and Frantic. There is a strike available, but Baby is surely going to fall for this at the very least. And now the Mouse and IS-4s are pressuring at the same time as well, trying to distract the team of big W. Strike. Yeah, it hits on 3 as well. It's a very, very big strike, and Baby's trading out relatively well now. They're taking a lot of damage from behind. Piotr is surely going to fall as well, so it is a trade at the very least for this Leopard 1, but trades is not good enough for W. They need more. They're starting to do the damage, but now this Leopard at A4 going to get pressured. There is the double lighting from behind, though, blasting away at Franek, but Itok's already dead in this one as well.
Yeah, and the other Leo is just about to fall. Double Leo out of the fight for W. Hit and run. They've played this brilliantly so far, and Ketsai, again, just highlight, he's done a good job. He's been pressured from multiple angles. The WEBR trying to harass him and get that kill, but Ketsai doing a good job of just sitting unspotted in these bushes has made it impossible for them to kill him in this round. So Hit and run, they've got to be careful though, because it can still always spiral out of control. DJ now crossing in the open to try and get some shots. Monster moving up with him, and Hit and run at this point, do they keep going or do they pump the brakes?
I'm not sure, but I think they're in a little bit of trouble because Panzer Fury is low and 3 strikes have been taken by WMOV. They will, I think, try to kill Frugo for this, but he is a Leopard 1 at A0. He will try to fight it out for as long as he can. He will probably die, but in return, though, Franek is pretty low now as well in that E50N. Panzer Fury is relatively low as well, and yeah, they will probably find Frugo, you gotta say, but can they kill 1-2 line in return? Yes, they can. Mentos picks up Panzer Fury, so Frugo is just a delay tactic at this point.
He is, and look at the triple light tank. They're closing in. They know where Ketsai is. They know his last known position, and I said he's done a good job of surviving, but you cannot survive in that 1v3. He will be going down, and that's going to leave us in a very peculiar endgame, because now W, they don't have any Leos left alive to provide the damage support that they so desperately need.
Decap as well, don't forget that.
Yeah, and meanwhile Hit and Run, they've lost pretty much all of their mobile tanks, just the one remaining in Franek, and he's low in his E50M, which is not an ideal situation, and surely if Franek falls, you'd imagine this game is basically done.
Yeah, it's gonna be super annoying actually for Hit and Run. The rat tactic MOF is finding success, because now the problem is that there's still strikes available. Nepal is going to sneak back into the bushes probably at some point, but they're going to take back that strike on the 2 line, on the 1 line actually, and on the 4 line away from Hit and Run, and that's 1200 damage that they will have available whenever they want to.
Yeah, and not just that, remember, look at the HP difference between the two teams. It's now about 4k. At the start of the game, you mentioned it was 8k. And of course, based on the draw rules, the team that does more damage ends up winning the round, assuming that the guns are equal. So at the moment, W is actually winning.
Monster and Strike from Hit and Run deny the 3-4 line strike though, so that's something going their way at least. It's always good to keep eyes on that. They still have 2 available though, and they have a lot of tanks that are able to rotate around the map, and if you see them, they're now swarming towards that eastern side where they know there's a mouse and they can start chipping away at T-Sec slowly but surely. Monster will pressure the cap, so Hit and Run is going to try and put the pressure on. T-Sec is going up, takes some damage in return for that, at least 1 shot from the EBR. Now the cap has been started, and how does W approach this?
Yeah, T-Sec, I think, making a good move there, because if he stays in that low ground, he knows that he is going to die because he has nowhere to run. They will have full control of the field. We've got radar again being taken by Mentos. They now use it. Are they going to double strike on towards Franek? That is the question. 1 strike is used. They do. They hit him with the wham bam combo, and Franek, that last remaining somewhat mobile tank, is out of the round, and it's just the 3 super heavies.
Yeah, they're gonna need to sacrifice some HP on a tank to reset here, because the strike will not be up on time. I hope that they realize that as well, because they're a bit too far away from this altogether. I think they have 18 seconds. Will they get a reset on T-Sec already? It doesn't look like it, so it's gonna have to be Nepal. Oh, there is a reset. Is Nepal on time now? I think just about he might just be.
It's gonna be close.
They're gambling for it. No, I think it's like 3 seconds left now, and then 4 seconds.
And there's another HE reset, so it's not going to be a problem for W, and that really is the final nail in the coffin for Hit and Run. Once the strike continues to get reset, the cap rather, EOS is now taking the 1-line strike once again, and things spiraling out of control for Hit and Run. It's going to be another, once again, slow and painful death by the rat tactic. Yeah,
and I think Mentos has an angle on towards T-Sec as well, and together with the RHM from the south, I think they are able to find shots on towards that. Like, sure, it's 10 seconds left now, but they do have a strike available. There's the reset we were talking about. from the back, I think, from A3, so that's T-Sec reset. Now they need to get DJ into a reset as well, while they slowly start angling out that one mouse you see that is taking some damage. There's the reset on towards Monster. So back down to 20. They still need to be careful though, you know, HE only resets, but they also start killing them. And
well,
if you're hit and run, you're really just hating life right now, to be honest.
Yeah, especially because you know that Mentos is now taking the strike from right under your nose. These pesky light tanks just poking and prodding, just peeking from all these various different angles. DJ is the one with the most cap points, but now those cap points have been reset once more. And we said at this point in the game, it is just inevitable. It's only a matter of time for hit and run.
It's indeed. How do you feel if you hit and run?
I'm molding, personally. I'm slamming my desk, I'm casting them out. It's so incredibly annoying to play against this kind of playstyle when your opponent just refuses to take the heads-up brawl against you, refuses to fight you directly, and any time that you try to pressure them, try to push out of the crossfire, as DJ is doing right now, Nepal will just run away, because he doesn't need to actually fight him. As it is right now, W can basically just go AFK. The cap attempt has been halted, and as long as hit and run can't cap, W are winning based on damage dealt, and even guns in the game now.
They're winning on guns in the game after they killed the C50M at the A0 with the double strike. Yeah, I mean, for W this is great. The longer this round takes as well to kill them, the more frustrated you imagine the hit and run players that are remaining are at this point. At least, you know, you're driving your mouse, you're just getting slowly but surely chipped away by light tanks. You're like not very happy with it.
Yeah, especially because they knew going into this game, everyone knew that this kind of strategy was a possibility. So it's just, especially when you know that it's going to come as well, and you make preparations for it, you have contingency plans. It's like, okay, if they do this kind of playstyle, how are we going to react to it? And initially actually looked quite good.
They had a good
hit
timing.
and run.
I think they had a good timing. There was 2 Leos at E4, right? And then the one of the Leos was moving by the time they pushed. I don't know if they find as much success if both of the Leos are at A3, A4 move, to be honest. I don't know if they ever get to push the A line out like they were able to do.
Mm. Well, we saw it immediately. The rat tactic that is so infamous at this point in the season. W, they pull it out once more to take the early lead in this match, in this best of 9 hit and run. It is going to be a constant problem for them on basically every map we're going to play in this best of 9. How do you react to it? You've got to respect it, the fact that your opponent likes to play this kind of way. And
the Leos didn't do that much, you know, if you compare. That's the funny part. And mainly Itok should have done more to him off. He was at A4. I don't know what happened to him.
I think maybe he got planed by Ketsai, perhaps. And if he was permaplaned, then he wouldn't be able to poke at all. But the thing is, from W's point of view, there's not really any reason to stop doing this as long as until your opponent proves that they can actually handle it.
Now you're in the mind games though, if you're hit and run and W. Do you expect W to do it 2 times in a row, which is unlikely? But you cannot ignore the possibility of it, right? That it can happen twice in a row.
Yeah, you can't, and that's what I'm saying. It's just, you're constantly stuck in this place where you don't know whether you should respect it and try and make some adaptations to your own strategy to account for it, or do you just ignore it altogether and try and just play your own way? But it just, especially the way that W's executing it is such a high level.
I mean, the EBRs did great in this last game. Sneaking behind.
They immediately behind.
Yeah, they went behind, and then there was this moment in the last battle, because I'm kind of watching it back at the same time. They took the triple strike, right? I think that was huge for them. Like, they took every strike across the map, and hit and run was pushing through.
strike goblins.
That's a lot of damage, though.
Strike collectors.
It's 1200 damage out of that alone, Moff. When you're down like 4K, that is like 25% of the deficit, you know? And we saw how powerful the strikes were, because on Ghost Town, there's 3 strikes. They were able to kill quite a few tanks with it.
Yeah, it's basically like having a T-57 in the corner, just doing a clip for free without you actually being able to shoot at him.
I mean, if you're Franek in that game, you go to A0, communication tower comes out, plane comes out, strikes come out, you're like, well, that was fun.
Yeah, it's unplayable. And that's what makes it so infuriating. Just being unable to do anything about it. Helpless.
Good start for W, though, into this match. And, of course, not forgetting Moff, the last match of the season was also W versus Hit and Run. The question there was, how much does Hit and Run
How much
really...
weight?
Yeah.
How much weight do we put into this? Because W took that series 4-2, but Hit and Run, they were already locked in as the #1 team. They knew they were going to be in this upper bracket final immediately. So you don't know how much stock you can put into that match, because Hit and Run obviously weren't going to invest so much in trying to win that game. Obviously, I think they'd still play seriously, but they weren't going to do any kind of new strategies, at least.
Lineups, though, W in round number 2, changing it up. The 60TP, the BZ, the BAT, the Double Blitzka, the Fush B, and the E4.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run are going with double mouse, triple T57 heavy, a Leo 1, and a T100. Triple T50, so they're sticking to their guns, because triple T57 heavy in this kind of a game, if they were playing against it once more, that would have been a big problem, having double mouse and triple T57 heavy. But W, they've gone back to the more conventional lineups that we see in OLS here. They're quite split across the map right now, and Ketsai is going to be able to spot out Jackifer, and he's going to clear all the way through those bushes. He's taking a bit of a gamble here at the start of the game, unknowing that W are not playing the rat tactic, and that's a lot of information for the side of Hit and Run right now. If they just push straight forward with those T57s, they could catch a couple of tanks, but equally, Mentos is already flanked behind Call Me Piotr in the mouse.
Yeah, Drakefa is there. It's going to be the linchpin, the 57 starting to come in on Frugo and Drakefa. They don't know that this is happening. The damage is coming out, but the double flank's about to kick in. Panther Fury and Monster find that E4. Goodbye to the first tank for W, as they now realize, uh-oh, this is bad, this is trouble. Frugo sharing a similar fate down towards 600, and now somehow W has to pick up the pieces in this one.
The trades aren't super bad though, but it just took a long time to kill Piotr in the mouse with so much HP available. But the T57s, as quick as they've just dumped their clips, they're going to be off of reload and ready to go almost immediately. Yoz is in a tough spot to deal with, because you have to actually commit into the hole in order to guarantee that kill, which does make things quite awkward here. Yoz now poking up, is not aware that Monster was right there in the T57, and he puts a beautiful clip straight into the back of his turret there. So Hit and Run with the HP advantage. They've also got a light tank in play.
Baby starting to clip out against Monster, though. Klurf coming in as well. Good shots, good damage as well. Minus 2k on that T57 heavy. He's coming off a reload soon. It looks like they're going for Yosna, but all of a sudden that HP is really switching up here between these two players. And now the reload comes out from Monster, but Itox there with the Forge beat this time around. Very good shield on towards Klurf's position. Monster doesn't really want to clip the full HP tank, but he's forced to. Mentos now getting clipped out in return as well, and Eos yet still alive, and all of a sudden Hit and Run falling to pieces around this pit position that the 60TP was playing. Finds a kill as well, and it's Disek, Franak, and Ketsai to fake the music, as all of the sudden this battle turns around in a successful fashion for W.
What a bizarre turn of events. It looked so good for Hit and Run at one moment there.
It's amazing.
They had the HP lead. They managed to get the ambush from behind on towards Jackifer and Frugo. They were trading it out with Piotr, but if there's any tank that Hit and Run would have liked to have been focused first, it would have been that mouse. So I thought they were in a very nice position, but I think some of these angles that W had with Yoz in the hole in the 60TP, he's a very difficult tank to kill there.
He doesn't really have DPM though.
He doesn't have DPM, but it's another gun in a position where you can't just immediately push into him and find that kill and just overrun with T57 heavies. And
but even then, though, if you think about it, they killed Piotr, but they lost Frugo and Jakefa basically for that. I mean, in terms of HP, you know, like they were dead.
Certainly. But I think another problem for Hit and Run is the kind of fight that they were in is that they had a Leo and they had a T100, and a Leo and T100 are very nice tanks, but in the kind of fight that they were in, not so great, and that probably contributed to their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing 888, 5.1k damage, very good for that 60p. Clifford his Blitzka having a good time. And you gotta say though, the W lineup is still very brawl orientated across, so even losing those two tanks, they still, indeed, like you mentioned, are fighting against the T100 and the Leopard. And T100, unlike RHM, not a great gun, but to be real, it's not something to write home about whatsoever. The RHM is a DPM machine actually, right? T100, not quite the same.
Yeah, the RHM is the...
RHM does 4K there.
It's the superior brawling light tank, right? Much better gun handling, better pen as well. Also better alpha, and even shell speed.
And better accuracy as well. Not
better everything, pretty much,
yeah.
apart from camo.
Yeah, I mean, and size. Lower profile for the T100, but yeah, you picked that T100 for specific reasons as well. However, I mean, W switch it up, you know, full rad to full brawl, and it works for them. They play against this half line, well, not even half lineup, but a lineup that can do both still, right? It can brawl, but not entirely, but it can also play some control because there's a T100 and the Leopard, and it doesn't end up working for them at all. It's 2-0 for W out of Ghost Town, moving in to Pilsen.
2-0 is a good start for the international roster. Hit and Run are going to have to dust themselves off and pick themselves up and try and get back into this match. Of course, it being best of 9, going down 2-0 on the first map is not the be-all and end-all, but once you start going down towards the 3-0 point, it becomes questionable whether you're going to actually get into the match.
I mean, I think W is okay with splitting Pilsen 1-1 Moff, you know? I think that's probably the goal here. 1-1, hopefully 2-0, but one round on Pilsen. Although yesterday their Pilsen was, I would say disappointing in a way, because they went for cap twice, if you remember.
It was very gamble orientated.
Yeah, it was very all in. It worked once, then worked the second time, even though the roles are reversed in which one should have won. W though, E100, double mouse, Forge B, double 268, and an EBR.
Meanwhile, Hit and Run going with double mouse Bliskowitz, triple Forge B, and an EBR of their own.
How do you feel if you're Hit and Run, Moff? Let's get into the mental gymnastics of things. You come in today in the winner's bracket already, and you start, and immediately you're slapped 2-0.
It's not a good feeling, especially after the first round. It's definitely one that can tilt a fair few players, but Hit and Run didn't get to where they are by just immediately tilting and giving up straight away. They're going to have the mental resilience to try and come back into this one. We've got, a really big connection there on towards Ketsai from one of the 268s. He's going to be down in those opening EBR trades, and that is a problem because it means that Yoz is going to be able to put him under more pressure and be even more relentlessly aggressive.
He's also able to take the strike off of this immediately, which is, of course, another asset to have for W. And you can see Hit and Run reacting by taking over the 2 line, taking over E1, starting the cap as well. There is going to be a 268 at K2 though.
Yeah, and that is a very, very dangerous prospect. 268 sniping from range with ability plus 395 heat pen. We got DJ moving forwards in the mouse in the center of the map. Actually manages to get the out trade. I think Monster was there in support. Mentos pushing forwards here is very committed. And at the moment, Hit and Run, they still have the balcony in C8 and no one's really in position to stop Hit and Run or T-Sec from farming here. Of course, he is a Foch B, which means he is going to run out of shells eventually. But 2 good connections there from T-Sec, and Mentos throwing away his HP for basically nothing.
Ios finding Ketsai once more, though, drops him low as well, but there is a rotation. Panzer Fury is coming, he gets spotted out, so now they know Frugo will have to back off. Mentos in a lot of trouble, needs to heal back whatever he can and back away, because W cannot hold the field today. Good shot there against Panzer Fury, that was Mentos as well, so good stuff by him in that mouse, but he is not in the greatest position altogether still.
Yeah, and that was a very important timing there for Yoz to spot the rotation from T-Sec, because otherwise Frugo would have been certainly dead. Opening trades still HP in favor of W despite Mentos' little adventure there where he's gone back, and I think that's because Monster kind of suffered the exact same fate, except he did it on the inside of Courtyard instead of the outside.
Turks taking a shot. T-Sec Piotr now moving in together with Panzer Fury, who's on 0 line. The double 268 is about to arrive just on time, though. The E100 will reset the Bliskavitsa. It's not a worry. Mentos falls, but this was kind of expected, I think, at this point. Now, Eos getting pressured by the Forge B. T-Sec taken 1, T-Sec taken 2. No heal for him available either. Now, Piotr and Panzer Fury diverting towards Frugo in that Forge B. He's going to start healing. He's going to live for a little bit longer, but Piotr will put him down. Not before taking 2 to the face, but even with that, Monster's actually dead as well. And now Klurf and Itox starting to gang up on Franek, but that's a Bliskavitsa. He wants Itox.
He does, and look at the HP left in the game here. It's just been equalized a little bit there, but hit and run now down to 7k, and Franek is almost certainly going to be dead. He is trying to run away. He's actually just going to scratch that idea. He thinks, I'll try and get this final kill on towards Itox, but that is just not going to be allowed. Klurf doing a body block to prevent Franek from looking for that kill, and he ends up just going down, only getting to shoot Klurf just one more time there. Can Itox angle his tank DJ trying to look for that kill, but no, he can't even find that. Disaster for hit and run in that brawl.
They even found a free mouse, Moff. They found a free mouse and it's still not enough. Piotr now pushing past on towards Baby with the ability activated as well. That's a clean kill for hit and run, but they need more than this to really get back in, and it's 4 on 4. The good thing for hit and run is, of course, that they can generate one more kill. There's no denying that Itox in that mouse is not living through a strike.
Yeah, we can say he's already dead.
But in return,
about a minute in advance.
T-Sec is not doing that much better, Moff. Let's put it that way.
He's not quite healing enough to get above that threshold of 400 HP to prevent him from being a one-shot for strike. So T-Sec also in trouble. I suppose the one advantage that he does have over Itox is that he's a Foch B, which means he actually has the possibility to at least try and dodge a strike.
No, without an ability, though. Yeah, the ability, yeah, he can dodge it, but without the ability, dodging is not that easy though, Moff.
No, but he's just going to be driving in circles for the rest of the game. You can be very much sure of that. I think key player here as Klurf tries to snatch the middle strike, but hit and run, having that control of the field, they're not going to allow that so easily to slip away. I think the big player here now is Yoz, because he has that HP still intact, full HP actually. And Ketsai, after those early trades at the beginning of the battle, is down to 800, which means he is essentially a two-shot for Yoz, which means he's under a lot more pressure to be careful with his life. The strike does come in on Itox, and it will find that kill. As much as he tries to dodge, he is still a mouse. The Foch Bees trying to repush in the north for hit and run, but they are spotted out, so element of surprise is gone. We're into the 3 versus 4, so the pressure is on W right now to try and find a kill to equalize the score.
Don't they want to take the E1 strike at least? I mean, it's back now. They opt not to go for it. I would assume that the EOS would try to take that before they make their move somewhere on the map.
That would be the assumption, and you'd want to take it right now as well, because that other field strike is coming off a cooldown shortly, so you don't really want to allow your opponent the opportunity to strike the strike. Although saying that, he is an EBR, so it's not really going to be too difficult for him to dodge, but it's 50-50 either way. And now that strike being collected as expected. But the problem for W is that they don't have access to a radar tower right now. They do have double strike, which is very powerful. Jackifer now pushing up in the 268. Ketsai gets the spot out and wisely chooses to run away. He's actually going to stick around for a little bit longer than perhaps is a good idea to. He's now bailing from the situation.
If you're Yoss, Moff, if you're Yoss right now, do you just book it onto the information tower after you clear a little bit of the field? Because I feel like that's W's best bet right now.
And there's no one currently in position to snipe or even try and blind snipe at that radar. Of course, no light tanks or no plane ability light tanks in this battle. So if he figures out, he realizes he doesn't get spotted, then he can definitely just go straight for that radar. And now all eyes will go towards T-Sec to see if he can dodge the strikes.
Piotr pushing Klurf in the meantime as well, but his Forge B.
Oh, they striked it.
They did strike it. Yoss is missing that one. Klurf is going to shoot this as well. I think Piotr trying to deny the information tower here will not succeed. This is a misplay. They have still plenty of strikes available to kill Piotr in a 1-2-3 sucker punch, and that is him dead. Klurf should be able to get behind the corner as well, and this doesn't change the problem though, Moff.
Yeah, you can see what Piotr was trying to do. He wanted to deny the radar from being taken, but Yoz was just wise to it and actually just had a bush in between him the whole time. And in the end, Piotr, he was trying to very admirably keep his teammate alive in T-Sec, but if he goes down from full HP, that's far, far worse for hit and run.
I think they should stand Jakefa to collect a strike, whether it's the E1 or the middle one. It doesn't really matter, because Yoss has the information tower now, right? They cannot guarantee that Klurf stays alive this battle.
You cannot guarantee that, but at this point you might as well just let Yoz off the leash, because he's still got that full HP in the EBR 1v1, and he connects his shot. Double connection there. Some great marksmanship, and that really is the end of this round, and it's another one that's going in favor of W. Pansuri is thinking about trying to do something, but if he does, he is only driving into certain death.
Unbelievable stuff. Who would have thought that in this day and age W would take 3 consecutive rounds against hit and run, and honestly, Moff, 3 rather convincing rounds, somewhat, you know, in some way, which is also unexpected, the way that they're getting back in these battles, because, you know, they lost Mentos relatively for free, to be honest.
They certainly did, but I think equally, you know, Monster made some bad trades on the other end in the mouse as well, so it's not like it was all bad, and I think at points there in the game, the HP was pretty much always in favor of W in this one, and like you said, it's not just the fact that it's 3-0, it's the manner in which this is being achieved. It looks so casual, it looks easy right now.
For W, it's amazing how this is going. Can they keep it up? Can they continue it throughout this series? I mean, it's right now, Moff, looking a lot like it's gonna be an easy job for the boys of W, but don't forget what happened yesterday. Yeah, W was the one initiating it with the point stance. You know, they were down 3-0 against Cashback, and they still ended up winning in tiebreakers. So let's not forget that this hit and run team is one that could just bring it back in 3 rounds.
Yeah, and they're definitely not one to be underestimated. And I think what shouldn't be underestimated as well is, I said it looks casual and they're making it look easy, but in truth, they have to be operating at such a high level to be able to make it look this comfortable. All of the players just positioning themselves, apart from Mentos' trade at the start, not quite so good there, but by and large, the players just putting themselves in the right positions at the right time, not getting caught for free, especially Yoz in the EBR, because there were definitely moments there where he could have made even just one tiny misplay, which would have cost him some HP. Just so critical with some of the spots that he was getting out, the initial rotation coming back from the Fosh Bs of hit and run, and if he didn't do that, Frugo could have been dead. There's so many different points where the game can turn, but W just, by and large, not making enough mistakes to give hit and run a way back in.
It's very, very curious monster with those 2 shots of damage. We know he was in the middle, but something really bad must have happened for him to do only 2 shots and die in a mouse. Even Mentos, you know, got 3 shots out, and he was well, kind of in no man's land.
He basically did the exact same play that Mentos did, but he did it on the inside of the hangar instead of the outside. And I'm not exactly sure where the 268s were at this point in the round, but I'm suspecting that maybe
they
there
both
was a
went
268
K-line and that they shot him twice and he
Yeah.
took 1500 to the face and then the 268 threw it to the east. It's possible because it did show up on the balcony to cover against the Foshes, so they could shoot that monster if he was too far forward. That's minus 1500.
Yeah, I think Hit and Run's initial read of the situation, and to an extent W's as well, because Mentos pushes forwards. I think Hit and Run probably thought W was going to play almost fully towards the field. That's why Monster's pressuring up in middle, because he thinks, I'm going to coordinate with my teammate and try and get rid of this central anchor. I don't know who it was, but there was someone playing towards the middle of the map initially. Actually, I'm not sure if there was.
I don't know, Muff.
I think the closest person forwards was Itox. So I don't think this mid play that Monster was doing was even necessarily flanking on towards anyone.
I'm really just, that's the kind of thing that you would need to watch back because we were watching the field. But yeah, the timings from W were amazing last round, right? The 268 showed up just when the Fush Bs were pushing those coal pits, and we're able to decimate that as well. And W coming in now wants to get towards that match point with a mouse, triple T57, double mouse, triple T57, and double bat.
Hit and Run going with triple T57 of their own, triple Fosh B, and an EBR.
Okay, some more changes. Double E100 mouse, double T57, double bat. Seems like W is not entirely sure either. But this is a very brawly lineup though.
And there's a lot of HP to go along with it. On the side of Hit and Run, of course, don't count out those Fosh B's healing abilities as well. But Hit and Run definitely trying to look for some sort of timing to get the fight that they want. Ketsai is going to be going for the early info, the early spot on towards the field, so he's going to be out of the game at least for a little while. But Hit and Run definitely going to be trying to play super aggressive here. Double bat on towards the one line could be very difficult for them.
Baby's taking the strike. Hit and Run now moving in with those T57s. Frugo already there, starting to clip out. The initial damage is strong on towards Monster. Now Kloof is waiting there already. Hit and Run driving into the guns. The damage keeps sticking. That is a truckload of damage. Now Mental's already chasing Panzer Fury. They want to go for Baby, but Jakefa holding the angle as well. The triple T57 is about to take a big strike to the face as well. That one's coming in right now. You can hear it. It hits home. Baby peeking out because he wants to trade away his life. Piotr, out of the ability, will have enough shells to kill Baby, but it's not going to be a clean trade whatsoever. It's going to be a lot of damage as Monster is the first one to fall. Now, Ios and Itox pushing back in. Frugo, Jakefa coming back in as well. W up 3000 HP. It's a 5-on-5, and the EBR MOV with its 2000 HP and 0 DPM is basically a non-factor in this. As Frugo's now about to come back off of reload. Piotr's trying to face hug, but that's not going to do too much either for that Forge B. Frugo hits on the first. He will hit on the second. It will take him 3 shots to kill him. And in the meantime, Franek finding a clip out as well. And Jakefa facing off in the 1v1. But that's maybe little too late for Hit and Run, as there's 5 from W versus 3 from Hit and Run. And Panzer Fury trying to clip out, but there's a wall of German steel protecting. But T-Sec infiltrates from behind. But that is like a last-ditch effort here, as he is going to run out of ability, out of shells as well, and out of HP.
This is a complete violation that we are watching right now. It's going to be 4-0 and match point for W in this match, and Hit and Run just played completely into their hands. We got to be careful though, because remember, the EBR is still alive. Mentos has a lot of HP. There is still an HP advantage for W. Can T-Sec get around the corner? It does look like he will be able to. And we better not speak too soon, because remember, the EBR in the endgame, any light tank in the endgame, is the real powerhouse. And Panzer has managed to get away as well. So this one looks like it's going to escape the clutches of W. it's going to be a long time before, maybe a long time before this game ends. Frugo now going for the push against Pan's Fury, but he doesn't have enough shells to find that kill. Hit and run, they're coming back into it, and what looked like a disastrous situation has actually gone the other way. Mentos in the 1 versus 3, there is nothing for him to do, and like so many of the previous rounds, this time it's hit and run coming out on top.
Yeah, there was this moment, this bad shot, I think it was Jakefa joining Frugo and Mentos, and that was not the play actually. He was able to get focused out, and then Mentos couldn't find the kill on that push B. And the 2v2 later would indeed still be difficult, Moff, like you said, because of the fact that there is an EBR. But this was W's round though.
It did look, it looked fantastic for them. But hit and run, this is a great way to get back into the game, especially with the kind of round where you feel like they should be losing. It's just going to claw back a little bit of the mental edges. I mean, even just winning any round at this point is great for them. It's going to be 3-1 compared to going down 4-0, where you would almost see no way back for them in that match. And we said that Ketsai, it would be difficult for him to find impact in this game just because of how direct the brawl was, but he ended up doing quite a lot of damage.
See, this is the weird part, right? W is so far ahead in this match that you think it's like really over already, and then they end up clawing it back. It is those endgame scenario there. Yeah, the T57 being on reload and the mouse and the band being too close to each other. I think if Jakefa goes towards E1 there and forces the Foch to chase him, he's completely fine.
I think there's many different ways that this one could have played out. I even think that Baby getting caught by the Foch B is perhaps a mistake as well, because he started peeking against the T57s. Shout out to Pan's Fury, doing 7k damage, fantastic job. Probably want to see how much that he healed back in that Foch B, potentially quite a lot, as well as T6. Yeah, look at that, 1700 HP restored. That's almost an entire tank's worth of HP healed back, and that really is a huge difference maker.
It is indeed. Frugo with a 6k though, missing only one shot, but yeah, Panzer Fury, T6, and even Ketsai, yeah, the low DPM EBR finding 5k. I think that is actually the most impressive fact of this battle. The EBR with 5k. Okay, Foch B with 7.5 is also impressive, but still, it's still an EBR. Yeah,
and everyone, at least initially, everyone's going to ignore him as well. So he's going to get a nice few shots at this to begin the round for free, but that's only like 1k damage, and everything after that point, he's got to really lock in to try and get that damage out. Pilsen is over with, of course. We're going to be going on to the third map of the day, which I believe was Ensk.
Yes.
So we haven't seen as much Ensk in recent history as before. I still think that Ensk is one of those maps where there's still a clash of styles, where some teams like to play with the Foch Bs more so, and some teams like to play more with the E4s.
This gives hit and run a lifeline though, to be honest. 4-0 Moff, it would be very, very impressive to recover from, but 3-1? Possible.
Well, they've still got to win rounds, right? It's all very well and good saying that they've got a way back in, but if W just go ahead and win this next round, then we'll probably just end up in the exact same situation we thought we were going into midway through that last Pilsen game. But hit and run, they're starting to claw it back, and that's the kind of thing that the sort of thing that this team is renowned for, just being able to make a bit of magic happen and pull your way back into a series that looked like you were dead and buried.
Both of these teams are good Ensk teams though. However, there's not... Ensk is really down to the brawl though. There is not much that you can do in terms of like extra cooking. Outside of maybe, I don't know, even. Double E100, mouse 1-1B, and triple Foch B for W.
Hit and run going with double mouse, a CS63, Foch B, 268V4, and double Wheezy TD. That is a lot of firepower on those two guns. Packing a lot of heat pen. How much is it? It's the exact same as 268, right? 395 heat. I think.
Yeah, 395 on the VCTD. It's the same. It's the same alpha, same gun, basically, in terms of heat pen. HE alpha is also the same.
W, though, this is more of a defaulty setup from them. We've seen them do this a couple of times. You've got the triple Foch B with the super heavies, and then you've got Baby, of course, the most important player in that Inspire medium, tasked with just surviving, really, and just pumping out the damage as much as possible. Franek going into the corner in A0. That's a very powerful position to hold in a Wheezy TD. And look how far Piotr has advanced through the 5 line. He's already cleared the entire flank and is already pushing behind his opponent. I think Hit and Run have a fantastic early advantage here.
Yeah, and that 268 V4 finding angles as well. W with Baby in trouble as well. That 121B forced to back off. They will get the strike, maybe with EOS. But now you can see that they're actually getting outplayed at this moment in time. They're really struggling in this battle. Itok's now taking damage from other angles as well. From the VZTD, from the Mouse, and Pantherfury and Franek starting to move out again as W is now re-pushing back on towards Call Me. Piotr Klur still has his ability going for a few more seconds, but it's out now, so any damage he takes will be permanent at this moment in time. Jakefa coming in with his Fujbi, trying to clip out this 268 V4, but the damage across the board is way more centered towards Hit and Run, as Piotr does blow up a rare Amorak. They're now rolling themselves over that eastern side, over IOS, over Mentos as well in that E100, and now W can only sit and watch as their teammates of them are falling, as the Forge Beasts of Klurf and Jakefa are still currently on reload.
Yeah, the CS has been out of the fight for a long time, though. Ketsai just getting back into the brawl now, but there's still significant HP on all of the guns from Hit and Run. They're trying to focus out on towards Franek and his Wheezy TD, but with ability popped, it's going to be difficult to find that kill. Frugo's now on reload as well. Jakefa has a full clip loaded up and ready to go, but look at the HP difference. Hit and Run have just under 10,000 HP remaining, and that is going to allow them to close out this game. And what could have been a 4-0 at the end of Pilsen, it's going to be going back into 3-2.
And this strategy from Hit and Run is perfection, right? For what against W is doing. Double tank at A0, the 268 pushing so deep, so quickly. I think if you're W there, it was a really tough game to play.
I think it was the perfect counter.
Yeah, they had every tank in good positions to deal with this.
Piotr just zooming straight down the 5 line and recognizing immediately exactly what that means as well. And that, I think, the first domino to fall, right, was Itox, who just gets put in such an awkward position where he doesn't know which way to look, because if he ignores Piotr, then he's probably going to get flanked around from behind. But then he was also getting pressured from the rails in the north as well, and W just the map control that Hit and Run took, they took it so quickly that there's almost no time for W to react, and by the time they do react, it's probably already over.
Also, you know, talking about Dominos, the 121B was like 900 HP before anything even started because of the double tank at A0, because of the quick rail pressure as well. He still does 2.7k, but it's a lot of health lost in the very beginning. And yeah, for Hit and Run, it was beautifully executed. I'm quickly just watching back to the last Pilsen. It's, yeah. Aye.
There was no tank in middle in that game, right?
No, not really. I'm just watching the endgame scenario. The bat just kind of gets rolled from two sides, CBR, Fush B. Well, there's not much to say about the damage. There's much to say about Hit and Run's, I think, complete prediction of what W wanted to do in that battle. If not, it was just a perfect counter, blind counter, but it looked like they were kind of aware how W likes to play, what they like to do. Double tank at A0 is very rare, Moff. Very rare.
Very powerful, though, as well. And I think the way that Hit and Run set it up is very nice, because with Piotr moving so quickly down the 5 line, he essentially is playing as a spotting tank, right? He wants to see anything that crosses down towards the city at the start of the game, and I think you can afford to commit double tank into A0 when you play like this, because you can just react to your opponent, your teammate, and what he spots on the crossing. The 268, it's also just a normal position for him to be in, playing in towards that cap there. It's quite a strong position for a 268 to just hold out and survive as long as possible.
I think this is going to 3-3. I have this feeling now that hit and run, you know, that one Pilsen, guiding them back into.
That's all they needed. That's really all they needed to light the match and catch fire in this upper bracket final. W up against Hit and Run. W currently leading the way 3-2. They're going to be coming in with a 50B, Mouse, 121B, 430U, and triple 268.
Okay, Hit and Run in return, double Mouse, double Forge B, an E4, and double WZTD. The return of the WZTD.
Yeah, that tank kind of fell out of fashion a bit with the rise of the 268, but the Wheezy has always been the more durable tank. I think the main difference is what the Wheezy has in armor and ability to hold a position. The 268 makes up for in speed, camo, and mobility, right?
For sure, and now W this time around pushing field themselves on towards the double WZTD. Everybody getting kind of spotted out. Fugo leading the charge in the 50 TP. He gets immediately two tapped. Okay, maybe he just wants to do one clip and die because that's all he's going to be able to do. Ketsai already in position as well. Franek and Monster coming into the reload. Fugo tracking in that 50B. Franek is really, really low, and now the 268 will start putting that DPM to use, but I think Mentos is going to fall before that he actually misses. Jakefa now needs to get it in return. He does find the kill. The instant reload basically coming in. Monster dead as well. Another instant reload, but he's instantly dead as well. It's 4 on 5 for Hit and Run, and this quick aggressive field play off, it gets absolutely shut down. They do track Panzer Fury, so maybe they could do something with that, get that E4 out of the game, and who knows, but I think DJ there with the shield as well, stopping Panzer Fury from falling. So from W's side, it's not going to get much better. The only good thing they have is that all the guns are next to each other for them. They can focus fire out with that.
Yeah, also Hit and Run don't really have that much DPM. They've still got the 121B Inspire tank of Baby in the back lines for W. So Hit and Run, they need to be careful, not let this one get out of control. But with both of the Foch Bs flanking on towards Yoz, he is going to be out of the round. And that should pretty much seal the deal here, despite the fact that Baby is farming away in that 121B. Piotr has more than enough HP to go around for them to chew through. And both of the Foch Bs have pretty much a full clip ready.
Yeah, and I think Tisek and Ketsai, if they can't find Baby, they will gladly take the Mouse as well, nonetheless, if it comes down to it. And Baby now repositioning, and all of a sudden Moffett's back to 3-3.
Yeah, they just completely ignore Itox in this endgame scenario because they know he is not a threat. They need to get that pesky 121B out of the fight. And as dire as things looked for Hit and Run in the early stages of this match, we said this is all they needed, just the spark to light the flame. They are back, and it's 3-3.
They need to be able to focus fire so well for this to work. No, like actually blow up the WCTD before he does his 2-3 shots.
It's another perfect read, or another perfect counter by Hit and Run, right? Having double Wheezy on the 0 line, not only do they output so much damage, but of course having the Juggernaut ability, the damage reduction is 20-25%, right? So it just takes them so long to kill the double Wheezy.
Yeah, and they instantly lost a 50B for that. Then they lost a 268 for it as well, so that's -2 to trade on 2. And then they lost the third gun for this push as well, which was Jakefa, which then, you know, results into a gun down scenario. This 50B of Fru, I think, maybe hit 2 shots of damage.
I don't think he even got out the full clip before he went down, but I think you're right as well in that the only way that W get a foothold in this battle is if they focus one of the Wheezys and delete them immediately, and that just did not happen. And to be fair, credit to Hit and Run as well, because I think Franek was the one that was more advanced initially, and then they kind of swapped positions, so Monster then took the second barrage.
But for hit and run, the Forge B is doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Ketsai 5.7. The VZTDs, yeah, Monster and Frantic, they both do their 2 shots. I think for W, the only way that works is if one of them does basically 1 shot of damage, then instantly explodes. The 268s get the ball rolling. They explode Monster as well in return for that. And then the DPM of the 268 is scary. But just like we had a 3-0 for W, the next 3 goes to Morovanka.
Yeah, we're back into the more spread out maps that are based on map control, and you know what that means? That means that, again, we have to open the topic of conversation, open the door to the possibility of the rat.
It's possible. It's possible in Moro, but it was originally against hit and run. They did this, Moff. Playing the same thing twice against the same opponent might just be a stretch, in my book.
Maybe, but remember as well, hit and run, they've played against this strat possibly 4-5 times across various different maps. So it's not exactly something they're unfamiliar with, but it feels like almost every time it has been successful in this head-to-head.
The brawls now favoring hit and run as well. I mean, there's 2 really good reads from them, and it's crazy how this one moment on Pilsen changes everything, right? A few missed shots here, a bad position there. All of a sudden you go from 4-0 to 3-1, and then you look up and it's 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, what happened on Pilsen, arguably it should have been 4-0, right? Hit and Run did a great job to get back into that round, but Hit and Run could have still very well taken ends 2-0, so we could be in a situation where it's 4-2 right now, and Hit and Run would be in a very much uphill battle, but it's all tied up.
So, after 6 rounds, Moff, what do you think is happening next? I need W to win the next 2 rounds. That's what I need.
I think that W is going to be rattled a bit, and I mentioned Hit and Run's mental resilience. I think the game is kind of moving towards the exact sort of playstyle they like, which is where everything just gets scrappy and you don't get to play things exactly the way you want.
Well, let's get in it. Morovanka, number 1, double IS-7, an AX, an E50, a K91, a Forge B, and an RHM for W.
Hit and Run, IS-7, double mouse, triple E50, and an RHM. Triple E50 is very powerful, and I do like how they match up against that double IS-7.
Both these lineups have strengths to them in different ways, but this double mouse will be very annoying for W to get through, though. It's a lot of HP and armor in the hit and run lineup, and the HP says the same story. It's 3,000 difference from the beginning. Yeah, those 4K HP monsters are on the battlefield, of course.
And we got WE50 set up to snipe at the start. Neither light tank has used their plane initially, and the radar is being taken now with a shield provided by Mentos in the IS-7, so we'll see W. They do not manage to actually take the radar, and Mentos ends up just taking 2 shots for free. So a bit of miscommunication there. It felt like that they should have been shielding for one or the other, but in the end, Mentos just takes about 1,000 damage for free, and you mentioned they were already in a deficit at the start of the round, so definitely not a good start.
They also lose control over the communications tower, which gets picked up by the player from Hit and Run, which is Monster. DJ now moving into the mid-strike. The base capture underway. K91 not having a strike. It's already starting to get a little bit worrisome here for the side of W. They will take a strike on the east, but DJ could reset that with Klurf if he wants to, so it's not just going to be that amazing. Is the reset coming out on towards Klurf? Probably it will be. They cannot rely on just Klurf. There is the reset as well. The strike getting used. 17 seconds. Somebody, the K91 potentially off with the radio tower.
Yeah, the radar tower has now been taken.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
He does not get the mini strikes. It's going to be 7 seconds left on the cap, and it's only a double cap even. That's going to force W to go close, but no one is within range to lock it down, and it's a disaster. It's elation for Hit and Run as they finally take the lead in this match with an absolute steal.
Ay, 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 ay.
What a recovery from Hit and Run, though. Absolutely sensational. They were down 3-0, and they just win 4 rounds in a row. That's all they needed, just a little bit of an open door on the Pilsen game, where W arguably threw it just a little bit, and that's all Hit and Run needed to get back into this match. Now they are the ones who are putting themselves on match point. What a turnaround!
That one Pilsen, man, hunting forever. If W loses match, the Pilsen's going to hunt them forever. Yeah, as many times were already spotted before, Moff, there's not enough prestige points in the communication tower, right? Because you get more prestige points.
No one spotted at the start of the round, yeah.
You get more prestige points for unspotted tanks, right?
Yeah, certainly. Jakifa can see he did not get the prestige points required to build up that mini strike, and that really could have made the difference. But to be honest, even if they did get the reset on the cap, I think the situation was pretty dire.
Yeah, no, if they did get the reset with the tanks rolling in, I think they would have lost everybody.
Yeah, because they were already forced to go close, because they didn't know that they were going to, you know, let's say they did get a strike, they don't have a guarantee they're going to be able to reset the cap. So with the W tanks already forced to commit close, that would just then trigger Hit and Run to push off of the cap, and I think they would inevitably win that round regardless. And it's really swung back around the other way in Hit and Run's favor, putting themselves on match point now. Going to go into that second round of Muravanka. What are you thinking now if you're in W shoes?
I don't know, bro. They're playing from the rat side. They're playing from the rat side, Wolf. Next. I think they'll do it actually now. I think they're so tilted that they'll go back to playing what worked for them before.
Yeah, of course, playing from the south side, I think once you take the field, you get better angles on towards the cap, as far as I understand. But it is match point for Hit and Run. So if they win this next round, this match is over. And as much as W were leading the way early on, we'll forget all about that and just the victory of Hit and Run.
What do we think, Moff? Do you think they can bring it back to tiebreaker after all that has happened?
Anything is possible. I really don't know, because I feel like I want to say that it's over and the Hit and Run have just got their number. And W, they're not going for the rat tactic. They are going with triple IS-7, Ascent AX, E50M, double Bliskovitza.
Against Hit and Run's i7 quad E50M, a 268 and an RHM. A lot of DPM available on both teams.
Yeah, W just switched one tank out to take double E50.
Actually an upgrade to this lineup, I think, compared to what they're playing against.
A lot of DPM mediums on both sides. I think the Bliskovitzes are going to be... Bliskovitzes and IS-7s are going to be key here, because you want, from W's point of view, you want them to charge in and take the initial damage and then allow the DPM machines to keep on rolling. Ketsai, of course, is the light tank
he held the plane
in this game, and he held the plane, and he's going over towards the one line because he thinks maybe he's going to be able to take the one line radar, but we can see that Mentos is moving towards that position and is going to be able to deny it. So at the moment, W, they're grouped up and they're pushing in towards them. Hit and Run, they're going to have a crossfire, but there are tanks in the close position to push into.
It's going to be interesting to see if W can pull off this push. They have Panzer Fury, Monster, and Ketsai close to them. They're rolling the train. Their metal is getting loaded as well. Panzer Fury and Monster, can they make it out of this? Tisek and Franek are putting shots in from behind. Piotr YOLOing in, wants to throw himself in between the teammates of Hit and Run, and now Panzer Fury is the first one to get pushed on. The miss from Klurvdo could be impactful, but now they're going to swarm the C50M, ram him as well, put him down with the ram. Frugo already continuing on towards Monster, but now the rest of the Hit and Run team getting involved, and there is where the focus needs to come out from W. Can they get the targets out? Can they get these E50s? Monster is the next target, together with Call Me Piotr, who is an IS-7, so low DPM. Mentals in return is going to fall on the offside as well. Jakifa, no, it's actually Frugo to pick up Monster, getting rammed from behind by the 268 V4. They're up in guns, they're up in HP, and they're gonna do it as well on this Muravanka. The crazy 7-man 2-line push for W finally puts a stop to Hit and Run's train. It's going to be a tiebreaker. What else?
could it end any other way? Oh, another tiebreaker in the OLS Season 3 playoffs. That is what we love to see. It's almost as though a scripted police chase is now on. But Ketsai, as he looks to try and waste as much time as possible, potentially for getting to pick the side in that tiebreaker. Just have a look and see how much time is left in this game. It's only been 2 minutes just now, so Ketsai, I think, running away is probably the wise decision.
I'm pretty sure, I mean, maybe if he died quickly, it would have been slower than the faster than the Ensk, but no, Moff. There was a very quick Murabanka before this, if you remember.
I think him running away was good though, because the game would have been sub 2 minutes, so it would have been rather close. But
they needed to beat 144.
Yeah, so it would have been quite close if Ketsai had managed to have been caught. But that will mean the hit and run get to pick the side going into that final map, as Yoz is on the cleanup crew here to find that last kill, and he's gonna try and do it with the ram, but Ketsai denies him.
Can I just say that technically my prediction should have been right, you know? This would have been the 5-3 coming in. But
you're starting to sound like me.
Yeah, I know, right? It's unbelievable.
That really does sound like me. It should have been 5-3. And you know, I agree. It probably should have been. We'll keep referencing back to that Pilsen game where W took such an early lead, and it felt like they should have just been able to close out the round there, and that would have been them winning the match at this point. But hit and run, you know, they're not a team that you can ever count out. We're going to be going into the tiebreaker map, which is Studzianki.
Studzianki as tiebreaker map. The rat tactic could be played again.
It's just every single map we go to, it's like, well, they could do it here as well. You know, they could do it here, they could do it there, they could do it just about anywhere, apart from a map like Ensk or Himmels. I think ultimately the fact that Hit and Run had a light tank and he didn't get the spot until it was basically
they're always
too late.
holding now. Always holding.
I know. They're always holding, because on Murabanka, it's very difficult to hit. Yeah, it's very difficult to spot more than three tanks at the start of the round.
It's impossible if they actually try to avoid it, because you can drive every direction. Like you can reverse, forward, left, right. It's impossible normally.
So it's seen as more value to hold on to the plane, because you want to prevent your opponent from taking radar, so you can use your plane on the radar. And I think it's really unfortunate for Ketsai that things play out the way that they do, because if let's say he does use the plane at the start, that can change the complexion of the round completely, because Hit and Run would then know what's up. They would have more than enough time to put their E50s in better positions.
Now we find ourselves 4-4. Unbelievable. If you would have watched the first half of the match or just the second half, you wouldn't think that we were ever going to end up here, but it is where we are. Hit and Run pick East on Studzianki.
Does it matter even one bit on Studzianki? There's only very subtle differences in the positions. The map is almost completely mirrored. Can you think of anything? I can't think of anything really that would benefit them.
East, I mean, don't know. I never prefer a side on Studzianki, even when I'm playing random.
And that pretty much says it all, right? Maybe they just went eeny meeny miny mo, and they just picked East, and that's the way it is. Of course, remember Studzianki, it's still the least played map in the entire OLS, so. As for a defined meta on this map, we've seen various different types of rounds, different types of strats. We saw W play against Cashback yesterday.
With the mouse is driving down the 5 line.
Yeah, and Cashback, they seem to have been read in that particular game as well. Cashback, I think they tried to make a read, and they sent 4 tanks immediately through the south of the map in one of the rounds, and that did not work out. W just did a very simple push over the north of the map.
Line.
Yeah. And then the second round there were some 268s holding in the south as well. Are we going to see anything similar to that? And then not counting out the invisible arty strat with the multiple Leos taking various different angles. We've seen on W have shown that that's effective as well. What will Hit and Run do I don't think I remember a game of them playing on Sudzianki.
I can't recall many hit and run games on Sudzianki, to be honest. I'm like thinking back.
I think it's just harder to like stick in your mind because the way that they play, they just always want to go for the heads-up brawl. It just makes it makes rounds less distinctive to remember. As our predictions. Unfortunately, you and Keyhand are very much out of it, but you know, I'm not gonna say anything about that because you know I could very easily score 0 points if we get the outcome of hit and run winning this one. But I think we all knew where this match was going to lead, and it was always going to be a close one. I mean, even at 3-0, I don't think I actually believed that hit and run were about to get 5-0. I just don't think I ever thought it was going to happen.
Well. Both teams have rounds they would probably like to forget about, you know?
And you can forget about them, because none of them matter. We're into the best of one.
The true best of one. I mean, it would be something for W to put themselves back in the grand final, though.
Equally for hit and run, I think I said before this match, it's probably their best chance yet to win the OLS, because Cashback have kind of dropped off a little bit, and it seems like W are probably the biggest challenger to them securing victory. But we are going to be going in this tiebreaker, W against hit and run, who will lock themselves in to the grand final. W bringing W100, T57 heavies, a 121B, CS63, and a 430U.
Hit and run, i7 double mouse, triple 430U, and an RHM. So light versus no light. I don't think Ketsa will be holding on this map.
No. Sudzianki, it's far more reliable to get some planes at the start. But again, it looks like he's holding.
He's holding.
Scratch that. He's holding for that radar, hoping, anticipating that someone from W is going that way. But we can see that that is not the case. W... well, nothing to do with that, but look at that triple 430U pushing down the A line. That is very, very threatening. Mentos already going into the strike in the low ground there. That is a tank that is a very repushable position, and if Piotr, what is his pathing? I thought he was maybe going to go back towards that, but he's just going to go towards the outside, sticking with his triple 430Us. Now the radar is being taken by Ketsai, so information will be available for hit and run.
Mentos has the strike, and Piotr is pushing down. Baby's playing the back, the plane coming back out as well. Currently, I'd say that W is a bit out of position. They still don't know about this push through from the 430Us from hit and run. Piotr is about to reveal himself. T-Sec is speaking up as well, and this is potentially a surprise for the hit and run sign, with Piotr bleeding quite heavily for that initially, but these tanks from W, they're not in the greatest positions, and W now in return converging on towards the double mouses of Monster and DJ. Frugo wants to make his clip as well onto one of those 430Us. Baby needs to be careful, and the Inspired tank wants to keep his team inspired for as long as possible as W now try to make the play, try to make the push. They find the first mouse, now moving on towards the second one. That's not the DPM of the lineup though. Frugo is gonna fall, Jakefa is dead as well. The strike now on towards Baby. Panther Fury will be joining. W has to delete some DPM in this if they want to have an opportunity to win it out. Baby cannot kill Franek either, but maybe he can after all. One more shot will do it. Can he find it? He finds the kill. Now they're moving on towards Panther Fury and the 430U, who's on a 2-shot. IOS and Mentos. The loader gets repaired. Mentos finds the kill. It's 4-on-4. It's all over the place with 2,000 lead currently for W, who find the last of the DPM. That is T-Sec in his 430U. The double E100 will find success against him, and all this time Ketsai, the lone spectator in that RHM on the outside, trying to do what he can. Piotr now, the team captain, about to fall as well. He is out. It's 3 tanks left standing for W versus 2 from hit and run, but IOS needs to stay alive here in that 430U. A 2-on-2 would not be a great situation still for W, and he does stay alive. Ketsai does make it out, and now the attention gets diverted back towards DJ, and still though IOS needs to stay alive.
Yeah, IOS now takes another shot from Ketsai, who's just doing what he can. DJ trying to stall it out for as long as possible, and DJ is looking to find that kill on towards Yoz. Does he find the connection? No, he does not. That could have changed everything, as Ketsai, he is preparing for that 1 versus 3. They're just trying to find that kill on the 430U, but DJ's being rammed from behind. Klurf will not allow him to reverse and get another shot on that 430U. It's so important for Hit and Run that they find that kill, and they do not manage to get it. Yoz is a one-shot for a strike, but Ketsai does not have any of them available to him right now, and in the 3 versus 1, surely this game is over. Perhaps if he had killed the 430U, perhaps still if he kills the 430U, he might have a chance, but Yoz is going to be wide to it. He's also not a one-shot for Ketsai unless he flanks it with HE, and he's preparing for this push as Ketsai. He has to make this, he has to try and find this kill, and with DPM ability activated, Yoz is going to be able to get the reload first. No, he's not. Ketsai just about manages to find the kill. It's going to be the 2 versus 1. He had to bleed some HP for that. Arguably, it actually went better than we would have expected, but now Ketsai under pressure. He's going to go for the North Strike in A5. It's the only chance that he has to be able to reset this cap, but how long can he hold out for once he uses it? Is he even going to get it in time?
No, 4 seconds to activate Moth, don't forget that. He will find a spot though from the bush line itself. We'll find the reset as well, but it's going to be a very long engagement for Ketsai in this matchup, to be honest.
It's a tough road, and it starts by getting the strike, which is good.
You know what's the biggest issue, Moth? If both of the E100s go sit where Itox is, what does the RHM do?
That is a very good point. But can we calculate what the... I actually know you're right, because on draw rules at the moment, Ketsai's in the 1 versus 2, so they have the numbers advantage, so forget about damage dealt in the round. As long as they both just stay alive, this game should be done. They don't actually need to capture the base at all.
And they're double healing each other as well, which is like 300 HP, so each.
So any work that Ketsai does gets immediately undone, as he does put in a shot, but then immediately takes one in return, so things going from bad to worse here for Ketsai. The strike does manage to miss him, however, and he gets another reset, but that's only going for Klurf, who's the one who didn't have the cap points already, and again, it's just an impossible situation for Ketsai. If he had more HP to work with, if he just had even maybe one teammate to help him out, it could have been so very different, but double E100 being so healthy in this end game, it's almost impossible.
I mean, you know, Ketsai is doing his very best and he's a formidable player, but it's 5,000 HP of E100s that they have to get through somehow. And, you know, we can start wondering, Moff, why did it go so wrong for Hit and Run in this battle? I think the 430Us and Filter, they were a bit slow to engage those 57s, allowing W to repush the double mouse.
Yeah, they wanted to... I think they were a bit cautious because they wanted to make sure that they were going for the fight that would favor them. And I think you're right. If they just go straight in and commit to the fight, perhaps things would have worked out differently. I think subconsciously you also want to like slow down the game because you know that you have a light tank as well. So it's
but when you're
kind of being
pushing B lane,
you're being pulled in two directions though, because you're playing with a light tank, but at the same time you've got to go in for the kills.
They were already very far committed by the time they took the info though with Piotr, when you realize there's no EBR, which is probably something that they were considering, right? No plane doesn't mean that there's no light tank.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, it's a situation where Ketsai he's stuck in this awkward place where does he use the plane? Does he not use the plane? And if he did just use it at the very start of that round, he may have got the information that they needed in order to secure victory. But as it is, it's a tough loss to take for Hit and Run. I suppose on reflection, they're not out of the tournament. They had a rallying moment where they pulled it all the way back, went up 4-3. So some good signs for them moving forwards, but still not coming out on top.
No, and Moff, I bet you're kind of catching up, Moff.
Dude, I actually forgot. I actually forgot. I was so invested in the match.
You're kind of catching up. You want to know the positions right now after this match? Do you want to know?
I know it. I know the situation is still pretty dire for me.
It's actually not that dire. So 49 for Key, 48 for Phil, 47 for me and 45 for you.
I thought I was about 8 points behind, but hey. It's kind of for this season. In these playoffs, I just went with my gut, and I was also influenced by the fact that I knew I was so far behind. I had to go for some crazy predictions, and I think predicting some of these tiebreaker wins.
I am off. You want to be put on the spot? Hit versus cashback.
Let's go another tiebreaker. 5-4 hit and run.
I'm filling it in for you. Done.
Okay. Fantastic.
I'm still thinking about mine. I have 5.
We are still on track for all games being tiebreaker.
Yeah. I have my money currently on cashback. I'm not sure. That will come in the near future. It's time for everybody to get a drink, to relax. We get some replays. When we come back, the action continues. Who will join W in the grand finals? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, I'm Miriam.
Babylon, Smith speaking. We captured Ramfalte successfully, but it seems that we stirred up a hornet's nest. We're being chased by several dozen Echo tanks.
Isn't science fascinating?
Moving to the extraction point. Babylon, do you copy? We're approaching. Open the portal. Now there's too many of them. Where's the portal? Babylon, do you copy?
Sign up to volunteer for Last Stand.
Seems that extraction is delayed. Okay, we'll wait. Keep on working, guys.
With scientific tools like these, no one will stand in the way of your research. No one.
I have no idea when the last time was. Because it's not going to be the Ukrainian team of Cashback, the Offset Legends Series Season 2 winners. It's going to be W from the pits of hell coming through the lower bracket and cleaning up Cashback.
Hello gamers, and welcome back to the AMD OLS Season 3. Today is the final day, and it's also going to be the final match for one of those teams above us. It's going to be Cashback against Hit, who just come from a very, for them, probably annoying loss against W, because going down 0-3, then coming back 3-4, and then losing in tiebreaker is not something you want to do. That's also 9 rounds played, 9 strategies revealed, and they have to immediately play against Cashback now.
At least you're warm, right? That's the upside. You're very warm. You've been playing, you're feeling it still, you know, like you're in sync with the game. There's no period where you're like, oh, you know, missing a shot or two because you haven't warmed up yet. So that is going for Hit and Run, but yeah, the loss for them pretty devastating. Doing an amazing recovery in that match, taking 4 rounds, getting match point, then going back to tiebreak and then losing. And then of course, Keyhand, we have the special announcement.
Exactly, the WICI is coming up, not to be confused with WCI. This is going to be the World of Tanks Intercontinental Invitational. It's going to be an online tournament from July 4th to 6th. We'll have the top teams from the OLF, which are Stacked and Burbology, then the top teams from the WCL, which I think is still ongoing. That is the Chinese equivalent. And then we'll have the top 2 teams from the OLS. Now, obviously, this means that W is already locked in, and this simultaneously means that the match we are about to see, not only are the teams playing for the Grand Finals, they're also playing for a spot in the WICI. So just adding a little bit more value to this match.
Yeah, and, you know, for those European teams, they're probably coping already, you know, in a way that, you know, if they make it there, they're already guaranteed top 2, you know, with the confidence that they're going to take down NA and China with ease. But we saw nothing less of that was true at WCI themselves, Key, where the Chinese team 1-1. I mean, arguably, that game should have been a tiebreaker as well.
Arguably, it should have been. Now, Brainbreaker for Cashback, he has been, basically a backbone for their team. Mostly playing BZ, IS-7, K91 as well. Average damage a little less than 3k, but then again, BZs and IS-7s, they don't have really the DPM to absolutely escalate and explode out of control. KD of 1.3, also positive.
I mean, let's be real, I think he's very happy still to be in cashback. You know, they're still looking to get into the finals, but on the other hand, I think it's also, for Brainbreaker, probably a little bit annoying at some point, because it's like he sees his former team be in the finals already.
Yeah. Both of those teams playing it off here, and realistically, like the community prediction that you see, it was so close between the two, it was flip-flopping back and forth. I just happened to close it at a moment where cashback was favored. Realistically, yeah, it could be a 50-50 as well. Then again, in the regular season, Hit has shown better performance than cashback.
The community prediction is very, very, very close between these two, which I think is fair. I went with cashback at the end. Keyhand, I don't know, just a feeling I got.
Yeah, let's see. I actually flip-flopped with my prediction. We'll see this one later. Now, however, pick and bans cashback versus hit and run. It's going to be another best of 9, possibly another tiebreaker as well. Ensk and Himmelsdorf being removed. Cashback really do not want to play. Ensk Sand River is going to be the first map to be played in towards Pilsen, where hit and run had a miraculous comeback against W. Then Westfield Studzianki being taken out. Cliff, our map number 3, into Ghost Town as a map number 4. And then if we get to it, Moravanka would be once again the tiebreaker in between those two teams.
Good set of maps here. Sand River, cashback have been prone to pick this. To be honest, Pilsen, they also like playing. The fact that they're permabanning Ensk is still a bit of a surprise to me after how good they were on it in previous seasons. But they have opted to completely ignore it altogether. Unless they're really keeping it for the finals, playing the long game, but I don't think so. If they were confident in it, they would have picked it by now.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, thinking back to the regular season, cashback had some pretty devastating losses on Ensk there as well against teams that didn't even make it to the playoffs. I think one match against Darkside or Yogurt comes to mind, where it just went 2-0 for the other team, where cashback was like very expected to win. So maybe they're just not as confident for their predictions anymore. And now, talking about predictions, you're saying it's going to be 5-3 for cashback. I'm saying it's going to be 5-3 for hit. Moff and Phil, once again, tiebreaker, and once again, directly split right through the middle. No one knows what to expect, and that is, in my opinion, a pretty cool thing, because for a long time in World of Tanks, there were tournaments where you could be like, yeah, a lot of teams are going to be playing, and at the end of the day, it's going to be Fame, or after that era, at the end of the day, the Polish team is going to win. That has passed. It's entirely up to everyone.
And we could even get a repeat of Season 2 finals between Cashback and W. Now that would be something as well.
Or on the other hand, I mean, Cashback wins Season 1, gets second place in Season 2, and gets third place in Season 3. That is also...
The slow descent into relegations.
It is a possibility, is all I'm saying.
Lineups number 1, though, between Cashback and Hit and Run, and E100, Triple CS, and AX, and double E50M for Cashback.
Exactly. Hit and Run coming into this lower bracket final with a double IS-7 MVY, triple CS63, and an RHM. That is extremely mobile from Hit and Run.
It's indeed very mobile, but so is Cashback, so with the triple CS and AX, W50, all of those things can move, and they're going for the full K line in the beginning, and they're spotted.
Oh, beautiful playing by Katsai, absolutely beautiful here, spotting all 7 tanks. Now, of course, Cashback then knows that they're playing against the light tank, but that is a very small piece of information considering that what they are doing has been entirely revealed.
And will get revealed again, and will get revealed again, and again, and again, and again, and again. They're playing against the forever information game. Fanek will take the mid-strike. In that Mivy, it's a bit of a dangerous position to be in, but at the same time, there's nobody in the base to have a reset angle as well, so he will be able to pick that up. Do they go for the pincer? Not sure. Like, Cashback are giving up their own base, which kind of means they're forced to push the opponent's base almost.
And that is not what we're seeing, though. The triple CS of Hit has now taken the spawn of Cashback, and Call Me Piotr in that IS-7 is going to be screening. The Centurion of Squeezy sees one of those CS tanks and probably should know that he probably cannot commit here, as Call Me Piotr already very far forward and is going to put a track shot in towards Squeezy, maybe even giving the time towards the CS tanks to also profit off of this and put shots in. T-Sec, Panzerfury not stopping, but the reinforcements for Cashback have arrived.
Yeah, T-Sec and Panzerfury tried to help there, but now Twilight is in trouble, but Franak in return is in a lot of trouble himself. Twilight should be rolling backwards already, doesn't need to take all of this damage. He now realizes that's a big strike, hitting home on these 3 tanks from Hit and Run, who are now pressuring the K-line, but this kind of looks like death right in front of them. They're getting shot from the middle, they're trying to run away, and Hit and Run come into this matchup with an idea, with a play, but not today, as they get pushed back from that altogether, and I think Cashback might even just repush. Piotr now getting owned from angles as well, from the mid. He's dead, and I think the dreams of Hit and Run are also dead in return with this.
Yeah, keep in mind, one of the tanks on the Hit lineup is that light tank that also doesn't really have the firepower. He has a strike available, but the players of Cashback are doing a good job of really staying apart, as Barbarian is now going to push in with his DPM E50M against the IS-7 of DJ. That puts one more into Little, but that is 2 medium tanks, 2 tanks with DPM. DJ trying to stay safe from the E50M, can only do so for so long. One more shot coming out, but the strike is going to confirm his demise, and that means 3 tanks for Hit and Run remaining. Only Cashback still with 6.
Yeah, and for Hit and Run coming into the match, it's exactly the same start as against W Kihan. Immediately losing the first round in quite a convincing fashion. They kept pushing through, and not sure what they like. Finding Squeezy, okay, but the bigger question is Franek on that mid strike. I questioned it, and it did prove to be a mistake altogether to go there with a Mivi, to be honest.
Yeah, completely getting caught out. There were too many angles in the middle of the map. We were all watching those CS tanks that were booking it over the K-line, but Franek completely getting caught. Katsai there taking a shot because of the information tower. Squeezy, I think, in that Centurion, and good strike placement coming out from one of the CSs of Cashback as well, hitting that RHM. And once again, the police helicopter is here, Ducky. We've got a man on the run.
Yeah, I think it's a 5-star wanted level at this point is Katsai. They will put him in jail. It's pretty soon. He'll run into the E50M of Liberty, who says, thank you very much for that. Aka will find the ram, will find the big damage. The strike coming in, and no better start for Cashback than a quick, easy warm-up round on Sand River. Really,
the camera cutting away there for a little second. It was just too gruesome to watch. But yeah, Cashback still 10,000 HP remaining. Really coming into this first match. And I mean, it's the age-old question. Is it better to be in the lower bracket final already and waiting? Or is it better to have that match before that where you play, but you lose, but you're warmed up, but you're probably, well, in not that good of a mood?
Well, lower bracket runs, Kihan, they happen. You know, back in my day, we also did a lower bracket run, and we were playing match after match after match, you know, for the WICI qualifier. I think it was also WICI called, right?
Yeah, the 15v15.
Yeah, it was also a lower bracket run. And, you know, you're in the mood then, you know, like you're just playing. So normally I'd say, you know, for Hit it's not that bad, because Cashback has been waiting a while, though. You know, it's already getting towards the evening, so you've waken up, you've brushed your teeth, you had some food, you've discussed the strategies, you've watched a very long match between W and Hit and Run, so it's hard not to be a little sleepy.
Yeah, or maybe a little bit anxious. I mean, as soon as you maybe see that 3-0 between W and Hit, you're probably like, all right, let's kind of get ready, guys. Maybe hop into a training room, get a little bit warmed up, and then, you know, it's actually not over. Instead, 6 more rounds to be played. But it seems to not have phased them. Cashback with a very good start in towards the matchup, and for Hit, kind of the same story as in the upper bracket final, where for the first 3 rounds, they didn't even really show up, to be honest.
No. And they took the second half of the match, but Sand River Keyhand, let's not forget, this is Cashback's pick. They have been a very good team on Sand River. Phase 2, this match was not close, but this is the playoffs though.
Yeah, and playoffs are, of course, a different kind of beast. It's very interesting to note, by the way, both in Phase 2 and Phase 1, Hit beat Cashback, and arguably both of those matches were to be taken seriously as well, because at that point, I think both teams were still in Phase 1 competing for points, and I think in Phase 2, Hit just confirmed that they were going to be the top seed going into the playoffs.
Yeah, but let's not forget, Oki, you know, there was this team last season that lost every single match against Cashback, except for the one where it matters the most.
That is entirely true, and we both know that team is already waiting in the finals. So let's wait and see. I mean, this is lower bracket, so unlike the last match that we watched, whoever is going to lose that one will be relegated to watching from the sidelines. So there is no hiding anything anymore. No hiding strategies, no safety net. Cashback, they want to extend the lead in round number 2. 60 TP IIS7 CSK91, it's switching up a little bit. IIS7 CSK91 times 2, UDES and Foshby.
Surprised they don't opt for that STRV. They've been picking it a lot in return. Hit and run, BZ, IS7, double Mivi, AX, E50M, K91. If you remember, Cashback on Sand River against W had a pretty good showing as well, to be honest. And I was also with that STRV on Little from that side. So we're curious to see how they're going to play this out.
And Cashback has actually slightly switched. 1 ISM less, 1 K91 more. So that is, an unprecedented amount of DPM on the side of Cashback, but kind of low alpha tanks across the board for them. So they cannot really start trading. They need to look for the shootout as 5 of their tanks drive towards the cap immediately, 2 being split off with the UDES and another K91. The CS of Liberty in the middle of the map is going to spot out some of those tanks that are driving through the middle. As Cashback immediately arrive at the cap here, we can see Liberty trying to take the resource of the artillery strike away from the team of Hit, who have sent Call Me Piotr in that IS-7 once again is going to be the front himself, the team captain, to block a little bit of that cap, and the rest of Hit and Run has also joined the fray.
Here comes the fight though, on towards that Foshby Barbarian, who's tanking the damage as he's supposed to. Panzer Fury is the first one getting focused out. The strike coming in as well, that was taken by the side of Cashback. It hits on Panzer Fury and Monster. More strikes coming out, those mini strikes lowering the HP further. Panzer Fury is actually the first one dead. Monster in that Mivi also in trouble. Liberty in return though, not doing too much better. Dissect getting chased down as well. That's a lot of damage for the D50M. One more will do it. Liberty's the one. And now this DPM of the K91s is starting to hurt. It's starting to chew through those tanks from Hit and Run, who had the initial engagement, who had the initial lead. But now with those medium tanks, with the Inspire as well from the UDES coming in, it is very tough for Hit and Run to do something here. They're keeping toe for toe in terms of the health department, but the kills is most important because it's currently a 4-on-3.
It is a 4-on-3 indeed still, but Fronic and DJ trying to hold the front against the tanks of Cashback, who are up by around 1,500, make that 2k HP. Ketsai lording over them on the crown with that Sente X. It is still Inspire available for both teams, but DJ now falling, making it a 4 versus 2. Cashback on their own map pick of Sand River with quick, with easy executions on Hit and Run are going to make it 2-0.
Yeah, Hit and Run tries to take that fight, and honestly, they had the better initial engagement, but not making it work nonetheless.
Yeah, I think over time, the amplified K91 DPM with the Inspire from the UDES just too much to handle. And the strikes as well, yeah, that adds a little bit of DPM as well in towards the fight. And also with those mini strikes, you can even strike down tanks that you normally wouldn't be able to finish, that then can maybe stun as well. So yeah, Cashback make the triple K91 work once again, and I think they really have started picking up that tank as one of their own. So for Hit, this match, just like the last one,
look a lot like the first match, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you see the thing there, though. 2 of those K91s don't do super much, right? But they do more than the respective counterparts from Hit and Run.
Yeah, exactly. And the K91, I mean, I didn't really pay...
with strike, 150 with strike, so it's already 600, 2k with strikes. And how much does this one do with strike? AK, so like 2.5k damage from strike. It's not to be underestimated. It's 10% of the health pool has been removed by strikes in that game, where I think Hit and Run did basically 0 with strikes in return.
Yeah, and then just the base DPM of the K91 is absolutely like off the charts. I think it's like 4,800 or something. Add to that the Inspire of the UDES, which by the way has DPM too.
I mean, the X is doing the same thing, but still, like, he's inspiring Mivis and i7 and things like that, while the UDES is inspiring triple K91 and a CS63.
Yep. And the CS, being a medium, has, of course, DPM as well. Now, second map, as we just saw, it's going to be Pilsen, and it's yet another parallel to match 1 of the day that we saw, where Hit, you know, lost the first round, but then they steal the second one. So, well, I don't know, maybe scriptwriter doing the copy-paste?
To get the scenario right, they first need to lose this battle, and then they need to basically lose the next battle as well, recover it, and then play out from there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, ChatGPT maybe writing the same script twice in a row. Or maybe Hit are going to prove all of us wrong, and now they're going to do something on Pilsen that they haven't done before. Although, Pilsen, of course, I mean, we did see Cashback yesterday play in the match, and they had some interesting, extremely interesting takes on how to play it. Talking about the double RHM cap strategy.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. Hit looks really not good again, you know, but they also look not good against W.
Yeah. I mean, in the regular season, they looked mighty fine, but they really struggle in these scenarios here right now to just get into it. Maybe this is going to be their round. Cashback with Aka?
He's
okay.
Well, trolling. He might not be trolling, to be honest.
Twilight 2684. Then we have 430U, K91, CS63, double bat chat, and we have it, Ducky. Type 5 heavy tank.
Hit and Run and return, double Forge B and E50M, double mouse and double IS7. I mean, okay, the Type 5, it's very healthy. It doesn't really get armor against any of these tanks, to be honest. But he does...
Against the mouses a little bit, maybe.
He does hit hard.
It does hit hard indeed. I mean, the i7 also, I think, 303 APCR.
He's also very tall. Don't forget that. He's very tall. Maybe he's picked for a specific purpose. Look where he's driving. There is a chance that he has the elevation needed to park behind H2, where you see him now. There's a rail there. If he can play behind it and actually reset above it, it makes sense.
Let's see. I think Kit are not really going for the cap right now. Liberty taking a shot of damage there from, I believe, one of those IS-7s. And Call Me Piotr once again is going to form the front line all by himself, as he is staying close to the cap, to the strike, not touching it, however. And over that 0 line, by the way, Cashback are sending the double batch out of Squeezy and Little to kind of try and surprise and hit. They don't really have the forces on the field right now to contest, as Aka in that Type 5... I mean, HP, Turbo, Rama, that's kind of expected, to be honest. One of those bat chats is both of them actually getting spotted. Little taking a shot of damage, but now they're starting to clip out on towards Monster, and the Barbarian with that 430U just adding yet another angle, being aided by Liberty.
And the bat chats are just going to push forward because Piotr and Monster are trying to play together. Brainbreaker now coming in as well with the K91, starts putting the DPM in the mini strike, the big strike. Piotr, Monster, they feel the hurt, they die for it. Monster is dead now. Piotr with a low DPM, IS7 is also sharing a similar fate. The Force B of Ketsai coming in, tries to get something. He's going towards Little by the looks of things, but he's turning on towards Brainbreaker, but Little too late, you could say, as Piotr, more strikes being put. He will fall against Brainbreaker as well. Squeezy and Little will die, potentially against Panzer Fury, but they also have the possibility to kill that E50M between the two of them.
Exactly, Panzfury there has to wait because he had heat loaded, couldn't go through those houses here, but now the Batchat is reloaded. Squeezy is gonna come in and swoop through. Never mind, he actually does miss. Does it matter at the end of the day is the question. Another strike going down on towards Panzfury, 528, but T-Sec coming around the corner, almost fully loaded. Fosh B, Brainbreaker is behind him, or Damaged Engine, but Panzfury to pick it up. Hit and run somehow are making this work. 5 players remaining, but the HP, they're not there for the Polish team.
Brainbreaker's in a little bit of engagement he doesn't want to take against Panzerfury. He does hit a very crucial shot. He has Ketsai behind him, but it's all one shot surrounding him soon. Is that level 3 strike? I'm not sure. Fury's dodging one. He dodges the second as well. Now Ketsai coming from the other angle. Brainbreaker forced forward, takes 2 shots immediately. Does kill T-Sec, but he will fall for this by Ketsai going above. And now Twilight and Liberty faced off against Franak. It's not over just yet.
Indeed, Twilight shuts down Franek, and that leaves us in a 3 versus 3. Arca and the mouse of DJ are fighting it out. Actually, the mouse, I think, with a fluff here, and Arca is about to be reloaded. That is a meaty alpha gun of 600 that goes in towards the mouse. I don't think the mouse can really angle at this close distance. Arca could just penetrate the upper plate of the mouse. Going from this one, let's see if he penetrates the next one. DJ trying to angle, trying to dodge, trying to weave. It is kind of a ballet of really heavy bears, but yeah, Liberty is coming around, and this is the problem for DJ. Twilight also not a one-shot yet for either of those tanks that are facing him. The Type 5 with a bounce takes a shot into the cupola. He's simply too tall, but Liberty is here. The strike going down, and Arca already knows, I don't really need to look at this one anymore. It is done and dusted. 3 versus 2 for the end game.
Yeah, but what positions does Hit and Run have? I mean, Panzerfury is 1-shot, Ketsai is a 2-shot, Ketsai is driving down. In that Fosh B.
He gets spotted.
Yeah,
for this.
but he will not easily find something either. Twilight is waiting already on that angle. Ketsai kind of has to go for it. He tries, he pops the ability, he dies, and Aka, Liberty, and Twilight will convert this round yet again. And yeah, Squeezy, Little, and Brainbreaker kind of fluffing that engagement on B8. Liberty with the strike, the blind strike on Panzerfury even picks him up. But that almost turned bad there because the one batch had committed in while the other one wasn't ready. He missed the shot, which means the 50 stayed on a 2-shot, which then meant Squeezy was like, I don't want to go anymore because I can't kill him on time, which then leads into him dying against the Fosh B coming around, which then leads into Brainbreaker dying also for that almost turned it around because they lost so much HP for that 2 kills there, which they only got 1 of. If they played that out properly, the Hit and Run doesn't even have any claim on this round whatsoever.
Absolutely, and so we find ourselves with
I've been here before.
Tank. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, we find ourselves with a new tank being played in the OLS, the Type 5 Heavy, confirmed OP 100% win rate. Let's take a look at the battle results.
Yeah, let's nerf it.
Well, actually it didn't do that much, to be honest.
I mean, 3.6 definitely did his part. Squeezy and Little, they're losing out a little bit, could have done slightly better. Brainbreaker still does 4.5k, though I don't think it was really his fault that the engagement went that badly. He tried to save it, but wasn't able to do it either. But they already made such a great advantage before that. And just like with W, it looks like Cashback just has the number of Hit and Run.
Indeed. Cashback in every single one of those rounds having the edge. In this last one, it was extremely close. Don't get yourself wrong. Don't get yourself fooled. Like, if any of those engagements just go a little bit more the way of Hit, then all of a sudden we find ourselves here with a 2-1. But like this, it's going to be the quick and not so easy 3-0, at least, because this last round here was far from easy on either team.
But it's another round where Cashback just has a good opening, has a good read, and push their advantage. I mean, they find that IS-7, those mini strikes coming in, big strikes coming in. It's really annoying, and you see how it contributes to killing tanks, right? They drop all of them on Monster, he basically dies, and you might be like, oh, it's only 150 damage, only 250 damage. It's the difference between him surviving for 2 more shots or being dead.
Yeah, I just checked again. The K91 of Brainbreaker had 350 damage with the strikes, and Liberty came in at, what was it? Strike Strike damage? Am I blind right now?
In skills, yeah. Including skills.
Yeah. Over 600. So
Again, that's...
yeah, that is essentially 1,000 damage that they don't need to do with their guns. On top of the stun being caused.
Yeah. Nonetheless, slight delay here, which is actually, I think, good for a hit and run in a way, because they need to return back to the same state that they had against W.
Yeah, and not the state where they lost, but the state where they started winning. I think the delays over the disconnect that one of the players had has been resolved, so we are just about to hop into round number 4. Cashback looking to go on towards match point, and doing so with double T57, Batchat, double Foshby, and double E4. Switching around a little bit, another T57 being added.
Hit and run and return, double B, triple mouse, Foshby, and an EBR. Very heavy still, though.
Very heavy still, yes. And Ketsa is going to be, once again, a crucial tank for the team of Hit and Run. He's going to be a playmaker. He needs to find out that Cashback is playing something that could be interpreted as a trap, because realistically we have 6 autoloaders on the side of Cashback. That is a lot of burst potential, and they're immediately driving towards the cap. But the mouses of Hit and Run, they could form a front line if they don't get flanked.
And Ketsa with the EBR being sent into the field to gather the information, but there will be no information to gain as, I mean, Northern is also info, right?
Well, he knows where they aren't, and just like the missile always knows where it is, Cashback are now booking it towards the cap here with the triple T57 Aka already taking a shot by one of the mouses. But the question is going to be, what does Hit do to reset? Ketsa is taking the strike. That's good already, but you could see Brainbreaker wasn't really driving through the cap. They're not interested in this. Instead, Call Me Piotr is going to find the first T57. Now the other two. It's a big surprise. The strike does come in, and the 50 Bs of Hit, they have arrived.
And the 50 Bs waiting in a trap, waiting for this exact opportunity. They do find great success deleting one of these T57s. Panzer Fury now clipping out with a Forge B as well on towards Twilight, who doesn't seem to be getting away from this just yet. Piotr gives one more. The heal coming in from Piotr on himself doesn't help Twilight whatsoever, and the HP is even. The guns are even as well, even after this great trap. Finally though, Hit and Run get the second one out.
Hit and Run get the second one. Little has reloaded his second clip. 1, 2, 3, 4. He holds on towards the fourth shot, wants to put it in towards the Piotr to make him a one-shot, and he actually succeeds with that. As Squeezy takes a couple shots on the way out. Liberty is unable to shield his body. Force B of Barbarian killing Piotr, however, equalizing the guns, but Hit still have the HP advantage despite having that light tank that now has flanked the E4 of Arca.
Yeah, but Panzer Fury went into deep. He gets surrounded by Cashback. They find him. Barbarian healing will survive just in time as well. Tisek now dead as well. Yeah, that Fush B from Hit and Run committing by himself. And yeah, the HP is good, but you gotta remember that Rexar, that giant in the middle of that blob of Cashback tanks, is the HP. He is the Hit and Run team at this moment in time.
Or Liberty there makes it around the corner, is able to remove Franek as well, so it is 2 versus 4. The tanks of Cashback starting to run low on HP, however. Barbarian 86 and healing a little bit of it back, but he is not going to go above 490, which means that now it is a 2v3. Squeezy putting shot after shot in towards Rexar. Should probably be bailing at this point, to be honest, because now Rexar is reloaded. This means that the Batchat cannot really leave anymore. Good shot from Rexar to pick it up, but in comes Little with the T57 heavy tank, trying to make his clip, is going to succeed. First shot, second shot, and the third one has a fourth, but now Liberty to pick it up. It looks like a wrestling match. The tag team has arrived, and Liberty is the one to pick it up now.
Yeah, some small errors there from Cashback, you know, Barbarian dying without doing a full clip. Ooh, Ketsai tumbling!
Oh god.
Minus 600 for that as well, and losing the speed. Liberty will give one more. He hit some terrain, and the terrain hurts as well.
Yeah, he completely face planted it. He is now on a one shot, 79 HP. Once again, Ketsai in a 1 versus many, and the barrel roll did not help. He needs to kill one of the tanks on the enemy lineup, and to be honest, he needs to kill both, because I think at this point in time, Cashback probably have done more damage against the mouses of Hit and Run.
Liberty taking one from Ketsai, but losing that HP against the terrain is also very impactful nonetheless. But let's talk about it, Key. Even with...
Look at the equipment, by the way, radio.
Yeah, even with this trap that Hit and Run had, they get an advantage, but they also managed to throw it away. And especially, you know, there was a Foch B all of a sudden, F2 surrounded. And I don't think if Fury is there, that this goes the way of Cashback.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Track Shot is going to put another reset. The T-57 of Little kind of staying away here from the whole fray. He has picked up the strike now. That is good, because he'll be able to deny Ketsai from collecting any strikes of his own, because Ketsai, after the little Monka steer moment, is on a one-shot. So...
Look at that ability tick for Liberty though. The cap of course gives you ability ticks as well. He's already back to level 1 ability. And if you're Ketsai, you're really annoyed by that, because whenever the Foch B gets spotted out, he somehow has the ability ready to go. He pops it as well. Ketsai does get spotted out. This is an opportunity for Little. Ketsai, does he touch it? Yes, he does! Find the dodge, but that means Liberty can now relocate though. And Ketsai doesn't have time to flank all the way around anymore.
Nope, Liberty getting spotted once again, so he probably assumes that Ketsai is somewhere still where he was last seen. Now it's all about a game of chicken. Little is going to go into the cap. That makes it easy, but also difficult. But now here comes Ketsai, and here is Liberty quick with the flick of the wrist. And they are going to make it 4-0. Hit and Run look battered, look bruised, look almost broken at this point.
Yeah, unlike W, there's no... I mean, Hit and Run should have won this round, just like they did against W, the second Pilsen, but they don't convert it. Some mispositioning at the mid part, and, you know, Squeezy, Barbarian, they tried to clip this mouse. It got really close, by the way. I think the mouse was 1 second away from reloading and killing the T-57 Heavy. And if he does, the game is over.
Yeah, DJ able to do exactly 1 shot of damage before he gets completely annihilated by the T-57s, but realistically he bought time for his own Foch Bs, and 50 Bs, and for Ketsai as well to deal damage on towards the T-57. Here we can see 2 of them not even really doing any damage whatsoever, not even 1 clip, only Little surviving of those.
The shooting between the others, look at the shooting again. Little bounces only 1, Liberty I think also bounced only 1. Like look across the board, it's very, very good.
Yeah, I think in total less than like 10 shots bounced or missed by Cashback, and that is, of course, one of the things that in the end wins you battles, if your pen rates are better. Of course, like if you just hold your shots to not have bad pen rates, that can also be bad, but here I think the players are really min-maxing to the absolute extreme when they can get those penetrations on towards the opposing tanks. Now, scoreline 4-0, and I actually checked yesterday evening in the entirety of history of OLS, OLF, OCS, there has been a match where a team has come back, and that was in the OLF Season 2 NA unstreamed playoffs, where Beyond Regulation got the first 4 rounds and then Fumes came back with 5. But it is a stretch. It is very, very, very improbable.
Not looking good for Hit and Run. They're gonna have to do another remarkable comeback that they already had to do once against W. Now a second time potentially against Cashback, who today look very, very good.
Yeah, Cashback looking absolutely on point. And if I were W, I would kind of start
W could have been in
pairing a little bit.
Yeah, but W could have been in the same situation. Yeah, I'm very happy. I mean, I'm gonna be tied with Phil. You're very lucky that I didn't get the last one right. Actually, Key, very lucky. Even though I could have been, because you're now 1 point ahead.
I mean, we always have the kind of the opportunity to talk a little bit between the matches, and let me tell you guys, Daki was coping a little bit.
Me? No, not really.
No.
I was honest about the fact that it could have been a 5-3, but then also if W was 4-0 up, it's hard to say that Hit and Run would come back for 4 rounds in a row, you know?
I just heard the first part. Anyway, match point for Cashback, Hit and Run, tournament elimination on the line. And for Cashback, they are trying to deliver the knockout punch. 50B, double BZ75, double CS63, Foch B, and the light tank of the RHM.
Hit and Run 277, double CS, and quad E50M for tournament elimination. 4 match points is what they're playing against.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there might be a restart because one of the players possibly has a DC'd. And I think that is exactly what's going to happen. Now, of course, the teams can pick different tanks going in towards that next round. But yeah, when tournament elimination is on the line, you, of course, don't want to play with only 6
I mean,
players.
maybe
That
Cashback
would be-
should to give Hit and Run a chance to win a game as well, you know?
Maybe that would be fair. But yeah, I think once again, this does give Hit a little bit of breathing room. And to be honest, they need it. They really need it. This is their, let me count, their 14th round that they are playing today.
You gotta remember one thing at the end of the day. Even if Hit and Run win this, they have the easiest cope that you've ever heard in your life. It's so easy for them. At least we won in China. We won where we won where it mattered most, guys. That's what matters. It's such an easy throwback to it. You know, they'll be fine. Don't worry.
I mean, Hit and Run is a team that really likes to win, and when they lose and getting stomped in this kind of fashion, I think it does something, even to teams that have like a long-standing history between them. I know,
Dude, I wouldn't be
within the-
surprised if somebody gets kicked if they lose this, or 2 people get
Yeah.
kicked.
It's like in
Wait, who's the
like
second?
in the Polish community, and I think in the World of Tanks generally, in the competitive community, people really like throwing shade and throwing blame at other individuals. So I wouldn't be surprised.
I can already see it. What was the say about Mafia? I don't know if they can steal anybody from Mafia. Who'd be our 3rd best Polish team? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they steal like Orchek back. You know, who was with Katsai at some point together with Konrad. You know, they just dismantle Mafia or something. Be like, guys, let's make a new Polish super team, version 7.0. This one is the one.
Surely, right? Surely. this
Honestly,
one
though,
is
I
the
wouldn't
one.
be surprised if they replaced 1 or 2 people after.
That's why I started talking about it, right? Because for Hit.
Then again, if Cashback lose, I'm pretty sure that you know they're kicking 1 or 2 players as well. To be honest.
Yeah, that's why I said, like in the Polish community, and then I corrected myself, actually in the general World of Tanks competitive community. It's a regular thing that happens, but I think that also happens, for example, in like sports, etc. Like teams changing out players that they feel are not performing.
First you kick the coach.
Is a regular thing.
So first you put the coach down. It's always the coach's fault, you know?
Yeah, but... Well, and also the other thing to be talked about is, like, we just announced the WICI, so the next tournament that's going to happen in July. And, well, if Hit lose this round, or in fact any of the coming rounds, if there are more than one, then no, Hit will not be there either.
Sure. So it's like losing out on the finals and losing out on another tournament altogether. I mean, at least you have a longer summer break, Aki.
Wonderful. You can go to the sunny beaches in Poland at the Baltic and let the sun shine on your belly.
That doesn't...
Also not bad. Of course, always with like the tablet on the side to watch the tournaments while they're ongoing. But yeah, it seems like actually it's Piotr from Hit, so the team captain himself, who seems to be having internet issues. But there are players to replace him, so we'll see.
It's hard to replace Piotr, though, to be honest, Key.
Yeah, I mean it sometimes happens. So we are currently waiting for that issue to get resolved. Yeah, and indeed, it seems like Rexa is going to get swapped in now. So in one of the if not the most crucial round that Hit are going to be playing in the OLS Season 3. They will have to play with, well, do we call him a bench player? I mean, Rexa is a perfectly competent player, but is he on Piotr level?
I mean, it is unfortunate, but this is why we have rules, you know. We cannot sit here and wait for an hour for potentially internet problems to get fixed, which are outside of our control. So that's why teams have bench players. It just happens to be that it's Piotr, which is a bit unfortunate. But I'm certain that Hit and Run is capable enough to manage without it.
And I mean, especially Cliff is one of those maps where, yes, like calls are important, but I think the initial splits are more important, and those are going to be predetermined. They probably were before the day, like before they even started playing against W. And then it's just about calls, shooting, focus fire, and here is where Hit and Run normally and most of the time strives.
Now, Cliff coming in. It's 4 match points still, though, Kian. No matter what you do, it's 4 match points. This is why it's so different, you know? Like I talked about it with Moff, to be honest. It's like, how to say... When you're down 3-1, it's a whole different story than 4-0. Like when W was there. You know, if W would have been up 4-0, it's also so much different for Hit and Run. This match point makes a lot of difference. But can they save themselves for 1 round? Lineups, yet again, a 50B for Hit and Run, 4 BZs, and double ban.
For cashback, we also have a 50B, double BZ, double CS, Foshb, and the RHM. I don't think cashback really switched their lineup. But then again, they had the option to do so, so Hit and Run certainly are not going to be aware against what they are playing. The question here is, in this knockout round, possibly for Hit, how many players is Liberty going to find with the plane? The answer is 4. This means replane available, and they also see some of those cyclic guns, some of those single shooters driving towards the upside, but they don't have complete info.
They will have double CS taking the hill, Ketsai, T-Sec, Panzerfuhr, and Rexar arriving at the middle, Spotado, CS63s, but there is no initial engagement from Cashback. It's a bit laid back, Ihan. Strike around the hill will get denied by the bad shot of Franek. Liberty taking 2 shots already, will probably take at least 1 more from Franek. No, actually manages to escape altogether now in that RHM, and now BZ's know, I think, that they cannot really climb the hill.
Yeah, T-Sec, though, attempting, I think, or he is just getting punished from the lower side. That's, I think, what's happening. Hit and Run now on the cap, but those CS tanks have the baby strikes available to reset if needs be. They don't have it charged right now, but from the hill, that's normally a position where you can generate experience by shooting at the opposing tanks. At some point in time, Cashback will need to get rid of the problem that they're right now not really playing with a lot of tanks in the fight. The 50B and the Foshb on the lower side are out of it at this moment, and now indeed Hit and Run start the BZ migration on towards the hill. T-Sec almost falling off, Panzerfuhr paying as well, but still, all things considered, it is cheap enough. They are going to wrestle the hill control away from Cashback.
Rexar now peeking up. Monster was trying to make some peeks as well. Got some shots against the 50Bs. Yeah, hill control will be lost. Twilight will be forced down. Barbarian taking some damage. Twilight needs to be careful. He's holding a little bit too strong on the front line. Needs to drop off and get into a better position, but for some reason hasn't done that just yet. Now will back off to the lower side, giving the opportunity to these BZs to overpeak on towards Barbarian, who's also running in towards the middle of the map. He takes 1 more on the way out, and Liberty from behind is starting to chip away, while the Cashback in return is trying to run down DJ on the lower side.
Exactly, the transition from Cashback in towards the donut. They're trying to pick up some tanks, but the strike is going to pick up Barbarian in the meanwhile as Twilight also falls. That's 2 unanswered kills so far by Hit and Run, who are barely ahead in HP. Monster trying to juke Squeezy on the lower side is so far successful. Squeezy, of course, with enough shells in the chamber to be able to eliminate that bad shot if push comes to shove. And now Hit and Run are taking those BZs down from the hill, though little is here here to pick up Monster. The first kill coming in for Hit and Run, but Arca and Brainbreaker now entirely pincered in between the Batchat of Franek, the BZs of Ketsai, Pansfury, and Rexa. Arca taking one more shot on the way out, but Squeezy is here with the Foshbee not quite loaded yet, though.
But it's not that far away, though. Squeezy has 10 seconds left. They do eliminate Brainbreaker before that, though. Good peaks that are coming out from the Hit and Run team. Squeezy now wants to take the strike first. Aka needs to be really careful in that BZ75. There's a 50B lurking from below. And Hit and Run, Keyhand on cliff number 1 are proving that they're not out just yet. 2 tanks left standing for Cashback. Make that one, as Liberty is going to be the last one. It will not be 5-0. It will not. Hit and Run extend their life.
Hit and Run indeed extending their tournament life by at least one more round. They're not going to go out with a clean sweep. The season 3 regular season winners, Hit stay alive, but barely still. Cashback have multiple more opportunities. The next one is also going to be on cliff. Hit now, I mean, they don't really know where the RHM is. They probably have an idea, but they're like, Cap is going to be quicker anyways. Let's go there, guys. I mean, Pansfury even taking a shot from Liberty. But, yeah, at the end of the day, Hit will confirm their first round. But is it too little, too late?
Good question. Is it too little, too late? They have 3 more match points to fend off. This one was good though. The damage taken on the hill was significant for them. You know, to go up, the strike will put them down. But the damage taken to go up was very, very significant. But I think Twilight and Barbarian, you know, they wanted to repush this one to line with the Cashback side. I think they were a little late to run off the hill. Took a lot of damage for it. Barbarian basically died for it, and Twilight ended up dying.
I mean, not basically, he died. He died for it completely. And I think the CS, as you said, as soon as they see the triple BZ coming their way, like, yes, they take 2,500-3,000 damage on the BZs, but they spread it out nicely, which means that the 3 BZs are all still up and available. They're all still healthy. And if you're only 2 CS tanks, even if you're full HP, you cannot fight that. You're just fighting a losing battle at that point. And the call should have been made to evacuate the hill and look for an engagement somewhere else. So yeah, a bit of a misplay coming out from Cashback, giving Hit an opportunity to come back into this match. It is what they desperately needed, to be honest.
But they need more than this, Key. You know, it's like a start. It's a start. And you know who's a happy team to see this, though, in a way? W. The more rounds these teams play, the better.
Yes, they will have to show more strategies. Maybe fatigue can also be a topic here. Although, I mean, between this match and the finals of the OLS, we will also have the finals of the OLF. So whoever wins this match is going to have a bit of a breather between that. Like, there will be an entire best of 11 being played. So there is time to cool down, talk about what happened, and then even warm back up.
Good spread across the damage, though, for both these teams still. Now the question is, wait, what is the map after Cliff?
I would have to check.
I can check, don't worry. I'm checking.
What's the map? I mean, the next map is going to be Cliff
again,
anyway,
yeah, but afterwards we get Ghost Town, though.
Oh, I mean, Cashback has been known to be a very good Ghost Town team, and Cliff, I mean, for them, the most positive thing about it is that most likely Cashback is not going to play La Rata. So, yeah, but first of all, we need to get there, right? Hit need to win this Cliff round, or it's all going to be over anyway.
That's a start, yeah. That's a start, but I think Ghost Town is going to be a hard map for them also.
And the thing is, like, if you're Cashback, you must still be pretty relaxed at this point.
I don't
like,
think
you got
sweating.
4 rounds.
Even the last round, they could have potentially won. I think they realized their own mistakes as well, you know?
And for Hit, every mistake can mean tournament elimination. So, yeah, that is
I don't.
a crazy amount of pressure.
The pressure on Cashback only really comes when it's like 4-3.
then they're like, all right, guys, where did this get out of control? Let's see. I mean, Little always has that 60 TP. That's probably from the garage still. Let's see if he still changes. But Squeezy, Fosh B, then we have triple 430U, CS63, and double BZ75.
Hit and run, again, 50B, quad, BZ, an E50, and an RHM. So they're the one team with the light tank this time around.
The one with the light tank, and also the one with a bit lacking in the DPM department. When you compare it to Cashback, who have 3 of those Fury mediums, against only the singular one of Pan's Fury in the E50M. The light tank seeing 5 tanks, however, and that is a very crucial piece of information. He will also get the replane once again. But he so far is not really using it, maybe waiting a little bit to then reveal where the tanks of Cashback are going to divert to, because so far quadruple BZ by hit and run are booking it to the middle, but is it going to help them is the question, because those 430Us should chew through them pretty quickly, as on the lower side the Fosh B of Squeezy gets revealed because DJ and Pan's Fury pushed through into Donut, and now the 430Us have arrived, Ducky. They're driving up, they're driving over, they're starting to DPM.
This is the fight that Cashback was looking for. They find the isolation on towards Franek. He dies to Twilight. Now Rexar seems to be the next one in that BZ, getting surrounded, and these 430Us with the funny button activated will try to find the success. One of them falls, but the other 2 are still kicking. Barbarian getting ran by Monster. That could be a huge play, isolating him against the hit and run side. Probably the best he could do in that situation. They will find another one of those DPM tanks, so actually a pretty good body block there from Monster. It's Fury to pay the price, and now when the dust settles though, it's 5 on 4 with Cashback in lead of guns, in lead of HP as well.
Little there, no commander, but that doesn't matter. He is just supposed to close range DPM at this point. DJ off of reload in his 50B. Penetrates the first one into Twilight, the second one as well. The third one, does he get it here? He wants to get that CS out of the fight, and he succeeds with it, but does get picked up in return. Little falling as well, though. It is a 3 versus 3, but the HP is favoring Cashback with 2,500.
Yeah, Squeezy in that Fosh B was sitting and waiting for his moment, for his clip to come in, and it's coming now. He has one more shot available after this. Wants to do it against T-Sec. Monster wants to kill Squeezy. He will find the kill, but it's just the 3 of them facing off against the 2 very healthy BZs. Liberty with the ram to find the kill. They need to get T-Sec out. It's not over just yet. This RHM ultra annoying. These BZs now need to find a clean kill on T-Sec, who's pulling forward in towards Liberty. Liberty doesn't miss those. Brainbreaker now with the easy opportunity to put it down, and Ketsai yet again the last man standing for hit and run. He's running for his life, but Liberty pops the booster to chase him down already. Brainbreaker gonna peek this angle as well. There comes the first. Can they get a second as well? No, they cannot, but still, it's Brainbreaker and Liberty versus just the mere light tank of Ketsai.
Yeah, exactly. Liberty now seeing that Ketsai is trying to take the artillery strike. One of the BZ is now staying on the cap. Never mind, I think Brainbreaker is just going to wrap around the donut and try to go to the other side. Of course, Liberty is still spotted here in that BZ-75. Good HE shell, 908 damage, and Brainbreaker is here to possibly save the day. I think he also had HE loaded, and Cashback are going to do it. Firm handshakes between Liberty and Brainbreaker here at the end. Cashback knock out the regular season champions with a furious 5-1 scoreline. Hit and run down in the dust, in almost the dumpster.
2 matches in a row now. You know, the first time they're able to come back, the second time is a comeback too many, to be honest, for hit and run. Regular season champions. Nonetheless, it will be a rematch of the Season 2 finals between Cashback and W, proving that they are, at this moment in time, the best 2 teams that will also be representing Europe at the WICI later in... when was it again? July?
July 4th to 6th.
So they will be very happy, you know, to put themselves not only in the finals, but also in another tournament.
Exactly, and here we see the victorious team of Cashback, Liberty and Brainbreaker 10,000, almost 11,000 damage between the two of them and 3 kills. So yes, the BZ, I mean, doesn't really have that much DPM, but when you get to shoot for what feels like 2 to 3 minutes straight, then you are going to rack up the damage for your team. And for Hit, I mean, kind of a questionable call to go this close in the middle when you see those 430Us. When you see those BZ75s headed your way, and that is kind of a story that we've seen from Hit and Run repeatedly throughout the OLS on Cliff, that they sometimes misjudge how effective their engagement is going to be in the middle of Cliff. And this means that now the tournament bracket is going to get updated. It's not going to be a close affair here in the lower bracket final. Instead, we do get the rematch of, you said it, Season 2 as well. And actually, we had one of those cashback Ws yesterday, where W barely managed to win out, but they did in tiebreaker. And so cashback make it through.
Yeah, cashback make it through. So, you know, the upper bracket semi ends up being the grand finals as well. Well deserved. And the crazy thing is, Kihan, that we could have seen anybody in the finals there. You know, Mafia could have been there as well. Hit and Run could have been there. With the tiebreakers on day one, you know, who knows really what could have happened if one or two things go different.
And here in front of you, you see the tournament bracket for the OLF, because that is actually the match that we are going to spectate next. Stacked versus Burbology. Both of us are not going to be casting there, so I'm going to ask you now on screen, what's your take? Personally, I see Stacked favored.
Stacked heavy favorite. I watched Burbology play. It's I don't think gonna be able to surprise Stacked all too much, to be honest.
All right, so that means we are going to take a quick breather, and when we are back, we are going to determine the OLF AMD Season 3 champions. See you then.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the OLS season playoffs. We are just going to take a quick trip across the pond to the OLF, the Onslaught Legends Finals for NA. It's going to be stacked against Burbology. I'm going to be joined by Phil for this one.
Yeah, looking forward to that. We'll have a best of 11 in front of us, and I have to say, this previous matches definitely leave a lot of expectations. We had a pretty much one-sided match between the teams of Stacked and Bench in the upper bracket, and then Bench arguably should have won the match against Burbology. Now we'll have to see how those two teams will stack up against each other, and I think Stacked is also my favorite for this match.
I don't think you're alone in saying that. That's for sure. Stacked definitely seemed to be everyone's favorites going into this matchup. Burbology, they just narrowly came out on top against the underdogs of Bench yesterday, but they did win the match nonetheless. And you can see over on the very far left there, they very rudely cut out the bottom part of that little poster that Dady is holding up. I think it says thanks. Do you know what the second word in that is?
Thank you, Keyhand.
Thank you, Keyhand, our favorite Wargaming employee, Dady. They're doing a little bit of tomfoolery. They allowed him to let his little poster in, but they cut him off, so a bit of censorship.
Actually, I had to move the text up. Like, I photoshopped the text upwards, so it was at all visible. But yeah, for the player stats, you'll see the full effect, and also when it's moving up. But yeah, the lineup of Stacked, a lot of veterans. You can see their external, Floki, OP Hacker, Sebastian, they all have LAN experience, and the rest of the guy also not new to the scene. We've seen quite a bunch of very dominant wins from Stacked, and yeah, Coleman, one of the reasons that they have been that dominant, we have seen him yesterday, and we have casted some of the matches before as well. KD of 3.2 with nearly 3.6k average damage, nearly 90% pin rate, while also playing an EBR. So good stuff coming in there. We saw him on some more heavier vehicles yesterday on Himmelsdorf as well. So definitely a versatile player. But let's see what the community has to say.
76% in favor of Stacked. I can't say I'm surprised by that. 24% for Burbology, a little bit of credit on their side. Perhaps this will reflect how the score is going to go as we expect it to be. It's a best of 11, right? So we expect it to be. We expect it to be going.
Well, I would say that with Burbology having definitely this history, we cannot count them out. I think 25% or roughly a fourth of the players voting for them makes sense. Quickly looking at the maps, we have Sand River and Ansk Band. And then we start into Himmelsdorf, Cliff, Studzianki, Ghost Town, Westfield, and if we need a tiebreaker, Murovanka.
Yeah, Murovanka tiebreaker is quite a long way away, and you can see, because of the nature that it's a best of 11, there's a lot more picks than there are bans, because you have to go very deep into the map pool. We've got some quick rounds to start off, though. Normally you would expect that to be the case, being the old classics, the bangers of Himmelsdorf and Cliff.
Yeah, and then the more like Studzianki, more unpopular map. I think it was one of the maps that was least played on the European server, but as this is best of 11, we will have to play at least until one team reaches 6, meaning we have 2 rounds of Studzianki ahead of us for sure. And for the later matches, I think we have a good mix of open and more close combat brawly maps. So I'll have to figure out which team can dominate on what kind of terrain, what kind of maps. I think Stacked has shown that they are definitely capable of doing either way. Do you expect them to adopt this red strat with a lot of lightings as well, maybe on the more open maps?
I doubt it. I think if you believe in that kind of playstyle, you would have whipped it out earlier at some other point in a previous match. Our predictions very much aligned. Unlike with the EU playoffs, you can tell we don't really know where that's going to go, but at least in this match, we all seem to be thinking it's stacked all the way.
Yeah, I mean, if the odd one out is just Keyhand with 1 score difference, that speaks usually a clear language. Himmelstore of the first map, and I guess we have a bit of a different setup from the previous rounds of Cliff that we saw Cashback and Hit fight it out about. We expect, I guess, some more heavier tank destroyers, E100s, Mouse maybe, T57s. I think Force B is kind of the only tank that we can see on all the maps, maybe combined with the Batchat, but definitely many things that can be done. Even a CS on the hill is an option. And after a bit of shuffling around, I still see a Type 71.
Now you gotta wait. You gotta wait for the musical chairs to everyone to find their place. And
okay, so 60 TP for Didi, hoping that Kian's luck will guide his gun. Double 50B, IS-7 CS, 268 version 4, and Gator in the E4.
Stacked going with IS-7 Mouse, T57 Heavy, CS, 430U, Foch B, and an E4. So one of everything, really.
Exactly. So that definitely benefits the IS-7 because the DPM boost and the gun handling boost scales on how many different vehicles you have, and if you have like that many roles covered, then this is extra effective. That's
a very good point, actually, to bring up. It's not something that people really talk about very much, but IS-7, those kind of tanks, when they're by themselves, it actually has way more value. Ethan's going to head straight towards that capture circle in the IS-7 and actually going to hop inside. I thought he was just going to lurk around the edge, but oh, no, never mind. He has a second thought and he manages to back up outside of that cap circle. No one going from hill. Going towards that hill from the side of Burbology. So OP, he doesn't know right now, but he does have it all to himself for free. He's not even going to go for the radar, actually. He's actually backing up. That's because of the fact that he doesn't know. He is a little bit afraid. Muscles, on the one line here, this is not really the greatest spot to find yourself in a CS63. He will be able to put some shots in towards Ethan on the cap, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's good trades. They're basically trading with 2 guns against 1. Stacked, still a slight HP advantage, but you can see there with the rotation coming in, double 50B moving up as well. Trades continuing. Koman, we highlighted him earlier, kind of on the receiving end of this, and we'll have to see if the 50Bs combined with Gator and the E4 can make an impact here, because the T57 is definitely firing back.
Yeah, the T57s and 50Bs just trading out the clips between each other. But look at Muscle's HP. Somehow he has gone down to a one-shot, and that means Koman is going to be able to pick up the kill at the expense of a lot of HP on his own tank. But meanwhile, Burbology, they're overpeaking onto the cap. November and Dady are team playing with each other to try and pick up that kill, but Stacked, December has found himself in the middle of the thick of it. He's somehow being crossfired by Deft in that T57 Heavy. He's trying to evacuate. Dady puts a good shot into him in the 60 TP, which is going to put him down to a one-shot as well.
Yeah, the cavalry has arrived now. You can see the 50Bs are swarming in, coming from the southern base. But now it's all on them. Can they pick up the kills? Can they really balance out this HP disadvantage and the tank disadvantage as well? Because you can see Koman is still alive. He has the DPM for at least one more shot into the 60 TP. Now trying to block with a gun. Dady picks up the kill. That's good, but it's still 3 versus 6 tanks, and that round looks very much in favor of Stacked.
Yeah, this round is done. I'm really curious as to how December ended up where he did and what his opening position was, but he somehow just, it felt like he just spawned right in the middle of the entire enemy team and ended up going down very, very quickly. And OP Hacker on the cleanup crew, the leader of this Stacked team, will be taking the first round on Himmels.
Exactly. So Stacked with a good opening, but Burbo definitely looked in the game. So I think especially in a best of 11, this is not a big deal. You can drop around at the beginning. We saw it earlier, W even dropping a couple of them and then coming back in the first match yesterday. But definitely it gives you initial confidence, and confidence is definitely something that helps you survive and have the resilience for a best of 11 match.
For sure, and I think they just soaked up all of the pressure that was coming from the side of Burbology, and OP in the end didn't really actually have to do much from the top of the hill, but he had a nice vantage point to watch over everyone else. I think the push was just very disjointed from Burbology. We mentioned December already. He kind of just found himself in the middle of nowhere and then went in and died too early before the 50Bs were really able to arrive, and so that they could focus on towards another gun. And I'm also curious...
Yeah, he was the one, he took the strike at the beginning, right? So he was like under the destroyed Zeppelin, and then he only managed to put one more shot in because he got like flanked.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Muscles lost his HP as well, because initially the trades on that one line versus Koman, they did a good job of coordinating the strike by putting it on the 430U so that the CS could actually have a chance of winning the 1v1, but then Muscles suddenly just lost all of his HP, perhaps just made a bad peak.
Yeah, I mean, you remember Muscles was trying to support his IS-7 against the IS-7 of Ethan. And then maybe he tried to re-peek, but he didn't realize that Ethan hasn't shot that shot in that specific situation. And then he takes one. For 30U, obviously, also on this distance, will not struggle with the penetrating hits on on the CS, like side or turret. Yeah, I mean, maybe a bit greedy. Muscles in the end getting picked up after only like 3 shots of damage plus a bit of striking. So we'll have to see if they can recover this Himmelsdorf to a 1-1, or if Stacked will start with a bit of an advantage coming 2-0 into the next map.
Well, if any of the previous matches are anything to go by, it shows that when you take the early lead, it doesn't really mean that you're just going to run away with it from there. Although the last match between Cashback and Hit and Run, Cashback definitely got the upper hand early and felt like they just locked Hit and Run out of that match very early on. And if you're Stacked and you are perceived to be the stronger team, then being able to shut down your opponent early on, it could be great for the psychology. Just put your opponent down, maybe make them think, oh, we are the weaker team, maybe we don't have a chance of winning.
Yep. Now we loaded into the second round, and it seems like people are still switching their vehicles. I'll not get baited by Chase that time. Let's start on the lineup of Stacked. We have a T57, E50M, double 430U, double 4SPI, and Ethan in the V4. Burbology again with a double 50B, this time an Inspire medium, Muscles in the Centurion, Chase with a Hurricane, and triple E4.
Triple E4 is quite a commitment as well. Very slow tank. Obviously has the Juggernaut ability to get the damage reduction. And they can be very powerful for just holding crossfire angles and just putting in one high alpha shot of 750. But Stacked are going to full commit to the 1-2. Normally you don't see this from the North spawn because it's much more difficult to clear out those 1-2 line positions, especially if they sit very deep towards the back of the J1 area.
I think Chase just stopped for a second. Yes, Chase pulled back and decided to not get the info tower, so some of the tanks stayed unspotted from the side of Stacked, and that might be good for them because they reached the positions that they kind of wanted to reach without a lot of HP loss. External able to take the strike. There is a bit of cap pressure. I don't think it's necessarily important yet because November will take the strike. But yeah, good stuff for now.
Yeah, there's no tank held up in J1, so that crossfire, that valuable crossfire that you would normally have, is not there, which is great for Stacked, that they don't have to deal with that. It allows them to just freely rotate and be unspotted in doing so. Burbology, meanwhile, they have secured that middle strike, as you said, which is going to be very important later on if they need to reset the cap, because at the moment it's just a one-man cap, right? But if it gets down to maybe 80%, Stacked might consider trying to stack it. Chase just investigating over here, trying
The Himmelsdorf cap circle is fairly smare
It is tiny.
Like,
you're right.
If you compare it to the size of the strike, the chances of basically avoiding it are like very, very, very small.
Yeah, not to mention as well, because Chase is playing a Hurricane, which is a CS63 reskin, he has the mini strike ability, so if he's able to just do one more shot of damage, or just achieve it by any means to get those prestige points, he'll be able to get a mini strike as well. The cap did get reset in the meantime anyway, so it's just a kind of passive pressure being applied by Stacked. They're not really doing anything. Frankly, no one's really doing anything across the map. Everyone's just kind of poking and prodding, trying to figure out what their next move is.
Yeah, and if we assess the situation, we can obviously see there's one strike on either side available, and one strike being picked up. But the important thing is that November is the only one close enough to pick a strike on the side of Burbology. So if he decides to get another one, he needs to get rid of the first strike. So he will probably like just strike Coleman.
They're going to build it up.
And
they're going to let Dark collect another one. Both teams
that
now.
makes sense.
Both teams now are building up their strikes.
Exactly.
Chase still
a bit
poking.
of trading happening. I think the important small thing to consider is that Chase has nearly reached this initial small extra strike mark. I think he will put in like one more shot here or there, and then he will be able to provide decap without having to lose your big strike, which obviously gives the stun as well. So if you have two strikes and they're timed very well, then you can basically put the second strike directly after the medkit of the other team. But as you can see with us talking about those small details already, it's pretty obvious that not a lot of things are happening.
Yeah, and OP is just, again, they're just kind of poking around. They're trying to figure out what the right play is to do, because they don't want to just overstep the mark unknowingly. Cap is down to 30 seconds, but again, with double strike in play, that is not really a problem. Kind of uses it a bit early, to be honest. You want to use it as late as possible so that you can allow the strikes to get cooldowns so you can recollect them again. So it's all about the timings of when you collect these objectives. I think one of the strikes was just used on top of that hill on towards the Hurricane, but again, it's just slowing down the inevitable. It's not really going to have any sort of effect here, and I think we might as well just settle in to this very, very long round. Again, no one's really looking to make some sort of plays, although the Foshbees, they are grouping up on the A line. They're moving over towards the hill, but Chase should be able to spot this.
Yeah, Chase just shot again towards the 430U, so not aware of the second Fosh, but OP Hacker got spotted, and I think that's enough information for Muscles to turn around, make sure he gets at least into the hull-down position. The Centurion turret isn't amazing, but with this much height difference, I think he should be able to use his turret effectively. 30 seconds
Repushing is
left,
suicide here.
and you can see there is some HP loss on the side of the T-57. Sebastian taking, yeah, the better half of this damage. Also a bit of fire damage from what I saw. Yeah, good shot by Muscles, making up for the small mistakes in the previous round with those individual outplays, and Stacked now roughly 2k HP down.
Yeah, let's try to repush over the one line with those T-57s, and I said the E4s, when they're just static and they can pre-aim one angle, they really do a lot of damage. The cap has been reset once more by another strike, and now Stacked, they look like they want to stack the cap, but again, there's still one strike available for Dark Ninja here, so this cap play is not going to work. And
oh, look at OP Hacker, look at OP Hacker. He wants to block November from taking another strike, so he will kind of trade it out now. He took one, he will probably clip out onto the E4. The E4 has the damage reduction ability. OP actually misses one of his shots as well. Now John is coming in, and I think he will be able to exactly activate the ability before the E4 shoots him, so 1500, and he'll regenerate like 70%, something like that. But Dark Ninja picks him up immediately. Good coordination here off the 50B. Strike comes in, picking up November, but OP Hacker is in a heap of trouble. Dady, no shots left, but Dark Ninja with a kill pickup. In the meantime, Stacked now down 2 guns, while Burbo has only lost November. 5,000 HP as well, advantage in favor of Burbology.
Yeah, they kind of just threw away both of the Foch Bs there, and now December, it's all going to come crumbling down. The positions are compromised. Deft is able to just freely poke in that T57 heavy external. Needs to be careful not to overpeak here. He is a one-shot for the E4, and December will actually find that kill, but again, it doesn't really matter here because Burbology have such an HP lead over Stacked in this situation. The cap, Coman's just been sitting there the entire game. The guy has just been striked over and over and over again, unable to do anything, and one more strike will finish him off as well, and that just leaves Deft here in the T57 heavy.
Yeah, and we mentioned it earlier, starting off with a 2-0 would have been a good advantage, but now back to 1-1. We reduced the best of 11 to a best of 9. Burbology making sure they can secure at least one round on Himmelsdorf. And I guess both teams can be still satisfied with that result as long as you're not falling behind. Not being able to convert your own map pick is not a big problem, right?
I mean, you have a map preference, but it doesn't really go that deep. It's not so desperate that you need to win your map picks.
Especially as you know that at least the first 3 maps will be played, right?
Yeah, of course. And because it's best 11, we go very deep into the pool. And I think that play from the Foch Bs, I actually misspoke because I got confused of where they were, and Deft was actually just doing a clip in vain on towards December and that E4. But the double Foch B sacrifice, I guess the idea is that they're going to clip out, but the timings is just not there really, because Dark Ninja always had a strike, so it's not like...
Oh, look at this. Hits received as a result of splash damage, 12.
Yeah, that's...
He had fun.
That's a fun way to go. Not actually seeing your opponent and just constantly getting clapped from above.
Yeah, Muscles staying alive also basically with the sniping damage, keeping his Inspire up whenever it was needed. Definitely helped. The E4s, you mentioned it, the static 750 Alfred guns, very effective. And we will switch from Himmelsdorf to Cliff, a bit of a different map, hopefully also a bit of a faster pace map.
Well, we said Himmels would be fast, and then we got that very
I was about to say, like,
round.
Usually Himmelsdorf is also one of more action-packed maps, but if you kind of get stuck in hold-on positions, and then you have tanks that don't want to cross in the open, like for instance the 50B, not really great at pushing, more of a surprise around the corner kind of vehicle. You have to be careful that you don't drain your resources and lose all the HP before the fight really happens. And that's kind of what happened in the case of Stacked, because they made a commitment and they didn't really get anything out of it. It took them super long to kill November. They didn't even kill him with a Foch, they killed him with a strike, right? And then the Fochs were just overwhelmed by the 50B clip, so weren't able to regenerate their HPs.
Well, it would have made far more sense to me that the Foch B is grouped up with the T57s, or the T57s went with them into the 8 line, because they just did this they both did disjointed pushes into the pre-fire angles of the E4s, and you just keep bleeding HP, and they had to cross so much open ground to get towards them.
Yeah, funny that you said. I was about to say, like, do you think it would have been better to maybe even take one of the 430Us, like external, who even had a strike, and rotate them around as a supportive tank there to kind of DPM into the E4s? Maybe that could have been the difference maker. But either way, like, it doesn't matter. It's 1-1 now, and before Burbology switches around again, we have double BZ75 on the side of Stacked, triple Badget, a Foch B, and the T100.
Meanwhile, Burbology going with double BZ, triple BZ. Is Chase going to switch away from that Type 71? Normally players, they'll have a tank that they have picked in garage by default. It doesn't mean they're going to pick it, but he's had this in every round.
It started.
He's had this in every round prior, and he is in fact picking a Type 71. That tank obviously has did get buffed. They buffed the upper plate.
5 and 5 on each side, so both light tanks doing a good job there.
Yeah, info games being traded out. Just the one tank on the bottom side for either team on the 1-2
and
line.
the light tank.
Both T100s.
So it's basically you got all the combat tanks. Each team had their own light tank, not being spotted, and then the Foch versus the TVP. Koman puts one into December. December actually takes another shot and drops to 1.4, so Koman with a bit of an advantage, but Stacked has bled a bit on the cross, so we'll have to see if they can make use of that. Sebastian will be able to pick up a strike. OP obviously with 3.7k HP, and the BZ should be able to provide decaps for quite some time. And now the light tank trades in the top of the map should begin anytime.
Yeah, but December is in a significant disadvantage here, and if they wanted to, they could technically even use the strike on the hill just to give him another 400 HP of damage, but you've definitely got to keep that for the cap. But never mind that, the triple BZ, they're making their move towards that donut with the TVP, but I think if they push into this, I think Stacked have enough guns to meet them in this push. They've got all these Clipper tanks hiding around the corner, so triple BZ pushing in here is maybe not the greatest idea, and Stacked, are they going to go for the fight? They look like they're a bit indecisive. The Foch Bs, they turn around. They are going to meet them, but the BZs haven't fully committed either. It's just Gator move forwards in this position.
Yeah, and take a look at the bat chats. Like, some of them have 3 shots, some of them have 4 shots. They're not all fully reloaded. And this might make a difference in this initial burst, which that team is relying on, because you can see the TVP started to clip out, external down to 20 HP, TVP not able so far to finish him, Gator as well. Bobology down a bit of HP, but still has 1 extra gun in the game. Now the TVP Muscles picks up external. Muscles has 3 more shots left. Deity in a heap of trouble. External dropped. Deity should be the next one to fall. John in the meantime fall as well. Death down to 1 point, repeating 800 HP left, and I think Muscles will drop first, but Gator definitely has an advantage as Death only with 2 shots left. There will not be any additional help for him, and this looks pretty good for Bobology.
Yeah, but if Gator keeps pushing him, Deft might actually be able to escape this situation, but he just pushes out from his teammate, and Deity will secure that kill. Now December moving forwards in towards the cap, recognizing that Sebastian is on reload here. The HP very much in favor of Bobology, and the guns in the game as well. December just trying to do what he can to kite and stay alive. They're just waiting for the cavalry. That is going to be Deity and Dark Ninja in those BZs as Sebastian just ignores them, trying to get the kill on the T100, trying to make something happen. And it's just Koman left on top of the hill, all on his lonesome.
Yeah, and the question is, where did it all go wrong? I mean, one thing that definitely has to be said, they kind of messed up with not getting the information about the BZs pushing out in time. They saw that the cap was reduced. Initially 3 tanks were in the cap, and then obviously the moment they leave the cap, you have that information. But the Batchets and the 50Bs were kind of like not reloaded, so the question is, were they expecting some earlier repush? Why didn't they like press C, use their abilities potentially? Were they too afraid of being caught off guard in this like 20, 30, depending on the tank, seconds of clip reload? So a bit of a surprise there for them, and then a very costly push onto the TVP of Muscles, who really didn't hold back, giving in the damage, and good stuff by Bobology.
Yeah, the double bat, they pivoted away from the rest of their team while they were re-pushing the donut to go and find that kill on the TVP, and I'm not sure if it was value. I mean, of course the TVP is always a threat, right? If he's just allowed to sit in crossfire and clip with the ability, is able to get that fast reload. But I feel like Stacked should have just ignored him and focused on the kills that they could coordinate their fire on, because with the double bat splitting away, you are really taking away the firepower of your pushing force to go and kill those BZs. And you can see the BZs are the ones that are all left alive at the end. 5.2 from Dark Ninja. Chase didn't do so bad either in that Type 71. Just farming in middle.
Yeah, and the TVP managed to put 2 full clips in, so I guess that was also what you could have expected him to do. And yeah, like external, he did this one shot that he fluffed when he crossed into the donut, and then he was left with 4 shots left. He put those in, but it's just not enough damage from the clip tank. Sebastian survived the longest, obviously with 2 clips on top of the damage shots. Also,
but it's all late game damage though. It's just
yeah, and he was the one that used the strike. In the end, just not enough burst to really chew through all those heavy tanks on the side of Burbology, and good stuff by the Bears to take the lead. And our predictions already on the brink of us falling through.
Yeah, we are very, very close to certain failure. I need Stack to win 5 rounds in a row. I don't know what your prediction was.
I mean, everyone but Kian went 6-2.
Yeah, so we're in some serious trouble right now. But it is just a prediction game, so it's not all lost. I think I'm always more in favor of having a competitive match, and at the moment, Burbology leading the way. Good signs.
Definitely, and we'll also have the pleasure to watch both of those teams in a bit more than a month in the Intercontinental Invitational. So both of them have already qualified, but there's a high chance that those teams will face off first against like the other servers and maybe only see each other in potential semi-final or final. So this will definitely be the biggest clash for the North American server, and so far Burbo has definitely delivered.
I mean, that's what you want to see when you go to these international tournaments. You don't want to watch people from the same server play against each other again and again. That's part of the fun, right? Especially because we never really have much interaction with the Chinese server. It's always cool to see how the different servers match up against each other.
Exactly. So Burbology now. Double Griller, let's see if this is still being switched. Definitely an interesting lineup, stacked, copying the triple BZ75 that they saw Burbology playing. Double CS, Force B, and an E50M. We have 10 seconds left in the in-game countdown.
It's happening. And you know why it's happening? Because look who's in the Burbology lineup. It's Dady. Those who remember him from Season 1 of the OLS on EU, part of the Literally Clueless team, they pioneered the double griller strategy on Cliff. It's definitely fallen out of fashion with most of the top teams, but they're bringing it back.
I remember that LTP, the French team, played it in the 2nd season, I think.
It did not go well for them, though.
Exactly. That was also when Hit and Run played with, I think, BZs and just overpushed and so on. Coleman,
here we go.
The first one to go up. This was so far just the mouse. That was 2 shots by the 2 mice in the bottom. Burbology making it up onto the hill pretty much untouched. Dady will now collect the info tower, and that's a decent start for Burbology.
It is, and they don't know about the double griller right now, because all that damage that Coman took, like you said, it was only from the mouse. So if they continue to go up with these BZs, they might be about to get blasted. Here we go, do the grillers connect the shots?
Yep.
They do, and Ethan takes so much damage, but importantly, he is alive, and now they're starting to pop the heal abilities. They still get up like with a decent amount of HP, and this is enough to potentially win the hill.
Yeah, but we'll have to see if Dady and November will be able to kind of fall back into the supportive fire of muscles there. November already picked this small pocket there, and Dady, having the knowledge that the mouse pushed in, you can see it on the 2 line right now, has the luxury of using the ramp again, as external in the CS had to leave that position. Yeah,
look at this double mouse re-pushing in the 1-2 line towards the donut. I've seen this only one time before, and that was W in the Season 2 Finals against Cashback, but not with double mouse, and John is probably scratching his head thinking, what am I witnessing, as he was able to just clip out on the mouse for free and then back up around that corner. Actually has really good heal ability timing. But look at December though, he's in all sorts of trouble, and he's just backed up onto that little ramp part there. It's the only place where he can sit safe in this position without getting blind fired. But if a strike is collected from stacked, then they will be able to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, one option that they definitely have, as far as I know, you can kind of drive there with the Griller and let the RHM jump on top of the Griller because there's no team damage enabled. And this way you avoid the fall damage.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised actually. It says that Deft has a large strike available, so I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't gone for the blind strike on towards December, but I guess all the damage on December as External takes a truckload. He's getting crossfired from the hill, and the mouse, it seems to be working. They're crossfiring out on towards these positions, but now Dark Ninja is being repushed and no one's really in position to cover him here. They just need to flank that Mighty Mouse. He has a lot of HP, but he's bleeding so very much of it to these guys sitting in front of him, Deft and OP. They don't want to commit any further around that corner for fear of potentially exposing themselves to a Griller. The HP is now equalized. Can Dark Ninja do one more shot of damage before he goes down? Yes, he can. That could make all the difference here. And December, critically, is still alive, but he's in a very awkward position. He's bailed out of G2. He's now running back towards the middle of the map, but he is spotted, and they do now know that there is a one-shot RHM in play.
Oh, look, he peeked over. Misses, Sebastian misses the shot, Muscles as well, but you can see Chase there in the Griller. Very important kill pickup onto the tank on the hill. Now OP Hacker has the chance of retaking the strike. He does so. And you mentioned earlier, November and December. The two brothers both on a sliver of HP, and latest at the time of Sebastian retaking the info point. Oh, good shot there. Dady getting picked up by OP. Chase now with the Griller getting into the fight as well. So gun advantage again in favor of Burbology.
The mighty repush. But yeah, the
moment they pick up the strike and the info tower, that should guarantee a kill basically.
Yeah, but look at Chase. He's flanking in a Griller on Cliff. We saw the mighty repush of the mouse on Cliff already, and now we've got a Griller flanking into the enemy spawn. What a bizarre turn of events. Chase is now spotted on the flank. Is he going to be able to deal a shot of damage to OP Hacker? He's looking for the angle. Strike comes in as well. That's going to soften him up a little bit, but Chase thinks better of it. Realizes OP is going to be safe from him right now, but OP's actually driving in the open. Potentially Muscles can do a shot.
Oh, Sebastian didn't hit that shot, or maybe the heat bounced in the gun or something like that. There is a strike available. At least I thought there was. Maybe OP used it already. That means for now November will be safe. Keep in mind the Griller that was initially positioned on K5 has moved up and is now on F6, so not able to really help onto the BZ, who now picks up November. Good shooting, finally equalizing the guns. Deft now taking advantage of the turretless tank destroyer being a bit handicapped there, sandwiched between the rocks.
HE maybe? From Sebastian?
Muscles.
He does.
Good shot by Sebastian. Deft gets spotted, puts one into Muscles. OP has an angle in case Muscles falls back, and this is now Burbo backs against the wall, stacked with 3 tanks, roughly 2000 HP advantage as well. Chase got spotted, so they know definitely where he is. December in the middle of everyone, and I think this game is definitely theirs to lose. Stacked, picking up one kill after the other. Sebastian might take another shot by Chase, but on this distance the 300-meter rule of the Griller does not apply either way. Another good HE connection. OP puts in another one, and I think Deft will be the one with a final say. It's 2-2 after a split on Himmelsdorf. We are now splitting Cliff 1-1 as well.
What did we just watch? We watched double mouse, double Griller on Cliff, and it almost worked. There's so many moments where I'm just like, I just did not comprehend what was happening. December, it just felt like he was driving around in the middle of everything in his one-shot RHM. I think it's safe to say that they didn't know that they'd put him down to a one-shot. Otherwise, they definitely would have striked him way earlier in the game.
On the other hand, the RHM from this position wasn't really able to contribute to anything either, because the strike, the strike was not really like, he wasn't DPMing on anything, so the strike wasn't really like an urgency. But you can take a look at the post-game stats here. 4 shots penetrated, and no sniping from his side. So yeah, as I said, he wasn't really able to provide any fire. So maybe because he didn't fire, they kind of like forgot about him for a moment. OP with a really good performance, 7 out of 7, and good amount of block damage as well. Like surprisingly, 1,850. Deft as well, good shooting. You can see the Forge making the best of it. Sebastian also with some HE penetrations. I mean, Dark Ninja and his buddy Gator did what they could, but in the end, if the Gorillas are not really able to make the big difference, there's just not enough defensive capabilities on the side of Burbology.
It felt like it could have worked though. I think they just...
Yeah, for sure. They got a good amount of damage when the push on the hill happened, but wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, and ultimately they still lost the top of the hill, which was, you know, the double griller. It's not meant to completely shut down anyone going up the hill, but with Stacked sending so many up there, it's kind of inevitable. And like you said, the light at the start or during the game, he couldn't really do anything after the initial opening. I think he got most of the 3k assist he had in the early stages of the round, but I can't help but feel like there was more wiggle room for him to try and do something or get into different positions. But I understand that him being a one-shot makes it very, very tough, because you can't really afford to get spotted.
Yeah, for sure. Especially as I think he was even like on 136 or something like that, so a CS strike. And you remember we had Deft, External and Coman all in CS strikes. Could have just been the end of him as well. Studzianki is the next map. We have seen a bunch of Studzianki during the season. Not the most popular map though. You remember we had this very interesting tiebreaker between Hit and Run and W. Any expectations towards this map? I remember we had even a couple of grillers as well on I think Lotus or Storm's side, played by Sir Jacob. Do you think there's a chance it comes back?
I mean, there's always a chance when Daily's on the team, the grill-obsessed enjoyer. But I don't know, Studzianki's just, especially because it's been played less, it's just a weird map to watch now. It feels like the meta's shifted all over the place, to the point where there's not really a defined idea or that people just do in every single round. We've had a bunch of games where people try to blind push towards the south, committing 4 there, and then that becomes difficult because you're splitting your forces a lot. In the olden days, I say olden days, in the previous seasons in Juggernaut TD meta, it was pretty much always a fight over the north of the map and then pressuring the cap at the same time. But it feels today that teams could do just about anything.
Yeah.
T57 heavies being brought by Stacked. 2684 RHM. Burbology though, double mouse, Leo, 430U, double Fox B, and RHM. So 4057 heavies, especially after the nerf to the ability, that is a very big commitment to make.
Yeah, and now you can see the initial spots, very important. December gets spotted before being able to take the radio, minus 1.6 thousand damage, so very important that both he didn't get the radar and took the damage. So on the side of Stack, we have Coleman still full HP, completely on the other side, kind of like crossing through the base again. There is a bit of a cap attempt, but I don't think they are there to stay. It's more of a pressure move. Dark Ninja now on the outer side, but I think the moment he advances, the RHM should have a chance of spotting him. But keep in mind, with those advancing tanks in the south, there is an advantage
they're under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there is an advantage of the north, because if you're not ending up being the one controlling a strike, you really need to get close.
10 seconds, and the Leo does not have a mini strike available. In fact, there are no strikes available.
4 seconds,
for
3 seconds,
Herbology
2,
as Dark Ninja's forced to drive close, but that's
the cap. Very easy win here on the side of Stacked. I mean, trying to pad their damage numbers a tiny bit more. Ethan putting in a shot, but that's 2 to 3, and we mentioned different strategies and different attempts. I guess they were indeed not there to stay because they wanted to go immediately back to the garage.
Yeah, just no reaction there from the side of Herbology, and I feel for them a little bit because part of the problem is denial of information. They didn't know where their opponent was and exactly what tanks they had. I mean, you get a good idea after December takes all of that damage. He's like, oh guys, by the way, there's maybe 3 or 4 of them at least sniping down the rails.
But he wasn't able to, like, he got like 6 first spots at the beginning, and then he wasn't able to really generate any additional info.
Yeah, just really slow reactions. No reaction really from Herbology, and that's ultimately the problem. They were just too casual about it. They just thought, it's fine if they cap, we have our protocols, everything's under control. But then
2 of the T-57s didn't even fire this round.
Yeah, maximum efficiency. Plus 14 for those guys, but...
And obviously no repair costs.
Yeah, I mean, they're on press accounts, so it doesn't matter, but I suppose that's one way of looking at it. I think this is probably... It's maybe the closest, one of those games where that's like almost the most amount of people that have done 0 damage, but yeah.
I mean, that cashback Pilsen round could have been one of those as well, but in the end it was Iset who didn't deal the damage.
Oh god, don't remind me about that. That was a painful one to watch, especially because I just know that in another universe that would be me in that situation, missing that one shot. That's pretty horrendous. But Herbology, it didn't come down to one individual player. It's just everyone, just lack of urgency to get close to that cap, to put themselves in the position that they need to in order to be able to reset the cap effectively. Because if Dark Ninja goes in just a little bit earlier to block the cap, he's still just going to die because no one else was really reacting or in position to do anything about it.
Yeah, especially against 3 T-57s, you have just like so much burst to survive. And there was like a V4 as well angled towards that direction. So I think Dark Ninja actually shot an HE onto the V4, but the V4 wasn't even part of the tanks in the cap circle.
Yeah,
so
that's unfortunate.
They just like wasted that 10-second mouse reload and then realized that there's no chance for him to get around.
Yeah. It's very relatable though. That moment where it's like, oh, we're getting capped, and then slowly it just dawns on you that it is actually happening and there is nothing that you are able to do about it. So we can just write off that one Stids Yankee and go into the next one. We said that, Herbology, they took the early lead. They were up 2-1. Now they're down for a 3-2. So our predictions are still technically on.
I'm still a believer.
What do you think? Another 3 rounds in a row to save?
Yeah, we'll just have like a 6-2 now, and then we'll send Kian crying into the final match.
I mean, maybe that round was pretty poor from Herbology. This time they're going to be bringing triple mouse, a 430U, double E4, and an EBR.
Yeah, interesting enough, we have double light tank now on the side of Stack, both of them with the potential plane. Sometimes it's a good idea to not immediately use it, like the second plane. If the first one is good, then you don't maybe want to give the information that you have a second plane as well. And you can see...
Oh, he's blind committing again. He doesn't realize that there's double light, and he gets completely outplayed. December gets shut down. He's actually lucky to be alive, to be honest.
I mean, everyone that was there hit him, and you can see the Forge on the other side, the T-57 and so on as well. So there weren't that many guns pointed at him. Let's see, External also takes a big chunk of damage by, I think, Muscles in the E4. So a bit of trading happening on each of the teams, but I don't think that this will make a big difference. 700 HP on the Centurion is for sure a good start, but with this mouse tanks rolling in, we'll have to see how the reaction is happening on the side of Stacked, who have potentially been caught a bit off guard as their Foch is on G3, a bit out of the game.
Deft ran away though, but I'm not even entirely sure that was really necessary, because you've got the Sente X and the E4 covering you. You should be more than happy to just trade that one out. The Mouse are pushing through the middle of the map, they're going on towards Sebastian, and they're not looking for the cap here, they're looking for the push. The E4s are pretty far behind though, they're going to be quite delayed into this, and now Deft is stuck in that position in his RHM, so he is going to be going down. It's only a question of how much damage that November is going to take here as he pushes in towards him.
Yeah, and I think Ethan realized that his goal is to kind of get rid of Dark Ninja together with the incoming forces of John and the supportive force of actually the Amorect External from the back, now in a heap of trouble if they are not able to get rid of one of those high HP heavy tanks.
Yeah, a lot of HP on these German super heavies, but the HP has pretty much equalized in this game, so despite the fact that they picked double light in the beginning, they've actually traded it out reasonably well, and Koman is in the fight, actively shooting the rears of these mouses. John picks up an important kill towards Dady in that E4, has one shell left, and dumps it into the back of one of the mouse there. The HP still even between these two teams. Koman maybe wants to think about going to find that kill.
Ooh, take a look.
Ooh, big strike.
December got eliminated, but External also fighting for survival there. You can see Gator trying to aim at him. Yep, picks up an important kill. This is what makes the difference between those really good teams. Having the understanding that this kill is much more important than putting in another 500 damage into the mouse. But looking at the HPs, they're still pretty even, and if they're able to pick up Chase in the mouse, this is not directly over for Stacked.
No, it's definitely not, and they've got the light tank in place, so as long as they can trade out these kills, OP has his heal ability pop, but he's not going to live long enough to activate it. Chase is still alive in that one-shot mouse. Sebastian picks up a good kill here, so we're into the 2 versus 3 situation. Sebastian now trying to back around the corner. He takes 2 shots from both Muscles and Gator and gives one on his way out. He just needs to hold on for as long as possible to allow his light tank to win in the 1 versus 2 later on. We've seen a very similar situation played out in the match earlier today between Hit and Run and W, but Sebastian this time is able to kite, and he's able to waste time for a bit longer. November, being a one-shot in the 430U, doesn't really have much to say in this one, because he is on that one-shot. He has to be so very careful. At the moment, he's holding a crossfire angle, which is preventing Sebastian from running away any further. Muscles puts in an important shot, and Gator finds the kill. So nicely done from Burbology. Now that's going to put Koman into the 1 versus 3. He needs to get out of this situation without taking any damage. And now it's all going to be up to Burbology as to how they want to play this, how Koman wants to play this as well, in fact, because he doesn't currently have any immediate access to the strikes, and with 3 tanks being alive, that means they can triple stack the cap, which just gives Koman so much less time to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and you can see the police cam has spotted the intruder. Now Koman, with a drive-by, takes one, gives one to Muscles. The cap is still up on 90. I think he can't even get in. He will just get blasted by the HE of the mouse. Yep.
Oh, he gets one more reset. The drive-by shooting is an effective tactic, but it seems like he's run out of HP and just about run out of time. There's nowhere to go. Everyone's pre-aiming all of the angles, and he's not even going to be able to peek in time to get that reset. So Burbology will tie up the score once again after the embarrassment of the previous round on Studzianki. They will be, this time, they're the ones to cap out with 3.
Yeah, but like very different ways of finishing the game as a triple cap. One was not really fought at all, and the other one was very much fought over. So we are ending up in a 3-on-3, and as you mentioned, simply because we love great gameplay, we are hoping for a couple of additional points for Burbology in case Stacked is winning, or just like a win by Burbology whatsoever. great stuff here by Sebastian. 15-15 in a mouse. That is obviously a side product of not being focused. Coleman still with 4,000 damage. Very valid effort. And yeah, I mean, External being picked up quite early in the end was maybe a deciding factor, but Muscles with very good penetration. Gator 11-11 as well. And overall, good stuff, even though they kind of got a bit surprised with this double light tank focusing out December quite at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, they just went for the decisive push, right, to force the hand of Stacked. And in the end, the double light tank, despite the fact that they had full info, they were just kind of forced into the fight that they didn't want. Deft kind of got caught in two minds, ended up running away and bleeding all that HP, and then he was not able to get out of that situation. I still feel like he definitely
should have left a bit earlier, no?
Well, he either should have left earlier or just not left at all, in my opinion. Because in doing so, with trying to leave, he bled the HP. If he just stayed in the hold down, where he can sit kind of safe from the south flank from the E4s, he can force the 430U to trade it out with him, and then that means that External can farm in the meantime as well with Ethan in the E4. So I think that may have been a better option. In the end, he probably did the worst thing, which was run away only half run away, bleed all your HP, and then still remain in a position that can get pushed on.
Easily picked up, exactly. So with all that being said and done, we are getting ready for Ghost Town. Similar to Studzianki, this map has elements of inner city brawl, close combat, fighting for the cap circle, but again, there is a lot of outer space to navigate. There will be light tanks potentially, there will be strike decaps, and we have seen a lot this division between who gets control of the two command centers and who is able to like control the RT strikes. So one of the maps where there can be a lot of experimentation, Daki was bringing it up as well, that there's so much variety that you will never know what to expect. And I think both teams are ready, both teams are prepared. We are about to load into the battle, and I'm much looking forward to hopefully 5 more exciting rounds.
I think that goes for pretty much every map in this current meta. Because of the shift away from the Juggernaut TDs, there's just so much potential for all different kinds of ways that you can play any of the maps, really. And the rat tactic is one part of that, but it just develops into the rest of the meta. Stacked going to be bringing a mouse. Oh, never mind. Triple T57 heavy, a Batchat, 430U, Foch B, and an RHM.
Yeah, and Burbology also using the T57, supported by Berliskowitz, double E4 and 2 430Us, so no light tank on the side of Burbology, but definitely a lot of firepower. We'll have to see if Coleman can make the difference, because he will provide some extra information.
He goes for the plane.
But the plane only spots 3, meaning that he will end up having to question if there's anything else coming that way.
I think he gets a decent idea from that plane, though, because he spots
Yeah, look, the 430U of Def just spotted like 5 tanks committing in there, so they definitely know what is happening. And a very good thing for them is as well that Coleman will be able to put out that strike very early. So with them waiting it out now, they can decap and then get another strike if needed. I would have probably liked External to take the radio tower, just because you just get another tool into your toolbox. Deft trading it out unsuccessfully against Muscles, who puts in a good shot. Sebastian also taking 1. 15 seconds left on the cap. Mind, there is T57 fire right now happening. Dart Ninja taking 2,000 damage, and so does OP Hacker. We'll have to see how much damage he will restore, because yeah, you can see the HP bar filling again, at least for like 500-600 in favor of Stacked.
The cap
now down to 4 seconds. The decap is coming in. Muscles losing 400 HP, but most of all is cap points. So does Dart Ninja. The T57 decap December as well, minus 700 on the E4. And with Sect now having stabilized that situation, you can see 20 seconds only left on the RT strike. So did the T-57 just drop for like 600 damage?
Maybe, I don't know. But Sebastian now pushing forwards. He's actually clipping on towards Gator and the Bliskovica, which is not really the ideal target to be focusing out here. And Burbology decide to abandon the cap attempt. They're actually going to push out and chase in towards Sebastian. And Gator has managed to stay alive. November actually finds the kill, so that was definitely not a good trade. John picks up the straggler, which was Dark Ninja, the one who bled all of the HP earlier on in the round, and now Koman's under pressure as well. He was flanking around the back in the RHM Panzerwagen, but now he has found himself caught in his RHM. Does he have the camo to get away from Muscles? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case as he takes an HE.
560 or 534 or 37. So yeah, down to a 2-shot now for the 430U. But in the meantime, you can see there was a kill pickup as well on the other side. Dark Ninja and Chase, the 2 tanks down on the side of Stacked. Now John following in his grave. So equalized scoreline. Now Ethan only 2 shots left, and good decision making here by External, picking up the kill and making it out. He puts in one more into November. Tracks as well. That's very important for Ethan to get out of the situation. And with Coleman picking up the strike, there's a really good chance for them to eliminate the tank destroyer that has been positioned in the cap circle. Oh, did you see 400 only? That is also obviously great for External, keeping his gun in the game, being able to pick up another kill. Deft now picking up the next one, and I think that game has been decided in favor of Stacked, who will go up 4-3 in this match of best of 11.
Yeah, I was worried for a moment for Stacked. I thought they were pinning too much of their hopes to reset the cap onto that one strike that they collected, but in the end, the peak from Balcony, Burbology were just not prepared for it, and they just bled so much HP in the cap initially that it was too much for them to come back from. Coman was still alive in the RHM as well, which meant that he was able to come in for some late game cleanup just in case things got a little bit close. But Burbology, I don't mind the idea to go into the cap, but I think there's question marks over the exact positioning that they had and where the rest of the team was positioned to cover them.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm pretty sure I saw one of the T-57s, I think John, dropping there, and he lost like 600 on fall damage. In the end, it didn't matter. Good stuff by Stacked closing this round. They had the information provided by the 430U and obviously the initial plane. The RHM, I don't think he was able to deal a lot of damage. We'll see that in the post-game stats. But do you think that gives like a mid-match indication of who will have the edge? Or if Burbo just balances out this round, we are all back to square one?
Well, they're just trading round for round right now. I don't think anyone really has the edge. They're only one round in front of their opponent, nonetheless, and they've still got to get to 6 because it is a grand old best of 11, of course. So no, I don't. I really don't think that's the case, and I still think that Burbo can very much still win this match.
Yeah, Dady on top. I mean, the European player, even with a slightly increased ping, making best use of his T-57. In the end, not enough. I think we have to really see if those tiny decisions that maybe benefit one of the other teams can give them like a 3-5 advantage. But yeah, as you mentioned, if this goes to a 4-4, everything is back to like a tiny best of 3. And I think either team can grab the victory in the end.
Yeah, we'll find out whether Burbology can tie up the score. I think at that point, if it does get tied up 4-4, what would be the next map after that?
I think we started with more closed maps. I think we have like Morovanka left.
I think after Ghost Town it's going to be Westfield. And then Morovanka is the tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. So Westfield and Morovanka. So yeah, the open maps of all the green area that the World of Tanks world has to provide are still to come. Because obviously the desert of Ghost Town will give you a bit of a different atmosphere. We are immediately launching the map video as we are speaking, and the teams are getting ready. Do you think there's a chance we maybe have some more light tank action? You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about, and we've referenced it far too much, given the powerful impact that it's had, the cultural impact it's had on sort of competitive matches. Again, I mean, maybe we'll see double light tank. I don't think either of these teams are really too comfortable with the idea of playing 3 or 4 light tanks and playing solely around this capture reset, but still some interesting ideas being presented in front of us.
Yeah, I will go over the stacked lineup whenever they finish switching around, and then you can take a look at Burbo. We have an E100 double T57 external in his batchet, double 430U, and a Briskavitze, meaning no light tank available for them.
Yeah, they definitely want to go for the fight. Burbology, they're going to go for the fight in a long roundabout sort of way. They've got Gator in the can opener, T57 Heavy, Leopard 1, Double Griller, EBR, and RHM. Now, Double Griller in itself is a curiosity, but the difference between this and the conventional, I say conventional rack tactic, like the rat tactic is just a totally normal thing that people do, but the difference is that it's Double Griller, which means they don't have mini strikes, they don't have the capacity.
This is actually good for stacked, right? Because like if you're not contesting the open, if you not have a light tank, you'll not be caught by a griller that gives you like a 1-2 punch and you lose 2,000 immediately.
Yeah, and based on where the grillers are positioned right now, they're not going to be able to have any angles on towards that cap circle.
I am doubtful that this is the best idea, because like, why don't you just like commit one of your T57s on top of the can opener?
Well, they don't have the information because they don't know what their opponent is rocking in terms of lineup right now. But that strike has been collected by Gator. It only hits just the one though.
Stuff. But yeah, as I mentioned, like the can opener has a very good turret, and if he makes it up in time, you can see he's approaching the ramp right now. He will be able to provide decaps. And yeah, there it is.
He doesn't have a perfect angle on everything though. That is thing to consider. Sebastian is being reset as well. I think that's by the Leo 1, and it looks like Stacked have made a decision to go. Ethan takes a lot of damage initially before anyone else is...
7 seconds on the cap circle, and now Ethan will be able to block any shot coming in from Gator.
Yeah, Ethan is just poking, sacrificing, putting his life on the line to try and block this cap reset from coming in. But again, the Leo still has angles from the offside in J3. He's shooting Koman in the back, which is allowing them to just constantly reset the cap. And Ethan has decided to change his mind about trying to go for the block, probably because he was going to get punished by the Grill 15 in the back lines. But Stack, they still got that HP advantage intact in December. Is maybe...
Oh, look at the timing. External made it around the corner. Deft as well. Now December in a heap of trouble. They will lose this EBR very quickly.
Yeah, he did manage to avoid the ram though, but that's not going to be enough for him to get out. I don't know what he's doing really, creeping around the center of town. I think his team was totally fine.
External just took 1,100 by muscles in the Griller. That is the typical keyhand trade. HP for information, but I think that's a hefty price to pay.
Yeah, they don't know about the double griller, they definitely do now. And it's a very weird situation to be in if you're stacked at this point in the game, because the cap attempt has kind of been halted. It looks like they want to go back to it, but as I say, another reset.
I mean, you saw like 1,090 again, so Deft definitely on the receiving end there.
He's just dead now.
And I think they will just overpeak him, as you said.
They will just overpeak him as another 1k alpha shot comes in from the Grill 15. Gator finishes off that kill, and I don't really know why Def decided to commit in towards that position, because he's just opening it up the map so that the Griller can get involved in the game. Stack again going for some sort of repressure, but they never seem to know quite what they want to do. They've got these low HP targets here of Gator and November, but it's very difficult to actually find the kill on these guys. If they had a strike available, that would be massive. External is low HP as well. Again, the double cap, make that a triple cap attempt is underway, and 6 seconds left. Maybe they're about to steal the round. The RHM needs to get a reset at the last second. There's no strikes available, and it looks like, oh, it just about comes in. There are strikes available. Sorry, misspoke there. And they do get another critical reset. However, John still has all of his cap points available. Dady's going to be forced to peek in again and gets another very important HE reset. So Stacked once more are being denied the cap attempt, but still 10 seconds, it's always under pressure.
Yeah, and keep a look at the other side. Like, the can opener was eliminated. Muscles and the Gorilla had to evacuate, taking 1.2k damage there as well. Dady being forced into retreat. Now Chase a very important decap, but that's not enough.
It's not enough, and Dady's forced to drive in, and he misses the shot, and that means that Stacked will cap it out. After all of that, maybe the 6th time of asking, of attempting to cap, they finally do it.
Yeah, I mean, the shots came in, and it looked pretty good at some point for Verbology, but then the decision-making of Stacked to eliminate the can opener, kind of get rid of this crossfire position and force the light tank close, was definitely what made the difference. And we mentioned it, a 3-5 is already like a small pre-decision. Because you need to win 3 rounds in a row now.
Yeah,
if you're Verbology.
It's definitely a tough place to be, but again, these rounds between these teams, they're just so chaotic. There's so much going on, and the intricate details of Stacked just trying to cap and then not capping, and then trying to cap and then not capping about 4 or 5 different times. I really think that December getting caught ultimately throws the game for Verbology. I understand that he wants to get close and try and create a different angle to get a reset on the cap, but it really feels totally unnecessary for him to die the way he did.
Yeah, and External picking up 2 kills as well. Very important that they got rid of both the EBR and then the can opener. Either way, this is not a victory where I would say Stacked was just simply better. Those were the small things that made the difference, and I think if we have a similar experience on Westfield, this could still go either way.
It definitely could. I think even on reflection of that round, the fact that December dies, even after his death, they were still able to get multiple resets on the cap over and over again. And just imagine in those last few moments there, imagine you have a full HP EBR to come in at that moment when the battle is settled down a bit more, when people have thrown away a few more tanks. He can come in and be that clutch player.
Exactly, and in the end, I mean, Coleman, he was the one taking a bunch of shots by the Gorillas. You know how it is with McDonald's. One is eating them and one is loving it. So Gorilla dealing 5k damage nearly was a good attempt, but in the end, you just don't have the pushing power to kind of retake the important positions. And Stacked now up. I mean, we mentioned it, they were our favorites on a match point. Will this be Kihan's perfect prediction of 6-3?
Well, for his sake, he'll be hoping for that perfect score in the prediction game. I think he's still out in front, so that would only extend his lead further as we go into the final match, and then he probably would have enough points to not be caught.
Kian is very happy. When the food arrived in our office today, that was directly the moment when I had to jump in, and Ki was free to eat. So I think he will come in a very positive mood into the last match, but we're not there yet. We are still in the OLF Season 3 Grand Final, and we'll have to see if Verbology can survive 2 rounds in a row on Westfield and what they have prepared for us.
Yeah, Verbology just deciding what their lineup is going to be as they face elimination. I say elimination as they face the defeat in this grand final. E100 from Dady, Batcha 25T, double Cent AX, a double Bliskovica, and an RHM.
Yeah, the lineup's fairly similar. You can see the E100 being the big difference. Both teams coming in with a light tank. Both teams having a couple of Bliskovicas, a couple of Inspire tanks, like the Batchat, can be a bit more versatile, while the Foch-B has a bit more aggressive brawl potential. We'll have to see how this plays out. Slight HP advantage on the side of Burbology, but I think the E100, if it takes a couple of bad trades, will not really make the difference.
It's a 6-tank plane from both of the light tanks, and radar is going to be attempted at by Coleman, but the RHM of December is going to completely deny that. In return, they're taking the radar, but Stacked, they look like they want to go straight for a fight. They've got control of the north of the double Cent AX, and the rest of the tank destroyers are sitting in the center of town, and the damage is significant on Gator right now. Dark is not faring that much better, but at least he has ability pop to stem the tide.
Yeah, you can see there 2 Centurions, External and Deft, putting in the hurt, making sure the inspiration is ongoing. And if this continues like this, it will be very difficult for the Centurion on A5, I think that's Chase, to kind of provide the same benefits. And as we are speaking, the first kill is being picked up now. Deft joining the fray as well. He might actually just drive into the RT strike, avoids it barely, but the next kill pickup on Gator. Stacked now with a 2-tank advantage. November being the next one to be pressured. There is supportive fire coming in by Stacked, but the E100 still holding the majority of the tanks, just being ignored. November should be the next one to hold, down to 600. Chase as well on 900 HP left, and with nearly double the HP, Stacked might just claw this victory.
I don't think it's a might. I think they definitely will. They've got 7 tanks still left alive, and it's just muscles left in his Cent AX, just chipping away at the back of the map in his Cent AX. They have just been completely rolled in this final battle here, and in the end, Stack took control, and they will be the champions of NA once again.
Yeah, and happy keyhand faces. Everyone saying thanks here, especially him. His map guides helped Stack to convincingly take those cliff rounds in the end and make sure that Burbology is not taking the lead with their double griller strategy. 6-3, I think Burbology gave it a good try, but the favorite of Stacked in the end, just too dominant, and well-deserved victory for the team of OP Hacker and External.
I think in the end, just more consistently better than their opponent. But I think there's several rounds where Burbology could have definitely picked up more round wins. They could have won the Cliff game where they brought double Mouse and double Griller. They definitely could have and probably should have won that last Ghost Town that we just watched as well. So it could have been a much closer affair, but in the end, winning a final, it's all about who makes the least mistakes, and Stacked, they did that.
Yeah, again, very good performance by that team here. You see Muscles, he did a lot of damage, but this 3k sniping was probably in a moment where he was not able to contribute a lot of his own HP. And then in the end, the E100, he mentioned it, not really doing what it was supposed to do, soak up some damage at the beginning. And yeah, Gator as well being completely eliminated before having any impact. Good stuff here coming in from the stack tanks, and again, like Coman with the RHM, really good play. And I think you mentioned 6 initial spots, he had 7 in the end, 3 kills to his name as well. External, really good damage dealing here. I personally think one of those two should be the MVP of this season, because that's definitely a lot of great gameplay and very little mistakes on their side.
That's a shout. I always find MVP to be almost impossible to decide in these matches in Water Tanks competitive, because you have to being able to identify a player's performance over so many individual rounds. Normally, you what sticks in your mind is these standout moments, these highlights where someone gets a clutch in a 1 versus 2. But here it is, laid it all out. The final bracket being displayed for NA. Of course, we lost Dopamine very early on, which was the major shock upset, and probably the team that, if they had woken up, would have been a big challenger for the title once more. But Burbology and Stacked in that final. Stacked take it convincingly 6-3.
Yeah, good stuff by all the teams that made it that far, and congratulations to both of those teams to not only secure a spot in the upcoming Intercontinental Invitational, but also taking the major chunk here, $8,000 and $4,000 in prize money. And I think everyone will also be happy about being able to just say we are the winners, securing the badge for them again, meaning nobody else gets the golden badge. And stacked with a back-to-back victory, a very impressive performance. And if I remember correctly, it's actually like a 3-time win for them, right?
I'm not so clued up on the history of NA tournaments, so I'll just take your word for it. But like you said,
I'm pretty sure they won all of them.
The most important detail is preventing anyone else from getting a super special badge, which means that the rarity and the value of it deflects.
Exactly.
It's just even more valuable. But of
I
course,
think W wants to do the same, right? Like we can see the OLS bracket, obviously leading to the last match of today, the last match of the season as well. W against Cashback, another hype best of 11 match ahead of us. And I think either of those teams can take it. Who are you favoring before we lead us to Ducky and Kian taking over for the last match?
Well, they're both in the final, so they both definitely have a chance. With the resurgence of Cashback in that lower bracket final, I've definitely got higher hopes for this match to be competitive. I've gone 6-5W tiebreaker, which indicates how close I think it's going to be. Kihan has eaten some food, he's well fed, he's got his energy, he's well rested into that best of 11 final. We will find out what happens after some replays.
Exactly.
captured Ramfalte successfully, but it seems that we stirred up a hornet's nest. We're being chased by several dozen echo tanks.
Isn't science fascinating?
Moving to the extraction point. Babylon, do you copy? We're approaching. Open the portal. Now there's too many of them. Where's the portal? Babylon, do you copy?
Sign up to volunteer for Last Stand.
It seems that extraction is delayed. Okay, we'll wait. Keep on working, guys.
With scientific tools like these, no one will stand in the way of your research. No one.
Hello there, and welcome back for one final match. First of all, though, congratulations to Stack from my side, and I guess from Ducky as well, for winning the OLF Season 3. And now there is one thing remaining. It is to crown the European champions of the OLS. Now, Ducky, in between Cashback and W, which one do you think it's going to be?
Well, my prediction is on Cashback, and
Same, I think.
I need to tally up the points, but I'm not sure where everybody's at right now. I think it was 48, 48, 49, and 46 before the last match. So I think now it is, you're on 51, I think. And
That would be secured victory, I think, no?
no.
Or at least tied with someone, if I'm horribly wrong now.
If Phil gets his prediction right and the score,
Yeah.
then he ties with you. And since he got the finals correct, we would give it to him as well.
That's a new rule I've never heard about.
I'll get with the program. The finals is the most important match of the season, no?
No debating
Exactly.
that. And to be honest, like kind of a deja vu. We've been here before. Cashback against W in a best of 11. Once before we have had it. That was the final match of season 2 as well. With the better end then for W, I think the scoreline was 6-3. But I mean, both of those have met already in the past, and there was a tiebreaker victory for W. So seemingly very closely matched are Cashback and W. Cashback here staring into the cameras at now the W team. I mean, they have made quite the progression throughout OLCs and also the seasons. They were always kind of the team that were so close to greatness but then fell apart. But after last season's victory, all the doubters kind of got shut up. Or got shut up, rather.
Yeah, it all comes down to this community predictions. I think that's the first time in these playoffs that W actually leads a matchup, Kihan. Which might not be a good thing either.
I mean, that is kind of, I guess, believing in magic if you think that the community prediction actually influences like the outcome of matches. We've also seen the community prediction be thoroughly wrong before, but yeah, if that is a trend you want to follow, it could spell trouble for W. But I think it says quite something that here in the grand finals, W is favored, albeit slightly.
Can they prove this finals role, though? The map pick and Bansky, and there's a few interesting things to note here. Cashback, who had been perma-banning Ensk the whole playoffs, do not ban it against W.
Exactly, they're leaving it open. Studzia, and to be honest, there is not that many bans in a best of 11 because, well, you have quite some maps to pick as well. Studzianki and Muro are not going to be played, so W actually going against the Radstrat and also against the map on which they won tiebreaker against Invil. Sand River is going to be our first one of the day. Quite interesting. We saw Sand River also being played earlier. Ghost Town, number 2, possible rat strategies on the table. Ensk, this is another big one. We talked about it. Ensk, Cashback, the entirety of the season has been banning it so far, leaving it open. W kind of taking advantage a little bit of it here. Or walking into Cashback's trap. We'll have to wait and see. Himmelsdorf, map number 4, so quite city heavy. Thinking about Ghost Town and Himmels back to back to back. And then, I mean, city as well with Pilsen. And the tiebreaker, I mean, it feels kind of like an inevitability that we are going to go to Cliff. And thinking back to last season, this is where W actually got the final point against Cashback. So it would be quite iconic if we end up there, but that is of course far from a guarantee, because I think especially W are a team that work around momentum, and when they have it, it's great, but when they lose it, it's horrible for them.
No, there is a lot at stake here, right? Between these two, Cashback could become a 2-time champion, W could become a 2-time champion. One or the other is going to be true, and it will be decided. I don't know. I feel like Cashback somehow will do some miracles. Especially I like the Sand River for them. They've been very good at it.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. It is Season 1 champion against Season 2 champion. So one of the two teams here are going to get the victory. The question is it going to be Cashback once again reclaiming the throne, or is it going to be W staying glued to the seat?
Split predictions, Kian. Split predictions. I mean, I can't beat you anymore, but I could still...
You can beat others.
Still be Phil and Moff and External. Although, to be fair, this last match, Kian could have really gone anyway, though, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I got very lucky with my prediction. When it went to like 3-3, I was like, no one's gonna get it. But then 3 rounds back to back to back for stacked, at least saving me a little bit. Now, however, it is Cashback versus W. I mean, the players are going to take a little bit of time here as well. They just had, a bit of a breather, but in we go. It is the finals of the Onslaught Legends Series Season 3, sponsored by AMD. We're going to get ourselves into Sand River. Cashback bring an E100 Triple CS63, Centurion Action X, and EE50M.
Versus this STRV, UDES, K91, maybe double BZ. That's what we've seen a lot from the side that W is playing, right? There's no light lineup, but it does have the STRV, the UDES to outspot the strike in the Nord, if it comes down to it. And it's still pretty good at brawling on the K-line as well.
Now, let's see if the teams actually do go towards the K-line. Of course, no light tank by either side available, so this opening by Cashback is not going to get spotted with all of the tanks in towards the south. This is, I think, a strategy that we have seen already being played, as Frugo, the first one to get spotted in his BZ75, making it to the cap, and W need to be kind of careful because they are split a little bit at this point in time. And the BZs, yes, they have a lot of HP, but they don't really have a lot of DPM, so if they get spotted, it might be trouble. The first damage of the finals, though, on towards Liberty.
And you can see these Mivis bailing out of position. Yeah, Cashback playing exactly the same as they did against the boys from Hit and Run, who were playing Crown and then pushing through the base. No such thing here for W. They'll be holding with the double Mivi at G1. The cap will get halted, and they spot out those two Mivis sitting there. I don't know if this is a fight that they would like to take. It's two very hold-on tanks, but they are simply gonna go for it.
And Twilight now chasing after those BZs that have long since abandoned the cap. Mentos, though, very cheeky, driving around the mosque area, is going to give one into the back of the E100. Twilight, bamboozled, shocked a little bit, takes another shot of damage by the STRV that's sitting in the base. So going down to 2.4k, but in comes the hit squad by the boys of Cashback. They have spotted out the double Mivi of W. They want to convert upon it. How much cover is available is the question.
Barbarian Liberty just gonna go up and over with the E50M. Ramming into these Mivis as well. The STRV is farming away, and Barbarian's already dead. They're trying to make this play, but it's gonna cost them so much for it. They find Klur, but now they're out in the open to the UDES, to the K91, to even Frugo in the BZ, who's boosting back, and Aka trying to take the base, but this STRV will simply delete him, and Cashback tries to make the overpush in round number 1, but W have all the answers to this initial play.
Yeah, the ram damage is, I think, what kept Cashback in the round here for quite some time, but the damage coming in by a permanently shooting unspotted damage boosted STRV is absolutely brutal, and Cashback getting punished a little bit for recycling strategies, I believe. W were like, wait, we have seen this one already and we have thought about how to beat it.
Yeah, the STRV covering them. I mean, even if without an STRV, I don't think this push has any success. It's pushing into double, maybe somehow, and trying to kill them without a plane to spot out the STRV. This recycle not working out for Cashback, but for W, dream start. First round in the bag, 6 to go.
Well, 5 to go if you're W, right? But 6 to go for Cashback still, although, I mean, this is a best of 11. One round doesn't really mean a lot if it's not the last one being played. But for W, a very good opening here, and it really comes to show that, well, if you have a finite amount of strategies and tactics that you employ, other teams will look to counter. And here we see the damage being dealt. It was really the STRV that was ripping the Cashback tanks absolutely apart. Like the STRV by itself, already monstrous DPM, then the DPM gets amplified by the roll ability, and also still they had the Udas with the Inspire, so I hesitate to think what kind of DPM the STRV has at that point. Must be breaking 5k threshold easily.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a perfect game for the STRV, right? There's not too much to do for that player except for pew 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 pew. It's the favorite kind of game for the STRV. He just sits there and shoots away.
Point and click adventure once again. You're just like, all right, they're driving in. I mean, my allies are dying. Oh no. Anyway, I started blasting.
I mean, without a plane, it's pretty hard to counter the STRV.
Yeah, and well, both teams actually were playing without the light tank, and I think that is once again another evolvement in kind of the meta game, where if you're like, okay, teams are starting to play no light tank or EBRs, which also don't have planes. Well, we can actually take those sniper TDs, because for them the plane ability of the LT is kind of poison. It is their kryptonite, but if it's not available, then well, it doesn't happen. Phase 2 score, wasn't it reversed? Wasn't it W for the 2? No, Phil is shaking his head. Okay, it was Cashback taking it.
Now, round number 2. Cashback does get to play from the side, which seems a bit favored, though. Teams from West are pretty solid nowadays. You know, they can control the K-line, they can control the middle. Hit and run didn't prove that, but we know Cashback can and will.
Exactly. It's interesting to see, though, that W was like, okay, Cashback has this style of playing without light tank, committing close to cap, committing south. We are not afraid to take the fight. And I think taking advantage a little bit of the Cashback mentality there, where W as well, where Cashback is like, okay, we see an overpush, we are going to take it, and we hope that the opponents didn't expect for us to react that fast. But W, one step ahead this time, just able to anticipate this reckless move, because in the end it was a reckless blind overpush and tearing it to pieces. But now I think we're just about to head in towards round number 2, where Cashback are looking for the equalizer. W want to extend the lead, and Cashback this time bringing the STRV of their own together with an E50M, Centurion Action X, MVY, IS-7, BZ-75, and Barbarian once again rocking that 113.
W in return, Triple BZ, Mivi, E50M, Udes, and a Forge B. So now then, the same story here for W. No plane available. Lil could have and should have a big game in that STRV.
If he gets, or if the other team does him the favor of driving into him, that is. Because, yeah, we kept talking about the dream scenario. Now, this time around, Cashback not committing towards the south, at least not with a terrible amount of tanks. Barbarian with that 113 in towards the middle. The BZ of Brainbreaker, secondary heavy tank in the middle as well, and the rest of the team kind of covering, whereas double BZ by W get found by Barbarian in the middle. No damage being traded, just information at this point. Twilight with the IS-7 is fancying the thought of going for the RT strike, though, and there is no one really that can punish. Barbarian has taken the first one in the middle of the map already.
They might actually just go for Barbarian with Chlorifem Mentos, at least. That's what they're eyeing up right now. If you look at that double BZ, I'm not sure if they're going to pull the trigger, but maybe together with Crossfire from the K-line, they are considering going for that. Twilight taking one from the Udas. That gives in Inspire as well. Nice to have. He's going to be backing off. He takes another one. -2 shots there on Twilight. He will give the information that there is an Udas. And now the BZs are moving forward. Klurf and Mentos on towards Barbarian, or they're going to chill in the part where they are now. They're just going to be chilling by the looks of things, while Itox is starting to make his move on Brain Breaker, that BZ75. That Fushby now peeking around the corner together with Frugo. They want to delete this BZ in the cab, but can they do it? At the same time, Mentos and Klurf boosting past Barbarian actually to shoot Brain Breaker from behind. They will find the first kill with those BZs, with that Fushby, and they do spot out the SCRV, but they're going to be careful for the follow-up, because right now, those double BZ kind of in no man's land. Aka Squeezy already re-pushing on towards Klurf, and this is an opportunity for Cashback to bring it back. Barbarian takes a lot though, and Mentos now boosting away. They found the kill, but they're going to pay with one of their own.
Indeed, Barbarian also down towards one shot in the middle of the map. Klurf finally picked up by the DPM medium, the E50M coming in clutch here, so kills are going to be traded 1-1, but I feel like W had maybe the better end of the exchange. The HP are not really saying that. The strike actually coming in and connecting on towards the Foch of Itox as Twilight finds the Inspire medium of Baby here. One more shot, no, it's not even gonna be that. Cashback putting themselves up a gun, and they cannot really commit on towards the I-7 because Squeezy playing the crown is lording from above. Another strike coming in. It connects on towards two tanks, making Wentos a one-shot as well. Squeezy gonna swoop in, gonna swoop up the kill, and just like that, Cashback turn it around. 6 guns still available versus only Frugo and Ios.
I don't know if they really needed this boost pass to kill Brainbreaker. Maybe Frugo could have secured the kill, because like this boost pass cost them, I think, the game in a way. Like 2 BZs dying in return, Baby then getting pushed by the I7. Really good play from Twilight, right? Pushes that Inspire tank, and you know the Udas really struggles in face hooks to do damage. And as a result of that, they do find an immediate return. 1-1 coming out of Sand River. No loss, no gain for either team. Best of 11 becomes a best of 9.
Exactly. Cashback, the ones to, I believe, pick Sand River, as they were A in the pick and ban. W going through the upper bracket, deciding or giving the A spot to Cashback by picking B. Not that it really matters that much, because both teams actually do get a first ban here. So, yeah. In the end, you said it, Sand River split. I think good rounds by both teams. The first one, W just completely reading what Cashback was doing, and then I think in round 2 getting a bit over-eager, and Cashback being ready and there to punish.
Yeah, this SCRV strat from West is very potent to play. By the looks of things, is able to hold these kind of pushes, but I think W really had an opening there by killing that BZ of Brainbreaker. If they did that without pushing past, I think the game is in their hands. Up a gun, play around it like this. A lot harder though.
Yeah, and this time Barbarian for his team stepping up 5.2k. I mean, the 113, it gets overlooked a lot of the time. Personally, I'm a passionate hater of the tank. But like the issues that it has, like module or taking crits, are kind of mitigated by the onslaught modifiers. The same for the gun inaccuracy, where normally in the 113, if you're playing randoms, you kind of feel like you need the heat to compensate for the fact that the gun is just inaccurate. But that is not a fact in onslaught. And then, I mean, the DPM that it has, it kind of remains. It sits sort of in this heavium spot, right? It's a heavy medium kind of thing, similar to a 430U in a way. But yeah, that is Sand River done, so this means we are going towards a ghost town, and both of us probably have the same question on our minds right now.
Yeah, how many lights and how many Leos? I would like to see it, Kian. I would like to see it one day. You know, both of the teams playing La Rata against each other, and you just see the madness that unfolds.
I mean, at that point, it's kind of a coin flip game, right? Because so many things in such a scenario are super volatile, up to chance and up to timings. Like when someone spots someone else, how many guns are going to be available to shoot, etc. Which info towers are taken when. It's absolutely... It could be a complete madness. But the thing is, are we going to see it? Maybe even not. Like, we don't know what the players are going to pick.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past W to play it again. It worked against Hit and Run, why not? Or they could also not play it, you know? It's 50-50.
And at that point, going deeper into the mind games, like, if you have so many tanks... I mean, I was going to go off on towards another Tessak rant, but here are the lineups for either team available. Not really, La Rata. It is Cashback playing double light regardless, though. RHM and EBR together with double E4, K91, Batchat, and IS-7.
W in return, though. Double 60p, AX, E50, 268, and double E4. No light tank shenanigans whatsoever.
And I feel like W, they want to force the engagement here, because they have no lights, of course. They have a lot of brawling tanks, but how are they going to force it? They don't really have any tanks that are super quick that could go to the cap. So it will be interesting to see what they are doing. The 268, of course, pretty mobile. So, yeah, maybe linking up with the double medium could be a good idea, as Squeezy, with that EBR immediate spotting run through the middle of the map, tries to find if anything is happening and immediately spots out the double medium, does not crucially see the 268, however. Frugo also spotted as the first tanks from Cashback become apparent for W.
I think they know that there's an EBR available. Nothing else would really outspot them that early, so that's a piece of information together with, of course, the other light tank. The 268, like you said, not being spotted is something, but no quick cap pressure, for example, is... Oof, good shot there from Ios on towards Aka, who is just not ready for that. Takes one to the face, no Juggernaut ability available either, so takes the full damage. Itok's now pushing up on the strike on the east, and Cashback rotating. But right now they also have to still respect the possibility of a cap.
Itok's now taking one of the strikes here, the one on the eastern part of the map, and I think that is not only taking a tool, but also getting kind of a safety net against the cap option, although W would really like, I think, for Cashback to commit on towards the cap, because their tanks are really designed to fight up close and personal. Squeezy in that EBR now goes to the area of the map where he will probably be most useful, and that is the 890 line. He's starting to drive through the bushes. Frugo getting spotted, Itox getting spotted. They know that something must be in this bush line, but of course they don't know where, and they don't have a plane available to counter it, which Squeezy, in turn, funnily enough, of course also doesn't know, because either team doesn't have full info at this point.
No, that's why you see Squeezy not progress past the halfway point. Barbarian trading it out against Itox, though, just trying to get a feel of where the team is. And I think now Barbarian also realizes, okay, Squeezy, you can go forward, no problem. And this is trouble, because Itox is about to get peeked by the majority of this Cashback lineup from the zero line. They're going to start chipping away, and it will be on to W to do something. You can see them gather up because of that as well, but the angles are there for Cashback, but they're down 3000 HP. They would like to remove a gun from the game before anything happens here. Mentos will find a big shot against Brainbreaker, 744. Frugo and Ios now pushing in as well, and W realizing that they gotta make an overload in this position. They find the first kill on towards Aka. They're trying to force the issue because they know the light tanks are available. Itox will fall. Mentos needs Frugo to open up to get the 1-2 sucker punch. He finds the first. He'll give one more to Barbarian as well. Normally speaking, doesn't shoot actually because Frugo's body blocking. Frugo's dying actually in front of Mentos.
Indeed, and now the mediums and the light tanks are starting to focus up on towards the 268. That is a huge amount of damage taken by Mentos here. Minus 2,000. Baby also having to run from the EBR. In the meanwhile, on the A line, that is the chokehold that W tried to employ. That is entirely gone. However, Klurf is able to transfer into this K0 position, is able to remove one of the angles. Liberty has to abandon this one, as Klurf now has a good crossfire built up. However, Barbarian needs to be very careful in the E4 of his own. Does the E50M actually have the render distance to hit Barbarian here? Not sure. Oh, what a good prediction, though, by Klurf. is pretty sure that the light tank must be in this bush, and now more blind shots coming in because he probably transferred this knowledge to one of his teammates that, hey, my shot did not connect, this one hit the ground, so he knows where Liberty must roughly be, but he cannot be sure.
Klurf is going to push down though to try and find Liberty. Barbarian's going to be looking. Klurf will find it together with Baby to get the kill on the light, crucially bringing back the tank lead, but also bringing back that HP lead that they lost kind of with the plays there between Frugo and Mentos. Squeezy is behind though, and he would like to generate a kill as well. Barbarian getting pushed on by Jakefa, but that E4 is basically exploding for this.
Exactly, the Batchat was available together with the K91 to protect Barbarian. This means Ios now needs to come in little on the full reload, but that one's not going to take for an eternity here, as Squeezy is able to pick up Mentos once again. Gun advantage for Cashback, so now W want to eliminate this E4, but after this, what will they be playing against? Light and double mediums, those are perfect tanks for an endgame scenario, as Baby also was spotted in that Centurion action next. Little is going to descend upon him like an angel of death.
Squeezy is in the meantime flanking around, Little coming in position as well, and that E4 kind of jumping off, trying to kill Barbarian. Not sure what happened there. He got clipped up by the Bat, then the K91 blasting as well, and just like that, Cashback get it back from W, that they were just allowed to take this round away. We'll make it 2-1. So Cashback taking back the lead now from W with 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah, and Twilight has a double bush to play with, so he is going to really put the hurt on towards Klurf for making this cross. A strike is going to connect onto Ios as well. That was a full ability strike, and Klurf realizes now this is the full out open. I'm not even going to make it. I'm going to try to turn around, but it doesn't matter. Little turning on his side, but with only Ios remaining in the team of W, this means that he will not be able to take advantage. Instead, Cashback, after going down in the first round, answer with 2 of their own. They are going to be up a point.
Even if Jakefa doesn't misplay there, I think that nonetheless they will be in a lot of trouble, even if they kill the 430U, even if they kill the E4 of Barbarian, because the EBR of Squeezy is full HP. He was hunting down Mentos either way, like Mentos was always dead, and then you have EBR, Batchat, and K91, if I'm not mistaken, as the 3 tanks you're playing against, with like an E4, an E50M, and a 60 TP. Now,
no, I think the issue there was Frugo kind of blocking the shot of Mentos, right? Because not only did Frugo die full HP there, essentially.
Took a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, Mentos also took damage, and they didn't get the kills, so... yeah, not ideal. And even though Klurf stayed alive, he wasn't really able to put his gun to good use. The only damage he really did was against the light tank. So a lot of little things kind of not going W's way in this round. And Cashback probably very happy with themselves. Yes, Aka only 1 shot of damage, but the punish from the outside with the double medium and double light combination was just a little bit too much. And you can see where that damage was coming from. I mean, 850 via roll skill, that still leaves 6,000 damage that Twilight was able to do with his main gun.
Yeah, that's really good damage from Twilight, Little, Barbarian as well. Liberty probably unhappy that he got caught there, but those 3 players, like I said, I think even if Barbarian's dead, playing against the double medium and the EBR, that can generate strike control over 1 to 4 line, slowly pick off a target, I think W is always in trouble.
Now sides are going to be switched, and W will have the attempt of their own at trying to equalize the scoreline. And I think this is already a crucial point in the match here. If Cashback get this 2-point advantage against W, not only will they then be on a 3-round streak, but also this thing about momentum that I was talking about is going to come as a factor. Because for W, it always feels when they are wrestling down opponents in big offs such as this, the rounds that they win, they feel great, but more often than not, they're close. So they're keeping up the pressure and keeping the momentum rolling. But then when they fall apart, it feels like they've lost their edge. And that is always very brutal to see. So from Cashback's perspective, getting the 3rd point in a row would be more than great.
It would get the ball really rolling. Then we're talking about some real momentum at that point. Especially this Ghost Gun was probably a bit disappointing for W. They tried. I think they could have executed better, and then maybe they would have won, but they're going for it again. No light tanks for W once more. E3, they switch that away. BZ, 1-1B, triple Bliska, double Foch B.
And for cashback, we have the double light tank once again. This time it's going to be a T100 and an EBR together with an E4, K91, Batchat mouse, and IS7. So W, they want to go for the shootout again, but I think the same thing as before is true. Cashback don't really want to give it to them. Then again, this time, I think W actually have the tanks to force the shootout because they have double Bliska and BZ, which are pretty fast tanks. They could drive towards the cap and force some tanks of Cashback close. Cashback, with the light tanks, can generate some strikes, but they only have one strike medium.
And W stopping in front of the cap, trying to see if they can find something. But no, nothing so far in front of them. They're not turning it into a cap straight, though. The radio tower will be taken. The so will the strike. And now W, with a slow and steady approach, will not find anything initially. Now they can start capping, but Cashback's had a lot of time right now to set up position.
Well, let's see how exactly this is going to go. The double Bliska and the 1-1B are going to form the cap squad, as the double Foch B will be a screen. But now W deciding not to commit to it, instead flipping the script a little bit, going through the cap and wanting to take a chunk out of that mouse of Akka that is dangerously close. The Bliskowitz starting to open up, a single shot of damage so far, but that is a lot of crossfire from the men in yellow.
That's a lot of damage as well coming in immediately. The strike hitting and all of the targets from Cashback. You can see them again in this scenario where they're covering the angles. Frugo leading the charge as captain once more, driving past Barbarian. Klurf needing to turn around, but ability activated nonetheless. Ituk's already out of ability. Drakefak trying to come for the kill there as well, but he's already dead, so a little bit of miscommunication between the W players. Now they're turning on towards Akado, and they're doing a good job at deleting these targets, at least generating an HP lead again, and the push might have more success this time than last time if they can keep these low HP players alive. Ios and Klurf and Jakefa even, strike being taken, and I don't think W can stop. I think they gotta go once more.
Yeah, I think they're doomed to basically keep pressing W, their namesake, for the team coming in. The T100 evacuating Brainbreaker is a lot of the firepower that Cashback still have. Little gets found in the Batchat as well, gets unspotted for a second there, but of course Itox knows exactly where that tank was. Ability active, how much is he gonna heal back? Nothing! The strike confirms the kill, but Little is dead as well, so now the tanks of W starting to converge on towards Brainbreaker. They need to get this K91 out of the game, because this one is the DPM that Cashback still have remaining. Baby still full HP, 1-1B starting to come in. Klurf doesn't have ability, is a two-shot in his Foch B. This is dire moments for either team.
Yeah, now Brainbreaker is surrounded for sure by all of the guns from W, missing on the last one. I think it was a bounce and it looked close, but a full HP 1-1B and a stuck T100 at A0. The second overpush for W will bring success. They find it. Frugo leads the charge. Now one tank left standing, exploiting that double light. It looked dangerous, but once they got onto target, the shooting was good. The kills were relatively clean, and Cashbacks couldn't actually hold. They weren't able to generate enough kills this time.
I mean, Squeezy is trying to extend the round a little bit, but Baby is going to go on towards the information tower. Squeezy really trying everything in his power. You could also see that he was even trying to blind reset the info tower. Baby doesn't use it immediately, is going to keep it as a permanent threat. And now, Squeezy in an impossible situation, really. This one's quite unwinnable. And I think the tanks of W might be going for the cap after, for example, Klurf is just collecting on his way a little strike the air. Maybe someone else is going to be taking an info tower, but realistically W are going to equalize it as well. Both teams now having come back from a deficit. The strike is even going to connect onto Squeezy here. But yeah, that's not going to change anything.
No, I mean, they will take the radio tower, they'll start the cap, they can take another strike if they want to. It's game over. I was a little worried there for W for a second, but they were relatively good at deleting targets. I mean, Barbarian died rather quickly, then the mouse didn't last much longer.
Yeah, cap now started. Blurf is the first one in. Baby is joining. Of course, W are not really going to commit any of the one-shot tanks on the cap. But yeah, 27 seconds. Squeezy doesn't have an artillery strike, starting to drive close towards the cap. And at some point, sooner rather than later, they are probably going to pick him up. He drives in, gets a reset, but gets shut down in the process. Baby, the last kill of the game. Once again, we find ourselves at even Stevens. It's 2-2.
2-2. So we have gone from the best of 11 to the best of 9. Now we're in the best of 7.
Yeah.
See where we're going. Best of 5, best of 3.
Best of 1. Could be. Then again...
what about this? We just skip the rest of the rounds. We go straight to the tiebreaker, and we're like...
I think if you ask both teams, both of them would say no.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, because I feel like both teams think that they are better, so they don't want to endanger it in just one round. Like, I think they actually want to play it and win it in regular time. Like, for us, it's of course great to go to tiebreaker. It's the best thing ever to happen as a viewer, as a caster, etc. But I think for players, that's the maximum amount of stress possible. You rather win in regular time.
Okay, well, next up is Ensk, though. So we're going to need to see a lot better Ensk from W than we saw against Hit and Run.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Cashback saw that Ensk performance by W and was like, okay, we're not the best Ensk team, but W seems worse.
Then again, it wasn't just W looking bad, it was also just, at the end of the day, Hit and Run looking really, really good on it and having really good positions.
Yeah. And maybe either of those teams have an ace, a trump card up their sleeves when it comes to tactics. But yeah, Ensk is one of those maps, I think, where you can surprise the opponent, or, well, you can end up surprising yourself if something goes horribly wrong as well. It is a very volatile map as well. Mistakes can easily lead to loss of a lot of HP, because there is going to be most likely autoloaders, most likely high alpha TDs as well. So, despite it being kind of a small map, I mean, this is the small Ensk, 600 by 600 meters, I think that doesn't make it actually easier to play. If anything, mistakes are being punished harder.
Well, both teams' initial is very important on Ensk because it's not a map where you can fall back, reset, get a different angle, and approach it in a different way. If you have a fight straight, you have a fight straight. Your positions at that moment in time are ultra important.
Yeah, another big thing on Ensk are the Inspire mediums as well. How good are they going to be at bringing themselves and keeping themselves in the fight? Like, bringing yourself into the fight is easy. Staying in it, that is the art.
I'm really curious to see this Ensk because Cashback had it banned the whole time. So I'm wondering if it's now a pick because they saw W against Hit and Run, or is it really something they were hiding? Who knows?
I mean, Cashback are going for a very straightforward lineup, I think. Even more straightforward now. It's the double mouse and the quintuple Foch B. That's a hell of a lot of damage in those Foch Bs that they can deal out.
W at the return, though. TDs of their own. Triple E4, double Foch B, a 1-to-1B, and a mouse.
And I just did the math. The clip potential within the Foch Bs is 12,000. 2,400 times 5.
That was very hard, Gihan. We're also very proud of you at home that math is still something within your capabilities. We were worried that once you started working for Wargaming, you know, you would only be able to calculate big numbers.
Uncalled for hostility, but Itox is going to open up the game with a good shot into Twilight. That's being followed up by a TD shot as well. Twilight not really having that good of a time, losing a quarter of his HP very early on. But the Foch Bs are starting to get spotted, I think, as Barbarian starting to trade it out with Clerf, who is in the window. So 2 for 1 the trade, or 2 for 0 rather. And you can see Clerf, 2,820 HP. That is something to chew through. Twilight, yeah, down to 1,600, but there is another double Foch B on the green, and they might be finding Baby here. Let's see if he actually takes track damage. No, he barely makes it out. That was a mere seconds from destruction.
Yeah, but they're doing, I mean, they're bleeding a lot again, but they're doing a good job by pulling W apart, who are now trying to make a push down the 5 line into Brainbreaker and Barbarian, who are kind of ass to ass trying to figure out what they're supposed to do. They're peeking in towards Itox now with those double Foch Bs. Frugo's coming from behind. That's a lot of E4s in front of them as well. They gotta be careful not to explode here. I think they're gonna go for IOS instead. Brainbreaker is now the one that's getting focused for W, but look at IOS disappearing like snow in the sun. Yeah, Brainbreaker will die, but Itox has taken a lot as well, and Frugo now in his Foch B getting striked as well. Little running in with his ability running out as Itox and Frugo fall. Little is the next one to join, and now these Foch Bs are on reload, all 3 of them. Liberty, Squeezy, and Barbarian, leaving Akka and Twilight to just survive the next 20 seconds without any support.
The thing is, though, Twilight's still alive and kicking in that mouse, able to provide crucial damage that might be deciding later on in the game. Squeezy taking damage while he's healing up, being chased down by Mentos. Liberty about to come off reload, would love to clip out into Baby, who obviously knows that, starts running just about in the nick of time, is going to make it around the house. Liberty, respecting that, is going to turn, but does take damage in towards his back. The heal part of the ability kicking in, is it going to be good enough is the question. No! Liberty to shut it down.
Mentos now crossing out in the open, though no ability activated for him. 2.6k. Liberty has one more. Can Akka find the finish? Yes, he can. The ultimate play from Liberty. The full clip, the heal, keeping him alive at points, but it's not over just yet. That 1-1B, we talk about it over and over. It's a very potent tank, getting damage out, getting a shot on Barbarian as well. Akka 1v1ing against an E4. He doesn't win that. Twilight does find a shot against Baby, drops him towards 600, and Akka now doing his final shot in this battle. W still has everything going for them.
Indeed, Jakifar still very healthy. Akka might get one more. No, Jakifar to shut it down. 22 HP actually on the mouse of Twilight. That's an HE one-shot as well. Barbarian going for the strike, but none of the tanks on the lineup of W are actually one-strikeable. Jakifar doing a good thing here, I think, trying to cut off the rotation of Barbarian back into the city. No, does actually continue on. Twilight, does he have anything left in him? Another shot could be crucial, but still problematic times for Cashback right now.
I mean, Baby still has access to the strike on the other side, and Jakifar will find Barbarian out in the open here. Barbarian puts the strike, but it's going to be the kill for that E4. And one tank left standing for Cashback, and this ends Kihan. I liked what Cashback was doing, but the initial damage taken was pretty significant nonetheless.
Yeah, I think W respected the threat that these Foch Bs posed. Oh, Twilight now getting spotted. Jakifar turning the gun. Another kill for the German player. Baby and Jakifar together are going to be rocking it home for W. Once again, advantage for the Pan-European team.
Oh, it was an interesting Ensk. It really was. To be honest, there was a good timing there from Klurf to spot out one of the Foch Bs from Cashback. I think it was a Barbarian. Gets a little bit of damage going his way, but then Twilight took a lot of damage in the beginning. This field push, it was interesting. It did pull W a little bit apart, but not enough to fully dismantle them.
No, and I think what kept Cashback in the game as well was that the initial damage on towards the mouses wasn't enough to remove any of them from the game. Twilight stayed alive for so long after going down to a one-shot, and then even healing up back up to a two-shot again with the aid of his friendly mouse as well. So W were kind of faced with the decision, hey, do we stick it on the mouses or do we turn around on the Foch Bs? Wait, there are Foch Bs coming from the direction of the mouses as well. Those are the closest ones. I guess let's just blow those up. And that is, in the end, what happened. But yeah, the 1-1B, the Inspire medium, we talked about it, an absolutely crucial asset. Baby making 2 very, very narrow getaways, good shooting as well from him, from Klurf, the same absolutely pin-perfect shooting, which just comes to show to which level of gameplay we have kind of advanced to. And the shooting on Cashback, I mean, you cannot blame that one either. It's also very on point.
Yeah, they just didn't keep those Foch Bs alive for long enough. You know, the second volley is what they needed, and it's not what they get out of 3 out of the 5. I mean, Barbarian Liberty do get their secondary clips, but the other ones only getting 1 clip out. You need that secondary clip. That's when the Foch starts paying off the pick of the tank, right? Either deal a second clip or heal for like 1,000 plus, and they were not able to do that. W was able to pick them off, and then the end play there from Liberty with the heal, keeping him alive to find Mentos, who didn't have ability. Without Mentos being tracked there, the game is already over.
Yeah. So now, I mean, first W is in front, then Cashback is in front, now W is in front. We are really starting to trade rounds. But once again, just what I said at the 2-1 mark when we were about to go into round number 4, the same thing holds true here. This could be a deciding moment in the match. If W are now able, because the sides essentially, the script has flipped, excuse me. If W is able to get the 2-round advantage, it could all spiral out of control extremely quickly for Cashback.
Anything could happen. So far, it doesn't seem like Cashback's Ensk is too much to write home about. I think it's more of a, they really didn't want to play Yankee.
That could, of course, also be the case. Then again, it was a good attempt by Cashback. It was kind of brute force and wasn't enough, but I think it got close enough, because if Baby makes, for example, a misstep here, then just hands down Cashback win. It's just that Baby didn't do that misplay. So now Cashback trying to equalize the scoreline once again. They're coming in with a mouse, an Inspire medium this time of their own being played by Liberty, to another 430U being played. The Barbarian with the Foch B, and then triple E4.
W bringing triple E4 of their own, a 1-1B and triple mouse. Simple, straight, and forward. Lots of HP, lots of big alpha.
So what are we trading here? Essentially a 430U and a Foch B for double mouse. W are going to be a little bit slower, a little bit more HP, a little bit more armor as well, you could say, but a little bit less bursty, less mobile. As we open up, Baby there with the spotting run does even destroy the fences, wants to spot deep if Cashback are making the rotation in the city, which of course we can all see is not the case.
And triple E4 from W holding for something. They spot out the E4 now. Itox is actually the one to take the shot. 2 of them finding a return though on towards Twilight, giving some information. Twilight gives one to Itox as well. So honestly, these trades pretty even.
I mean, slightly favoring W, but not really, to be honest. Squeezy is going to be the first one on the artillery strike. This means also that the strike on the field is going to recharge sooner than the one in the city if W wants to take that one even, which as of now doesn't really seem to be the case. Baby is going to get a split off in his 1-1B. Maybe he's the one on strike duty. Double mouse in the cap, 22 seconds, but of course Squeezy has that strike up and available, and for example Twilight or Brainbreaker could spot, but then again they probably know where to place their strike anyway, as Frugo is going to the cap too. Baby in the info point. Is it going to come down is the question. Indeed, there it comes. And reset on both Frugo and Itox. And now Brainbreaker and Aka starting to peek. Good shots into the mouse. That was a worthwhile trade. Maybe not anymore. And well, how much damage is Brainbreaker going to take? Aka with the track shield for Brainbreaker, who decides to stick it with the E4 of his own.
Yeah, you gotta find yourself a teammate like Brainbreaker, that like Aka, that's willing to sit there and wait. They actually end up trading positively. Now Barbarian and Squeezy and Liberty starting to take the eastern part of the map, taking a shot on the crossing is Barbarian. Little pushing back up as well to cover Twilight blocking.
I mean, now W kind of needs to respect the fact that Cashback could be pushing out through the north of the green, so this is why Frugo gets turned around as Cashback is going to go to the cap of their own little, with the Juggernaut ability mitigating a bit of the damage coming in. Frugo with a trade, a good one at that, against Twilight, and Mentos taking a lot of damage so far down those long rails. The E4s of Cashback are really putting in the work. Clur finding no success, and who is that? That's Barbarian on the left of the screen, who is starting to come in, finds the first shot in towards Baby, the second one connecting as well. Baby probably a little bit in panic mode here, starting to fight against the mouse, as this will be a beautiful strike as well. Damage onto 3 tanks. Clur trying to transition over, but Barbarian has a lot of damage in his clip.
Yeah, his entire clip got put out, and W on that cap trying so much, but the lineup of Cashback is a fortress. Twilight and Little, beautiful shielding there from Twilight on towards Little, keeping that E4 secured at all times, and W are not able to find an entrance into this round or find an opportunity to break Cashback on this one either. It is going to be 3-3 moving out of end. Yeah, the crossfire there from Cashback. W so cap orientated, but once Cashback took those rails back from them, it was tough to be a W fan.
And probably even tougher to be a W player. Mentos now, the last one, gets absolutely annihilated. 6 tanks still alive, 9.5k damage, or HP rather, remaining on the team of Cashback. So once again, it is 3-3. It is all even. And yes, indeed, from the best of 7, we have gone to the best of... from the best of 11, we have gone to best of 9, to best of 7, and now to best of 5.
Next season, we're just everything is best of 3, man.
What do you think? Like double round robin for phase 1, everything best of 1?
No, it's like a best of 3 and like a best of 3 and a best of 3. You know, so you have to win 2 best of 3s to win the finals.
I mean, yeah, or maybe best of 3 of best of 3s. You know, like. Kind of a best of in a best of.
You understand how long that takes though? Because every best of is 3 times, that's 27 rounds key hand.
No. I mean like best of first to 2 in best of 3s. That's what I mean. So a maximum of 9 rounds essentially.
I mean, I'm okay with that.
But it could be over after 4 even. But yeah, first of all, damage being done. Mentos top of the chart for W, but let's be realistic. This wasn't really the issue of individual shooting or something. It was just that the strategy employed by Cashback with those long angles through the rails with the E4s being extremely punishing just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, the crossfire at some point on this cap becomes so annoying to play, right? You play on the cap, there's E4 south, there's another E4 that progressed on the second rail, there's tanks in the north. You start slowly but surely getting withered down from these angles. You gotta peek. Every time you peek, you get punished by an E4, you can't retaliate, and then you want to peek out the north, and all you gotta shoot at is, let's be real, people always cope about mouse has no armor. Ask the people playing here if they enjoy shooting at a mouse on like 200 meters, even with E4s.
Yeah. The answer is, well, not really. That is Ensk done. Himmelsdorf is next. Quite the iconic map. Happy to see it back in Onslaught. And Himmelsdorf, it's always the question for the teams that they are probably asking themselves, well, hill or no hill?
I mean, I wouldn't.
Me neither. But we have seen the hill being played by, I think, Cashback are very well known for doing that. So it's kind of the question, are they going to repeat this? Or maybe that's also the thing. Like, whatever you have done in the season up until now, teams have seen that already. So that is, in every single round that's being played, that's the chance for either team here to kind of, you know, change it up a little bit. And I swear I didn't see this before. Ah, okay. Mentos switching away from the Tissac. All right. Cashback, double B, double mouse, bad chat, CS, and the Forge B.
W in return, double mouse, a 60 TP, double Forge B, a 268, and a 268 V4. The important thing, Kihan, to note there is the BAT and CS combination, right?
Yeah, that screams hill, if anything. Because on the lower side, you would pick other tanks if you wanted to go brawl. And indeed, both of those are going to book it towards the hill as the double mouse from Cashback drive into the middle, and the double 50B together with the Forge B might be forming a trap, might be driving towards 8 line, might be driving towards the hill, which would be kind of crazy at this point in time. Akka and Twilight, of course, because both of, or all the other tanks in their lineup are not available at this point. They're kind of hanging back, staying back. Double Forge B by W getting sent to the hill. This might be absolutely horrible for W.
Currently, it's looking like a disaster for W. They see this double mouse on the 5 line, but I think they're starting to understand as well there's a lack of info. They are spotted out now driving on the hill. Do they stop or do they keep going? If they keep going, it's game over, Kian. Liberty is now running away, might even be baiting a little bit, but now I think there's a realization from W that there is not enough info, and Cashback, the worst thing they can do is wait. We've talked about this over and over again. The team that waits on this hill is usually the one that starts losing out, and this time around though, they do see the tanks from W running away. They're chasing as well. It is, however, 4-on-4.
It is now 4-on-4. Frugo in that big, meaty 60 TP has joined as well. But baby, this is problematic for W. It does get caught out. The strike going down too. And it is going to hit home on 4 targets. The 50B is just about out of shells here. But Frugo is a single shooter. He doesn't care about this baby. With the reload booster coming in, what looked like a disaster for W is now turning into the faces of Cashback. Batchat and CS for Cashback are trying to support Little in that 50B, who gets tracked, held, is a one-shot baby to pick it up. And really, W in the nick of time responding to the trap on the hill.
Yeah, that 60 TP of Frugo coming in clutch, that 4th tank added to the mix, and now Cashback chased a little bit too much. They were convinced that they had an overmatch, but the double strike and the 60 TP turned it around, and now Akka and Twilight getting pressured down as well, and W is going to take back control yet again of this match. They are looking to put themselves on 4 as Liberty does find Frugo. It's not all over yet, but it's 4-on-6, Gihan. I don't see how Cashback gets back.
I don't either. Mentos is now going to join up with Itox and Ios together with Baby against this fortress of mouses, but it's not an impregnable one. It's going to get overrun sooner rather than later. Akka, even a possible one-shot for the 268 of Baby. That must be on a monstrous amount of damage at this point. You can see the reload booster coming in, even getting a secondary shot in the second mouse. And now the 2 mediums that we talked about are still alive and a kick-in, but is it going to be for long? Probably not. Baby, another kill immediately reloaded against Squeezy in the 1v6. He doesn't clutch those.
No, I don't think Squeezy clutches those, Jackie, if I'm missing on his second shot, but W will get the round back. Yeah, between these two key, I am not sure who's going to take it.
I'm not either. Oh, the HE connection, but not penetration. Connection not with the main armor. Squeezy even duking the artillery strike here. Good shot into Baby. That makes Baby a one-shot. Squeezy, I mean, he finds 1, he finds 2, but he's not going to find 6.
With double mouse, I don't think so. I mean, he's going to take 1 here from Klurf. But it's always good to see Squeezy's extremely, extremely good. And you can see that in those macro situations, he doesn't lose a lot of fights.
No, he doesn't miss a lot of shots either, as Klurf now, the next one, starting to come in. First shot coming in from Squeezy, who was waiting. 1 shot as a response, but Squeezy with the triple kill. Is he going to die to the artillery strike? The answer is no. He jukes those 2, but it's not going to matter. It's all not going to matter. W are once again going to put themselves up a point.
4-3 for W. For my prediction, that's pretty bad, Kihan. For yours, it's still pretty good.
I mean, it's okay-ish, but at the end of the day. I think it is still entirely unpredictable who is going to win it all in the AMD OLS Season 3. And that is such a great thing, that, you know, the matches are actually filled with suspense. Because before today, like, if we ask people, who do you think will win? And imagine the situation at the start of the day, W and Hit are still sitting in the upper bracket waiting to play against each other, Cashback waiting in the lower bracket for the loser of those. Like, I thought to myself, in between those three teams, I actually have no idea who is going to take it.
Well, the rotation of the 60p was just in time for W, together with the double strike hitting home as well. They weren't able to keep Barbarian alive either in that Fush B. They also had just slightly better tanks for the fight, right? Double Fush B and a 268 versus and a 60p versus double 50B. The CS, the Fush B, and the Bat.
Yeah, they were that little bit squishier, and I think that 60dB, that is kind of an off-meta pick a little bit at this point in time, really added value to the brawl for W, because the 60dP, I mean, the side is kind of squishy, but it is still very annoying to shoot. And I mean, Frugo is just in that scenario going to drive at them, be like, yeah, shoot me please. Oh, look at the autoloaders behind me, but shoot me please. And that is exactly not what Cashback wants to do. And yeah, for Cashback, the fact that the double B and the Fosh B just went out there, Barbarian not even doing a clip. I mean, he did 2 shots of damage. That was a disaster. And it was so close to working out. If Cashback just keep going forward after acquiring the spot, I think they win that straight up. They were too slow. They had it in their hands and let it slip.
They would kill a Fush B running away, I think, or almost a full Fush B killing him in the road, and that would have been probably enough to generate the win entirely in that regard.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, like, they kill or near kill a Fosh B, and they don't really have to leave the hill for it. They don't get stuck in kind of this road that leads downward. Instead, the 50Bs shoot and clip out from the hill and then reload, and then they can relocate and do whatever instead of dying. So, yeah, a bit slow by Cashback if there is criticism to be made. Also, I think this was one of the very few rounds where it's quite funny to see that the tanks that were dead for W had more damage than the tanks that were alive. That's just because the mouses kind of weren't really in the fight.
I mean, those mouses were just supposed to delay the game, you know? They weren't supposed to win the battle.
Which is what they did.
Yeah, they did delay, but they're never going to be the ones that are going to be carrying, to be honest. But round, I don't even know which round is this at this point anymore. Cashback coming in, 60p, triple 50B, double mouse, a CS63 versus W's, triple T57, 1-1B, Bliskavitz is time 2, and a Fush B.
I gotcha, homie. It's round number 8. And W, if they win this one, they would be going to match point. Meanwhile, Cashback need a win, I think, at this point. If they let W take the match point, then it becomes so difficult. That would be the 5-3, and remember last season, the result was actually 6-3, and I think the match started off with even Stevens and then just W pulling ahead. This is not what Cashback wants. They again sent this hit squad of 50Bs to the hill. I'm not entirely sure I like it, but what I don't like as well is T57 spotted out in the open. The jig is up for the team of W, but they don't really have anything to push upon at this point in time. The mouse is not that close, the 60TP not that close, and the 50B is already on their way.
Ios Frugo, Jakefa, they're gonna have to make this work somehow against this 60TP. I don't know if this is gonna work out for them. Let's see. They're gonna switch targets actually towards the mouse of Brainbreaker, who's just coming to shield and take damage. Instead, he's gonna be given his life as those 57s make short work out of him. Frugo in return feels the hurt as well. Little not coming in with the finish, to Anaka in return also actually falling. So they have done a very good job here at eliminating targets for the side of W.
Indeed, 2 unanswered kills coming out now, and the HP are kind of even. The T-57 heavy tanks about to come off of reload. This time, Little is going to feel the hurt. Frugo peeking on that crucial one-shot as well. Jakifa, another shot in the chamber. Ios as well, both of them connecting. A third tank going down for cashback. Meanwhile, though, they're looking for the connection on towards Itox, who is alone against 2, but maybe another shot will come out of that Bliskowitz, avoiding the incoming damage. The strike even from Twilight, but Barbarian is on a one-shot, and now this blob of white, it just keeps rolling.
Itox will actually live as well. Twilight trying to make his way back up. I think he will just not make it either. He gets shut down, but even if he did, it is all Ogre for cashback. Finally, a team is able to make a break in the 1-for-1 train. W is going to leave Himmelsdorf on match point with 5-3 in the back.
Exactly. W now in prime position to take victory in the AMD OLS Season 3 for cashback. Well, things are starting to look grim, and I mean, W, kudos to them. They basically they seem to understand that cashback is so focused on the hill that they essentially call the bluff, drive through with T-57s, do very well at keeping their tanks alive, and then good focus fire and good pen rates as well. Lesser teams don't kill those.
I don't know if the mouse is that good to go shield the 60p. The 60p would be annoying to kill in the window anyways, because they have to fully overpeak him. And they might actually bounce a few shots. I'm not sure. I mean, if you're cashback, you just get driven out by T-57s down the middle of Himmelsdorf. It's like he's bunny hopping down Ivy, man. It's unbelievable. Like, just like a speed demon or something.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a quick look at the battle results, and some of the T-57s finding a lot of impact, but most importantly, all of them finding impact early on in the round when the damage actually matters. Like, yeah, late game farm is all good and stuff, but the damage that you do or do not do at the start is more often than not the one that decides the battle. And I mean, the 50Bs, yeah, all of them getting essentially their second clip done, but at that point, the T-57s were in the third.
Yeah, it's like the 57s drive down mid, and they have a good read about what they wanted to do for the side of W. These 50Bs driving hill, they're so late to get into the fight.
Also, I want to kind of give a little shout out to Mentos, because you could see him and Baby were trying to clear out one of the mouses, and the communication between the two of them was so good that the Foch of Mentos didn't actually go for the finish onto the mouse, but instead for damage onto the 50B, for example, in the last shell of the clip, because he saw that the 1-to-1B wasn't able to shoot at the 50B anymore, so as to maximize the output of damage in the team. That is crazy amount of micro. Now we are going to go to what might be the last map that we see.
And it's Pilsen,
maybe
no?
It's Pilsen, yes.
The map where things happened already for cashback. If you mainly look for also for cashback, if you want to remember.
Yeah, I mean, Cat's Eye happened for cashback in that moment in time. But, yeah, this was then, and here is now. That sounds extremely philosophical, but hopefully for them, the team of cashback isn't getting entangled in philosophy right now, because what they need is plain and true, and in front of everyone in plain sight. They need rounds. They need to win this one, or it's all over.
One round at a time, though, yeah? The last one can be the hardest one, but what a remarkable story for W, right? Getting back in this after winning Season 2, the question in many people's head was, can they do it again? Like, was it just
a fluke?
Was it a fluke? And right now they're proving that it wasn't.
Yep. I mean, even if they end up not winning, which would be kind of a tragedy for them, then still, they have been in back-to-back finals in the OLS, which not a lot of teams can say. Actually, only one can say this, or only two in the world. Those are Cashback and W.
Well, my prediction's in the drain. Yours is still
Possible.
possible.
That's kind of the thing with tiebreaker predictions, right? They are still possible until it's over.
Yeah. I think Phil won't catch you, but it will be close. He needs Cashback to pick up one more.
Can Cashback? Well, that means if Cashback pick up this one, then I need to cheer for them to pick up at least one more. That's kind of how it goes. But yeah, apart from this, I think we're just about ready to go into the next one. Maybe the last one. Match point, tournament point for W. And Cashback again are bringing the Type 5. They are recycling strats again, Ducky. And it didn't work on Sand River. Never mind. Aka gets told to F off.
Yeah, no Type 5 for W altogether, but what I do have is 4 bat shots on Pilsen, a 268, a mouse, and an IS-7 facing off against this more well-rounded and armored lineup of Cashback. They're going to have to utilize those clips very, very effectively.
All right, Cashback, CS63, K91, 430U, double Fosh B, V4 and E4, so a lot of TDs, whereas W are going with this nimble hit squad of bad shots. It can work out, but only if it gets a good engage.
I mean, look at it though. Both teams in this beginning starting with 6 on the field, and I would normally favor Cashback stance for a straight field engagement.
I would too, but then again, W are driving in the back of
Twilight
with
takes
bad
this
shots,
tower.
but yeah. If Twilight takes the tower, it's horrible for W. Yeah, now they see it. The jig is up, and you know what's also in the zero line? It's not only the bat chats, it is also double Fosh B, and 4 bat chats in the end are going to kill 2 Fosh Bs, but they're going to bleed a lot for it. That being said, iOS is about to bleed a lot as well as he punishes Liberty in that CS, taking another shot by the 268 of Baby. Good one coming in. iOS, Mentos, Frugo. This is full-on assault coming in by the team of W, trying to overwhelm Cashback here in their match point for the OLS.
Can they do it though? Already Frugo, the team captain, is down. He's yelling the focus fire. Barbarian and Brainbreaker both low. The focus fire not really there from W right now. They do put Brainbreaker down, but Barbarian though still alive in that 430U. He's starting to bleed and the HP starting to swing in W's favor, but these bad shots they're currently out of steam. The IS-7 of iOS is not able to get Barbarian out either. He's still alive, putting in more shots. Baby tries to kill Squeezy. Little with the shield. He's able to do it. The Fosh B just about as big as the other one. Squeezy's about to go into the heal. Baby's not able to get the kill, but that strike coming out. Itox with the kill. Mentos with the second one, and now all of a sudden 3 tanks left standing for Cashback, as Aka will find iOS, but even now with all the information, with everything available to Cashback, they don't seem to be able to convert these rounds. Aka and Twilight against Destiny for a match point on W's side. They do find Baby and they need to find Jakefa as well. It's still possible, however.
And Aka probably now intuitioning over to HE as Jakefa gets the crucial kill on towards Twilight, immediately reloaded again. Aka, is he going to get the pickup on towards Mentos? You can see he doesn't want to shoot the mouse, he doesn't care. He is going to drive around, but he's still holding the shot. Is he going to get it? The HE connection, the HE penetration, but it's not going to do it. Aka blows up as well, and W completed 6-3, 2 times in a row. OLS champions.
Yeah, back to back, and this one is a hard one for Cashback. They knew everything that was happening. The 268 kind of railing that CS in the beginning together with iOS. Liberty was already pretty low when the fight came in, and then killing that double Fosh B behind that building. They managed to find both of the kills was very important. If one of those two lives throughout that, I don't see it.
Yeah, especially since that's a crossfire angle with fully loaded Fosh Bs like that.
And they were like 10 seconds away from it.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy. But like this, W actually make it happen. And to be honest, when the V4 was taking the strike, I was like, yeah, that's it. It's over. W are not going to recover from this. But somehow they are able to make it happen, actually. And they, they do what many thought impossible. They get the back-to-back OLS victories here. Jakifa, the redliner, the man himself, this time around carrying his team with a monstrous 5.2k damage, 2 kills to his name as well, and some very early game damage. And we do see that, you know, the Batchats didn't really find that much success. They got sent in together with the rest of the team, and I think the problem for Cashback was that the environment was so rich with targets that focusing any of those would have worked, but it didn't. But like,
look at it though. Frugo does 1 shot of damage, and they still win the game.
Yeah, maybe driving in to get the opposing team on reload, and then being able to coordinate his team better, if you know what I mean. I mean, Copium at this point, but of course, congratulations to W for making it and recrowning themselves or defending their title, whatever you want to say. They are going to be champions until maybe they will be dethroned in Season 4. But for now, the title of reigning champions is theirs. And Baby does get the golden tiara himself.
Yeah, it does end up getting it.
And Mentos too, right?
Yeah. So 2 players, I mean Nepal as well, you know. So a few players there with a new badge altogether, and a few interesting facts that was indeed brought up. It has been a very Cashback is the most consistent team though as well, because they won the first season and now 2 times grand finals after. W won 2, so they're a more successful team, right? But also, you will need to go dig in an archive when the last time was we had an event. And last time it was a finals without a Polish team. This time it's an international event without a Polish team in the WICI, because it's going to be Cashback and W playing.
I mean, there will still be Polish representation because Frugo will be there.
It doesn't count.
Okay. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to see that, right? Maybe that is incentive for the Polish teams to do another reshuffle, Polish Super Team version 37. We will see what they are going to come up with. But for now, let's celebrate the undisputed winners of the AMD OLS. W, congratulations. It was an exciting ride. This time, no miracle lower bracket run needed. This time, they make it through the upper bracket. 2 tiebreakers against Cashback and Hit. But here in the finals, we're not going to go the way. Instead, it is once again that 6-3 scoreline.
Yeah, 6-3 for W. Impressive result altogether. Nonetheless, it is from them very, very good. They're going to be taking home the lion's share of this prize pool, and of course, the CPUs sponsored by AMD as well.
Exactly, and for those willing to increase the prize pool, first of all, here, thanks AMD for sponsoring the event and giving an AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D to every winner. I heard Jakifa already has one in his system. Maybe that's why he's playing so well. Who knows? But yeah, thank you very much, AMD. And the thing is, you can even raise that prize pool still. So if you want to support the players, because not a single cent is actually going into Wargaming's or my pocket, sadly, 100% of the proceedings go into the prize pool. The bundles are still going to be available up until tomorrow morning. I think 9 CEST or 9 UTC, not sure, but yeah, tomorrow morning. So definitely this evening, they're still going to be available.
Yeah, you can get those bundles, yeah. You can still collect your drops as well, the double mystery, the tokens as well. Not sure until when the token store itself is available, Keith, for people to collect their rewards.
I mean, today is the last day. I'm not sure for how long it runs, maybe a week, but don't quote me on that. As soon as you claimed your tokens today, there are not going to be any more drops.
Yeah,
so
just
go to the store and
reminder
just
to go to the store and spend your tokens as well. Do not let those go unused. Don't forget about it. Do it now. Don't do it later. It's very, very important to collect those, whichever one you want to.
Exactly, and there should be something for everyone. Premium tanks, 2D styles, 3D styles, directives, premium days, consumables, expirable reserves, a whole variety of goodies up for grabs. And of course, if you haven't been able to completely claim the drops for today, as always, we will be raiding Mr. The Killzor after. Once again, here we have the announcement. So the next tournament streams are going to be in between July 4th and 6th, where we will hold the WICI, the World of Tanks Intercontinental Invitational, with the top 2 teams from OLS, OLF, and WCL. And if you haven't heard of WCL, that is essentially the Chinese equivalent of what we are doing here. It's also going to be sponsored by AMD, so very much thanks to them. Once again, it's going to be a blast. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun event, and seeing how the teams match up against each other is always fun. That NA-EU-China rivalry is always important. And now the true it was a very close season this time, though.
It was actually very close, but there's a reason that I'm king of the casters, you know.
More like princess, to be honest.
But yeah. Thank you, of course, also very much to Moff, to Phil, to External as well, who we had here join on the stage as well to cast. Also, congratulations to Stacked once again for winning the OLF. And I think I'm not yet done with the thank yous. Thanks to you as well, Ducky. Thanks to all the people behind the scenes that also make it work, our production crew here in the office, and then all the people that join remotely, because you might be surprised, but it's not just the two of us sitting here having a laugh, having a giggle about the games. No, there is a lot else happening behind the scenes. So thanks to the admins, thanks to the observers, thanks to the gameplay director as well. And the most important thanks actually is going to you right there behind your screen watching, because if you weren't watching, then it wouldn't make sense for us to do all of this and to try to produce awesome streams, awesome gameplay, awesome World of Tanks competitive content. And Ducky, as always, last words go to you.
I don't have much to say, but an amazing Season 3 Finals. I am excited for Season 4 to see if W can become a 3-timer, Kihan, because that is the most important aspect. No, thank you guys very much for watching. It has been one hell of a season, unpredictable at sorts. Thank you for supporting the tournament. We will see you guys all for the WICI to see where the regions stack up, and that's going to be very interesting as well. So from my side and from Kihan's side, thank you guys for watching. See you guys all in the near future.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.